A former soldier has awakened a very strange power, but that power is absolutely absurd. When the apocalypse of giant orcs and flying, devouring
butterflies.
most humans were granted unique abilities. Some people can pilot almost any vehicle, like one man who became a master of bicycles. The man's ability is basically doing wheelies or driving trucks at high speeds. Others were left behind with no powers at all. But our protagonist has unlocked something far beyond luck. He possesses a broken dimensional inventory capable of storing an entire building within his subspace. His past at a delivery company provided him with robots. He can store anything within his inventory, and the best part is, the space is infinite. His supply is inexhaustible. From camping gear to military uniforms, he carries it all. But his power goes beyond just simple storage, as he can also perform deliveries. Imagine an axe launched at 60 kilometers per hour. He can even launch a giant refrigerator at 100 kilometers per hour. It's an incredibly broken ability. I'm thinking about how thirsty I am. Bang, donuts and snacks appear out of thin air. The delivery is instant and effortless. He is skilled enough to ride a bicycle while raining axes down on enemies. All it takes is a simple command. All it takes. So, I'm going back to the beginning to show you everything about our refrigerator thrower and his bicycle partner. Picture a boring day at a factory, surrounded by nothing but robots. A sudden alert shatters the peace. In an instant, you are thrown into a wild. In this nightmare, giant orcs, wyverns, and hellhounds are constantly hunting you. But as you're searching for your missing family, you might just unlock the power to survive it, and somehow, that desperate search will turn an ordinary man into something more. This ordinary life is about to become anything but, and he has a very good reason for hating his current life. When he tries to chat with a nearby robot, it ignores him entirely. Center consumed by automation. The entire logistics center is packed with AI robots doing all the work. As a system monitor, Zhonggam is surrounded by technology but has no one to talk to. This loneliness weighs heavily on him, as he aches for real human connection and wonders if he chose the wrong path. This routine began 2 months ago, right after he left the military. Everything went downhill fast after he left the military. First, his parents moved to Oijongbu, leaving him behind. Even with their help and government support, he took his time looking for work. He kept getting rejected until the silence of unemployment was broken. Was drowning in boredom until his sister roasted his unemployment and suggested he try working with robots. This idea finally caught his interest, leading him to this desolate, silent logistics center. But the solitude is broken when a senior worker calls out to him, a grumpy manager demanding he check the warehouse for missing tuna, and he gives a fake smile, thinking the robots are actually friendlier than this manager. Once Zhonggam steps into the warehouse, the door behind him begins to shut, leaving him alone to search for the missing tuna. Then the door slams shut, leaving Kim Jong-gam struggling with a jammed handle. He calls out for his manager, but there's no response. Nothing back. He decides calling the police isn't necessary since he's not in danger yet. Send a quick selfie to his sister to prove he is stuck. To show his sister he's trapped, she jokes at first, but her mood shifts when she mentions hearing a building collapse nearby, leaving Kim Jong-gam in a panic as he calls her back. She answers but remains silent. Just as he begins to wonder if she's joking, the entire warehouse shakes violently as alarms blare. Outside, Kim Jong-gam pounds on the door, but silence is his only answer. Panic sets in as he frantically tries to call his sister, only to find no signal. His mind spirals into dark thoughts of a massive disaster, but the truth is far more terrifying. A violent impact dents the steel door like paper, forcing a shaking Kim Jong-gam to back away in terror. He remains trapped in the dark, surviving only on meager rations for 3 long days. With no sign of life, Kim Jong-gam begins to fear that a war has broken out, making his isolation feel more like a death sentence than a sanctuary.
The alarm that
has been quiet since yesterday leaves him alone with a nearly dead phone and no way to signal for help. He sends a desperate final message to his family, begging them to stay safe, when a mysterious system window suddenly appears, announcing he has been selected and must check his newly awakened abilities. Dazed and thinking he's lost his mind, Kim Jong-gam stares at the glowing text. As he wonders if his meager rations were drugged, another notification flashes across his vision. Then another urgent notification flashes, marking a target and asking if he wants to store it. He answers yes, without hesitation, and the world suddenly shifts. He slams onto the ground outside, scrambling up to face the devastation. The destruction is absolute, and nearby he finds his senior lying dead in the rubble. System windows flash uncontrollably, but Kim Jong-gam is too busy after seeing the body to process them. Suddenly, a new system announces an installation. A heavy footstep echoes, and a massive shadow looms, an orc-like monster drenched in blood and bearing fangs, stands before him. Sweat pours down Kim Jong-gam's face as he desperately tries to deny this nightmare. He tries to tell himself the roar was just an animal, but he's too terrified to turn around. He bolts into the dark, running for his life. Pure panic sets in. As the monster swings for his head, a system window offers a way out. Enter the subspace. Jong-gam lunges into the portal, leaving the beast behind. He watches from safety as the creature growls in frustration, unable to cross the threshold. Suddenly, a floating drone, an automated guide for this new realm, appears to explain, unless he allows it, for this realm is entirely under his control. Stunned, he experiences a strange sense of déjà vu upon seeing the PAX Fulfillment Center warehouse mirrored within this strange new dimension. Because it's his first time, the system grants him a mana stone, which materializes directly in his hand, but before he can even test the glowing gem, the monster outside slams against the portal, making him jump in terror. He's still being hunted, and he quickly asks if that beast can get inside. The system assures him that nothing can enter without permission. It then informs him that this subspace is a massive 5-story facility covering over 33,000 square meters, and that it holds everything. The drone explains the logistics of the warehouse, but Kim Jong-gam is far too overwhelmed to process the details. To make matters worse, the system warns that maintenance will begin in just 2 minutes. Stunned, he asks if the entire facility will shut down. The drone confirms the shutdown, but adds that the Mana Stone can power the building and keep the subspace running for 24 hours. Kim Jong-gam still doubts if this is real, but then the lights suddenly die. The drone warns that the loss of power will cause all the fresh food to spoil. In this ruined world, a loss of food is a death sentence, so he wonders if a Mana Stone can truly act as a power source. The answer is simple. They are harvested from otherworldly creatures. The thought of fighting such monsters to get them terrifies him. So he tells the drone to use the current stone and rushes inside to find weapons. He grabs everything in sight, but the system begins displaying costs for every item. Kim Jong-gam realizes he can't afford to waste his precious supplies too quickly. So he decides to wear it down bit by bit. Since the creature cannot enter the subspace, he can afford to take his time. He hurls an axe, but the blade only grazes the thick hide, serving only to provoke the creature further. With his first strategy failing and his resources dwindling dangerously, he decides to rely on the Mana Stone for power and swings the heavy axe, praying for a better result. Checking the inventory reveals something impossible, only to find the axes multiplying without end. The system reveals that anything in his subspace can be copied forever. The realization leaves him frozen in shock. If this is true, he possesses an endless supply of weapons. And when he questions the system, it confirms his impossible new reality. Abundance, he finally feels a sense of relief. He no longer has to fear running out of tools. Instead, his own arms might fail before his weapons do. But there is more to this discovery than just endless ammo. The system reveals that he can even ship items from his subspace to the outside automatically, though a cooldown limit exists for now. He just has to picture the item and command it to ship. The second he hears those words, Kim Jong-gam puts the power to the test. An axe blasts forward at terminal velocity, smashing into the monster's face and killing it instantly. The system reveals the default shipping speed is 60 kilometers per hour. Now, the meaning of shipping speed finally becomes clear though. Increasing that speed further requires skill upgrades. The cost of such power is simple. Kim Jong-gam realizes he'll need mana stones from more monsters if he ever wants to grow stronger. To grow, he needs more stones, so he begins gearing up. He grabs a map of the Seoul metro area and a marker. He marks the Gwangjin district and begins to plan a route. Leads him toward his final goal, moving step by step to find his parents at Woojeongbu. Since he has no car, he knows the journey will be long. Even a simple bike is an absolute luxury in this world. Mounting his bike, he rides out into the night. By nightfall, Kim Jong-gam has already slain 12 orcs and learned a vital lesson. But before he can process it, another monster lunges at him, forcing him to dive back into his subspace. Leaving the beast outside, he uses shipment to launch an axe at high speed, but the strike only grazes the creature's shoulder. It's far from a killing blow, especially since the skill requires a 30-second cooldown. The range is limited to only 10 meters, and Kim Jong-gam realizes that while the skill is powerful, it is still far too rough. The monster's keen senses pick up his movement. The axe flies back into the portal before shooting out once more to strike the monster's face, killing it instantly. This is the true power of Kim Jong-gam's shipment skill product retrieval, which automatically brings back any items sent out. Kim Jong-gam uses retrieval to pull the mana stone from the corpse. The answer is simple. He can only claim the stone once the monster is dead and it becomes his property. Stepping back out, Kim Jong-gam prepares for the reality of this ruined world, knowing that the threats are only growing. A piercing scream breaks the silence, signaling trouble nearby, but before he can locate the source, the scene shifts to a desperate struggle. A man named Choi is running for his life to move as a flying beast dives from above. The creature slams into Choi from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Before anyone can help, a monster drops down to block the survivor's path, its drooling jaws making it clear what it wants, but strangely it ignores the easiest prey. The beast ignores the man and focuses its hunger on Choi, who is still writhing on the ground. Choi freezes, clutching a small knife that feels utterly useless against a predator that has been hunting him all along. Suddenly, a sharp bicycle bell rings through the air, breaking the tension of the impending slaughter. The wyvern's focus is violently interrupted as it's slammed mid-flight by a heavy projectile that sends it skidding across the dirt. A single devastating axe strike was all it took to bring the monster down. The survivors can only stare in disbelief at the cyclist who just performed the impossible. They bow deeply in gratitude, asking if he is a soldier capable of such feats. Young simply points to his "It's just a uniform." He explains he works for PAX FC, but the company gear only adds to their shock. They were certain he was military. Even knowing he isn't, what he just did is so unbelievable. Kim Jong-gam is taken aback to learn that others have also awakened abilities. One survivor possesses a driving ability, though it hasn't been much use in this broken world. While Choi envies those with powers, the man reveals a grim reality for those left behind. The logistics center group was decimated, leaving only a few souls remaining in Block C. But monsters have turned those areas into death traps, claiming many lives. The survivors urge Kim Jong-gam to follow them to the safety of the B4 underground terminal. Hoping to find reliable transportation, Kim Jong-gam agrees to join them, though he remains wary of these strangers. Kim Jong-gam secures the Mana Stone in his subspace, hiding his true power to ensure a safe escape if things go wrong. Later, Choi rushes toward him after witnessing the incredible feat of a man who just took down an orc alone. The man claims he's fine, explaining that the monster simply wandered in. Despite the relief, a chill runs through Kim Jong-gam as the true danger of this wasteland sinks in, until Choi begins explaining his identity. Choi reveals Kim Jong-gam was a former worker for PAX FC, noting his terrifying strength after that long-range axe throw. As the survivors marvel at his unknown ability, a woman suddenly rushes toward him. She is overjoyed that he saved the two men, celebrating with a dance as others gather to praise the hero. Jong-gam tries to remain humble, but the sudden attention grows overwhelming. Choi steps in to stop the crowd from crowding him, just as the orc killer prepares to speak. Jin Mok, the manager of Daehoon Express Terminal, tries to offer a sense of security. He promises that their shelter is safer than the chaos outside, but he is interrupted by Young Soo, whose words shatter the fragile peace. The logistics center they were relying on is gone. Confused and desperate, Jin Mak asks for clarification, while Choi confirms the terrifying reality. The entire building vanished, explaining why the wyverns were hunting them. The survivors stare in disbelief, wondering how such a massive structure could simply cease to exist. In a world of monsters, even the impossible is becoming real. Kim Jong-gam stays silent, wondering if the building vanished because something far worse is afoot. In the wake of the disaster, Jin Mak tries to keep the group steady by emphasizing their only way out, the tunnel. He urges them to stay strong, as waiting is no longer an option. With the logistics center gone, they'll have to force their way through the chaos to find their homes. But every escape route is a death trap, leaving them with a choice between blocked roads or a wyvern-infested tunnel, making survival a matter of except two. But every road is cut off, leaving only the West Tunnel as a desperate path through the wyvern territory. Jin Mak decides to join the trek. Kim Jong-gam decides to keep his subspace ability a secret, knowing that desperation can turn decent people into threats. He knows these survivors are likely hiding their own truths, so he must remain cautious. Claiming he only needs to scout the wyverns ahead, he plans to hunt monsters to gather mana stones, dreaming of unlocking powerful new shipping skills like precise or automatic delivery. Kim Jong-gam smiles at his growing collection of mana stones, but his optimism is short-lived. Young Soo, the man he rescued earlier, insists on tagging along despite the danger. Young Soo claims that it's far too risky to venture out alone, even if Kim Jong-gam reminds him how he ran from a wyvern just a moment ago. Kim Jong-gam asks Young Soo if he can see any system messages, but despite feeling his power stirring, the man sees nothing. This uncertainty only deepens the tension between them. As night falls, they speed through the wreckage on a bike, with Young Soo struggling to balance while steering with just one leg. The road is choked with abandoned cars, making the visibility nearly impossible for the two travelers. Sudden danger looms when Kim Jong-gam spots a wyvern ahead and screams for Young-soo to stop immediately. The beast is taken down in a single violent blow, leaving Young-soo completely stunned by the sudden strike. Kim Jong-gam remains calm, urging Young-soo to focus and keep moving forward. While he quietly retrieves the mana stone and tucks it into his subspace, Young-soo slams on the brakes as the tunnel appears ahead. The sight is harrowing. The entrance to the tunnel is absolutely crawling with monsters. Young-soo freezes in terror. Young-soo thinks they're finished with the electric bike, as there's no way to outrun these wyverns. As Young-soo freezes in terror, Kim Jong-gam realizes he must use his subspace. He burns mana stones to slash the cooldown on his ability. When Young-soo asks what he's doing, the protagonist remains silent as the monsters begin to roar. And at the last second, Kim Jong-gam shouts a command, and a lethal projectile drops from the void, crushing the wyvern and saving Young-soo. Still panicking, Young-soo stares wide-eyed at the massive subspace portal looming behind them. As Young-soo reels from the sight of the logistics center within the portal, Kim Jong-gam quickly slashes down another monster with his, as the rest of the creatures prepare to attack. In the chaos, Young-soo stumbles backward and falls into the subspace. A monster slams against the barrier while he hits the ground in shock. The creature recovers and charges again, but Kim Jong-gam is ready. The creature slips into subspace just in time, only for it to crash against, obliterated by a flying axe. Young-soo stares in disbelief at the carnage. But one thing is clear to Kim Jong-gam: these monsters are nothing more than a hassle. To the protagonist, the tunnel is just another obstacle to be cleared. While Young-soo worries about the survivors relying on him for supplies and a safe escape, Kim Jong-gam handles the danger alone. In a moment of envy, Young-soo realizes that with such power, he could reach his family much sooner. As Kim Jong-gam gathers the mana stones, Young-soo notices a blue stone floating there and asks what it is, looking completely bewildered. Kim Jong-gam explains that he uses them to power up his abilities. Now Young-soo finally understands, wondering if he'll ever find a way to use one himself. Young-soo suggests that with Jong-gam's terrifying power, the entire tunnel could be cleared alone. But Jong-gam has no intention of drawing attention. His goal was to slip through the chaos unnoticed. Young-soo apologizes for bringing him into this mess, but Jong-gam reassures him. He admits he wouldn't have made it this far without the driver's help. He suggests they retreat before the wyverns return, but Young-soo asks just how far Jong-gam intends to go. Heading to. Young-soo knows his driver ability won't help much in a fight, but if he stays by Kim Jong-gam's side, he might actually see his family again. In return, he promises to get him to Gangnam faster than anyone, not slow. While even providing food for the journey, Jong-gam realizes the deal is worthwhile, partly because he fears that if others discover his true abilities, they might try to exploit or even get rid of him. It might be paranoia, but he'd rather be careful, so he finally agrees to take Young-soo with him. Young-soo's face lights up with hope, then vows to help clear the tunnel, provided they keep his powers a complete secret from the world. But things don't go as planned. In his excitement, Young-soo blurts out to the crowd that Kim Jong-gam is going to use his awakened power to clear the tunnel, leaving Kim Jong-gam staring in disbelief. Young-soo's big mouth just exposed everything. The onlookers are stunned, but their shock quickly turns to eager anticipation to see his ability in action. While Young-soo proudly explains the plan, can only curse his luck for being pushed into such a difficult spot. To ensure everyone's safety, Kim Jong-gam commits to clearing the tunnel by morning. It is the most strategic move to keep the peace, as the current food supply won't keep the desperate survivors calm for long. Things could fall apart once the supplies run out, so he must clear the path right then. Jin-mak walks toward him and says he won't dig into his secrets or question his powers. Instead, the manager shows his respect by thanking him for protecting the group. Then he offers some of their stored food. The unexpected kindness catches Kim Jong-gam off guard. Jin-mak explains that since he risked his life scouting the tunnel, giving him food is the least they can do. As Kim Jong-gam prepares to clear the way for everyone, he can only offer a quiet response. The reminder of his own family hits Kim Jong-gam hard. The next morning, at the tunnel entrance, Kim Jong-gam tells the survivors to stay back. He ventures into the darkness, determined to clear the path and make it back alive, but monsters lurk ahead. A young Kim Jong-gam nursing a sore eye after a fight with his sister runs to his father to complain. But the argument only sparks more bickering between the siblings. Their father just laughs, calling it a sign of closeness. He admits he was an only child who envied such bonds, telling them one day they will understand how vital family truly is. Then their mother rushes in, and soon the parents are arguing too. Despite the noise, Jong-gam remembers the warmth of that family bond, contrasting sharply with the desperate eyes of the survivors from the night before. Kim Jong-gam knows the weight of his mission. thinking of the family he must see again, and praying he can keep the survivors safe. As midnight passes, everyone sleeps, dreaming of a safety that feels worlds away. Sol wakes up to use the bathroom, but the tent is empty, and the guards say Jong-gam went out to get some fresh air. Driven by curiosity, Sol wanders further into the dark. Sol finally finds Kim Jong-gam standing there. When Sol asks why he isn't sleeping, Kim Jong-gam admits he simply can't rest. Then, Sol freezes at the sight of. She stares in disbelief at a vehicle, food and supplies, stunned. Sol asks why he is giving it all away. Kim Jong-gam casually explains that he only loaded half the vehicle to keep it light, and it's still more than enough for everyone. Sol is even more shocked when Kim Jong-gam reveals this is the last vehicle he needs to fill. That means the other 15 were loaded the same way. Kim Jong-gam quickly tells Sol to keep it quiet. Still confused, Sol asks what will be left for their own journey if he gives all the supplies away, but Jong-gam just claims there is plenty, leaving Sol speechless at the sheer scale of his generosity. Kim Jong-gam cuts down monsters with ease, but his mind is focused on more than just the fight. He wonders how much simpler it would be if he could transport everyone into his subspace for safety, yet the system tells him his current level isn't enough. To reach subspace level 2 and carry up to 20 people, he'll need a massive influx of mana stones. Realizing the current hunt won't provide enough experience to reach his goal of saving his family, he searches for a better way. Suddenly, he spots something massive among the fleeing monsters, a fierce, unidentified wyvern boss. Back at the tunnel, the group waits in anxious silence until Kim Jong-gam emerges from the darkness.
His uniform
is soaked in blood, but his smile brings a roar of relief from the survivors. They bid Kim Jong-gam a safe journey home. Kim Jong-gam advises them to open the cargo hold if trouble arises. He's left a small surprise inside for them, and as they prepare to move, they climb into their trucks and slowly push through the heavy traffic. Once they're past the tunnel, they wave one last goodbye and head their separate ways. In the passenger seat, Kim Jong-gam remains preoccupied by that monster from the tunnel, wondering if it was a leader or just a powerful adult. His thoughts are violently shattered by a sickening crunch. The truck has rolled over corpses, and the sound of breaking bones fills the cabin. The driver's face falls in horror as they realize what lies beneath the tires. Despite the guilt, there is no choice but to keep moving through the wreckage. Kim Jong-gam realizes he might have ended up just like those dead soldiers. The reality is even worse than feared. Monsters are already feeding on the remains. A sudden voice snaps Kim Jong-gam back to reality, but then Kim Jong-gam notices something at the far end of the road. Looking closer, they spot a new kind of monster that makes the military's intent obvious. While Sol begins to this nightmare, Sol starts. Jong-gam sees a perfect chance to level up his subspace. He spots a narrow sidewalk blocked on both sides and suggests they drive through it. He claims they can make it through without retreating, telling Sol to force the truck onto the pedestrian path. Sol is horrified by the danger, especially when an orc emerges from the mutant hounds, scattering the pack for a moment. Despite its strength, the orc is quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the hounds. Blood and flesh spray everywhere as the pack tears the beast apart, leaving the survivors in total terror. Sol nervously asks if crossing the bridge is truly the plan, but Kim Jong-gam remains completely calm. Kim Jong-gam compares this chaotic landscape to a strategy game where one must use terrain to hold off endless waves of enemies. Sol doesn't understand, but he has no choice but to follow his lead. But Sol is older and has no idea what he means, prompting a quick explanation. Kim Jong-gam knows the first step is creating a diversion. To do that, he activates his system to unlock a new skill he hadn't planned to use. It's perfect. He spends mana stones to acquire auto shipping, then immediately pours the rest into increasing the speed. The system responds instantly, boosting the delivery speed to a blistering 100 kilometers per hour. Now, he's ready to bait the mutant hounds away from their meal. The mutant hounds rush in, but they aren't fast enough because a double door toward them and smashes through the pack. One is not enough as more appliances rain down, allowing Kim Jong-gam to harvest 12 mana stones from the carnage. He had considered using axes, but precision alone wasn't enough for such high-speed targets. Since his delivery skill only nudges the path, an axe moving at 100 kilometers per hour might still miss. Against these hounds, an axe is risky, but a refrigerator is heavy enough to crush multiple monsters with a single glancing blow. Thanks to the automation makes it skill. The system handles the targeting, leaving Kim Jong-gam free to focus on the battlefield.
The hounds keep trying to
launch their attacks, but the flying refrigerators smash every attempt. Watching this, Young Soo nearly loses his mind. He thought Kim Jong-gam was limited to throwing axes, but this is on a whole other level. Refrigerators are raining down every 2 seconds, making no sense at all. Young-soo can't help but wonder if the system refills the inventory just like it does with the axes. He stands there in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the logic of how it could possibly work with heavy appliances. He's so dazed that he doesn't even notice Kim Jong-gam approaching to offer a snack, until the realization finally hits him. Is Kim Jong-gam's supply actually endless? It's a question that catches the hero completely off guard. He thought Young-soo already knew, but clearly, it goes beyond just recharging axes. Even if Kim Jong-gam only collects the axes for safety, the idea of a truly unlimited supply is still impossible to process. Even with that explanation, Young-soo still can't wrap his head around it. When offered food, all he can ask for is a donut and a Coke Zero to recover from the day. They eat in peace, while the delivery system continues to blast the mutant hounds apart. Young-soo feels a sudden wave of shame. Kim Jong-gam is happy to share, thanking Young-soo for his trust from the very start. He offers everything in his subspace, though Young-soo worries about that he won't have to lean too hard on the kindness of a stranger. Kim Jong-gam has already done more than enough to keep them moving. As they cross the bridge, Young-soo announces they are only an hour away from reaching home. Noticing Young-soo's torn clothes, Kim Jong-gam decides the man shouldn't arrive looking like a survivor of a massacre. Since the hounds are still being dealt with, there is time to find some clean clothes. Even as they prepare, the weight of what they are searching for hangs heavy in the air. Embracing the new outfit and the driver's skill, Young-soo prepares to make his move. Meanwhile, the last of the hounds are being wiped out. The fresh look gives Young-soo a boost.
Move.
He is ready to move. Slamming the gas, Young-soo drives with a precision that would shame a professional racer. The hounds left behind never stand a chance as the truck tears down the narrow road. Young-soo drives like lightning, making it feel like they'll reach home in mere minutes. Kim Jong-gam begs him to slow down while the truck bounces over busted roads like they were smooth. But it's useless, and the chaotic ride finally reaches its end. They arrive at Young-soo's home, or at least what remains of it. His house had been reduced to ruins. Young-soo stands there, staring at the destruction. The wreckage is so severe that he tries to convince himself the buildings only fell because they were old, but deep down, he knows the truth. Young-soo stands before his own door, his hands shaking as a single thought crushes him. What if his family is gone? The horror of what might be waiting inside is paralyzing, leaving him frozen in terror while Jin watches him from behind. Understanding the sheer desperation that drove Young-soo to drive like a madman to reach this place so quickly. But the fear of the truth is overwhelming, making it impossible for him to face whatever lies behind that threshold. Seeing his agony, Kim Jong-gam steps forward and places a hand on Young-soo's shoulder, offering to face the unknown for him. Caught between intense fear and frustration, Young-soo nearly breaks, begging Kim Jong-gam to do it. Sensing the weight of that terror, Kim Jong-gam steps toward the entrance. He approaches the door knowing that in this moment, anyone would want someone else to bear the brunt of the discovery. He turns back to offer one last word of reassurance, preparing to say that he is about to, but suddenly the door swings open from the inside. Both Jin and Young-soo freeze. Before Kim Jong-gam's hand can even touch the handle, something went. The door swings wide, revealing the miracle Young-soo prayed for. His wife and daughter are standing right there. Tears erupt as his wife collapses into him, and Young-soo finally breaks down, his grief meeting her sorrow. They cling to each other, desperate to hold on as if the world might vanish if they let go. Nearby, Jian remains silent, giving the family their precious moment to reunite.
While his wife explains, she saw him through the peephole and heard his voice calling out.
In the midst of the tears, his daughter cries out her fear and resentment for his long absence. After a brief silence, his wife notices the stranger in the back, making Young-soo realize Jian was there all along. But the sudden realization comes too late to stop the boy's collapse. The exhaustion finally catches up to the boy, pulling him into a dark, deep sleep, where a warm memory resurfaces, showing his sister Sol playfully smacking him with a pillow. Jian whines about Sol hitting him too hard, but his sister just rolls her eyes and calls him a crybaby. Ready to tattle, the boy storms off to find their father, leaving Sol standing there like a victorious warrior. The memory shifts to a peaceful evening where their father tries to calm a sibling fight, reminding them that family is everything. Even their mother joins in the domestic chaos, making the scene feel perfectly ordinary. In another moment, the family gathers to eat together, a picture of total happiness, a portrait of a life before the world ended. As they laugh and share meals, the warmth of the household seems unbreakable. The father even supports Sol's burgeoning interest in boxing, to which she smirks, admitting that the sport was her true motivation for joining the local club. Jian was eager to start middle school, looking forward to making new friends as a student at the same school as Sol. But things took a dark turn for him, as instead of companionship, he found himself facing daily harassment from older students. He was bullied every single day, They mocked and beat him relentlessly. Being soft-hearted, Jian never fought back, enduring the abuse day after day until someone finally stepped in. Sol appeared. With a terrifying glare, she grabbed a bully's arm and shattered it with a single punch, bringing relief to her brother. Annoyed by his weakness, Sol forced him into brutal training that eventually made him strong enough to stand his ground. Life finally settled, and he cruised through school until Sol surprised the family by enrolling in nursing school.
While Jian
Was relaxing with his games, the moment that would turn his entire life upside down arrived. He tried to act brave, but his heart was racing with the fear of leaving his family behind. Time passed. Slowly, Kim Jong-gam opened his eyes, feeling lost and scared. In an unfamiliar bed, his last memory was collapsing outside Young-soo's door after the rescue. Panic surged as he wondered if Young-soo had betrayed him. Acting on pure instinct, he summoned his portal and gripped a heavy axe, but a warm voice suddenly cut through the tension. He realized he was inside a home, staring at Young-soo's wife and daughter. He saw Young-soo nearby, completely knocked out from exhaustion. Fainting at the door, as the truth settles, Kim Jong-gam looks down at the axe, wondering why he had even drawn it. Kim Jong-gam quickly hides his weapon, hoping he hasn't been caught. He learns he has only been unconscious for a few hours. Young-soo's wife offers a grateful bow, thanking him for bringing her husband home safely. The sudden kindness leaves him feeling incredibly uncomfortable. He tries to brush off the gratitude, wanting to share the credit with others. But then Young-soo finally begins to wake up, still begins to stir, waking up groggily. Young-soo defends Kim, insisting that Kim's role in their survival was far greater than he claims. To the driver, simple transportation is nothing compared to the repeated times Kim has saved their lives. He believes that even without his help, Kim Jong-gam would have survived this nightmare somehow. The heavy atmosphere breaks when Young-soo's wife suggests that it's time for a meal. The mood lightens fast as Kim Jong-gam's stomach betrays him with a roar. He hasn't eaten in what feels like an eternity. He smiles knowing Young-soo waited for him before eating. Soon the group sits together around a table. A bowl of steaming kimchi stew is placed before him, making his hunger impossible to ignore. The smell of the stew brings back memories of his mother. Young-soo's wife apologizes for the simple meal, but Kim Jong-gam doesn't care because it is his favorite. Hit hard, wakes him up at once. The taste is so real, it sends him straight. But as the meal concludes, the comfort vanishes, replaced by a crushing weight of grief. After 3 months of surviving, this first taste of home makes the ache for his missing family hit him all at once. The others notice his sudden shift in mood, and the conversation drifts back to their upcoming journey. When Young-soo mentions their next stop is Gangnam, Kim Jong-gam freezes. Young-soo explains that he and his wife have decided to help Kim Jong-gam reunite with his family, making the trip the ultimate goal. Kim Jong-gam is still puzzled by the logistics. Even if they reach the city, he needs a way to get back safely. Outside, where Young-soo outlines a plan to drive Kim to Gangnam Kim will leave his electric bike with Young-soo so that once they arrive, Young-soo will ride the bike back home. Kim Jong-gam feels better, but a sense of unease still lingers in his mind. Young-soo is a skilled driver, and the bike might help him avoid danger. But if a big monster appears, he'll be defenseless. With a safe family and a full truck, Kim wonders why Young-soo would risk it all. He finally asks why the man is being so selfless, to which Young-soo simply smiles as if he expected the question. He turns the question back on Kim, asking why Kim saved him without expecting a reward. If not for Kim, he would be dead in that tunnel.
One more time.
Reunite with his own family. Young-soo promises not to be reckless. He trusts his ability behind the wheel, enough that Kim shouldn't worry. This comfort reminds Kim of the first time he entered the tunnel and saw a car with the keys still inside. Young-soo could have easily stolen it and abandoned the others, but stayed to help. That's when Kim realized his true character. If Young-soo was coming, his family had to come. His family had to come too. To ensure their safety, he explained that he had upgraded his subspace to allow others inside. Young-soo didn't hesitate, flashing a grin before preparing to show off his driving skills. By spending 16 of his mana stones, Kim had pushed his subspace to level 2. This upgrade raised the capacity to 20 people. Even though it requires 6 stones a day to remain active, the cost is a price Kim is willing to pay. The system prompted him with a choice. Should he allow outsiders into the portal? He said yes. Shortly after, Young-soo and his family arrived, and his daughter entered the subspace and were introduced to. And Young-soo introduced them to Pax, the entity within. Pax can assist with any needs, and with supplies being so abundant, Young-soo's wife could hardly believe her eyes. Telling them to make themselves at home, Kim prepared to attend to his other tasks. Watching Young-soo play princess with his daughter brings a rare smile to Kim's face until something shifts. Kim unlocked a new ability. Kim's mind begins racing as the implications set in. Everything changed after a strange accident when he stored the Everything changed when his subspace merged with that center's advanced functions. It gets even crazier because the PAX AI merged with his system too, giving the digital assistant a nearly human consciousness. This level 2 upgrade means his subspace is now a personal lab for crafting items, which blew his mind. Not only that, the Logitech Center's functions upgraded, allowing him to fire items as projectiles at 100 kilometers per hour. With these new capabilities in PAX, his true power has become far more dangerous than he ever imagined. But daydreaming won't provide the resources he needs. He still lacks enough mana stones, so driven by ambition, Kim Jong-nam attempts a monumental feat, commanding the system to store the entire Earth. The thought of humanity floating in space briefly crosses his mind, but the attempt ends in a blunt failure. The planet is simply too massive to fit within his current subspace range. Kim listens as Young-soo approaches to discuss the route to Gangnam. Kim asks why Young-soo isn't with his daughter as planned. Young-soo smiles weakly, explaining that his daughter finally feels safe enough to sleep. He credits Kim for that safety, but Kim modestly acknowledges that without Young-soo's driving, they wouldn't have survived. They never would have made it this far. In Kim's eyes, their survival was a debt shared equally. As they drive, a sense of unease begins to build. Despite Young-soo's confidence in his skills behind the wheel, "Buckle up," he warns, and the truck suddenly roars forward, tearing through the shattered, broken roads, streets of a shattered city. While Young-soo remains calm, the stress makes Kim Jong-nam feel. They find their path blocked by military barricades and spike strips. Kim Jong-nam knows immediately that something is wrong. And as they approach, the danger becomes clear. Realizing these aren't real soldiers, Kim Jong-nam opens his subspace portal and tells Young-soo to hide inside while he takes charge. As Kim Jong-nam stepped out of the truck, 3 men approached, wielding guns and acting like they owned the road. A large thug barked orders, demanding he get out. Kim Jong-nam met him with a cold stare and descended from the vehicle, the men quickly opening the cargo area, only to freeze in shock at the sight of the food supplies. Their eyes light up with greed as they demand to know if all the supplies belong to him. Kim plays along as these weren't soldiers, they were just greedy thugs. They demanded to know the source of the food, but Kim Jong-nam played along, pretending to be a simple delivery driver from the Logitech Center. They weren't fooled and kept pushing, so Kim Jong-nam maintained that even if he spoke, the roads were too dangerous and blocked by monsters for them to ever reach the supply center. The leader shot him a skeptical stare. He pressed for more, asking how much was left at the center, so Kim Jong-nam lied, claiming the truck held only a small part of it. Suddenly, one man checked his watch and muttered that time was running out. Kim Jong-nam didn't understand the rush until it hit him. The leader. A brutal punch to the stomach sends Kim Jong-nam to the floor. He wakes up bound in the dark, surrounded by the aftermath of a massacre. This thug's crew has seized the military base, claiming power as the soldiers fall to flying monsters every evening. These criminals replace the military as the new, ruthless rulers of the area. The self-proclaimed commander has only kept Kim alive because he can be used to loot the Logitech Center for more supplies. But Kim Jong-nam has no intention of being a tool for these scumbags. Instead, he decides to make the entire base fit perfectly inside his subspace. With a mental command, he orders PAX to store the entire headquarters inside his dimension. In an instant, the entire base vanishes into Kim's subspace, leaving the thugs lost and clutching his rifle in total shock as his world disappears. They can't comprehend how a massive building just vanished, leaving the thugs staring into a void of confusion. Meanwhile, Kim spat out blood, feeling his consciousness slip away. The sheer cost of the storage ability was draining his very life force. He was completely spent, realizing he should have retreated into his dimension first to save his mana. There was no time for regrets now, as he needed to survive what came next. Desperate to find a shadow to hide in, Kim moved toward the darkness, but the world suddenly went cold. Hundreds of wyverns descended from the sky with terrifying screams, sending the gang into a frantic retreat. The guards fled in terror, leaving Kim completely exposed. The thug screams at his men to hold their ground, claiming their rifles can handle the smaller wyverns. But nobody listens as the survivors flee, and then the earth itself begins to shake. Terror freezes the thug when a massive wyvern towers over him, looming like a mountain of scales. Above him, its predatory yellow eyes are locked directly onto him, appearing far larger than anything seen before. Amidst the chaos, Kim Jong-nam slips into his subspace, pulling an injured soldier along with him. An injured soldier inside. Kim agrees, but the sudden addition of another person leaves him on the brink of total exhaustion. He realizes that storing something as massive as a military base was far too risky during such a crisis. Even inside, he can feel the black-scaled wyvern's intense fixation on him. Meanwhile, Pighead stands before the beast, boasting of his new strength as he swings a punch at the creature. The hit means nothing. The wyvern doesn't even react to the blow. Instead, a sickening crunch echoes as Kim turns, fearing the worst. The wyvern swallows Pighead in a single gruesome bite. Young-soo rushes to Kim Jong-gam, who is too faded to fully stay conscious. Together, they lay a battered, starving soldier onto a bed. The soldier's injuries are minor, but he is clearly suffering from prolonged starvation. Kim remembers the chaos of the base struggle and the lack of food. He realizes the soldier has likely gone without proper meals for many weeks. Then, Young-soo mentions something strange in the subspace, describing a massive structure that has appeared within the dimension. When Kim looks, he is stunned to see something much larger than a single base. It is a whole, entire city. Because Kim never specified a single building, the system took his command literally and stored the entire metropolitan complex. Young-soo can only stare in disbelief at the impossible sight. Kim knows he must search this new territory carefully. He leaves Young-soo to care for the soldier and heads out to investigate. Driving through the streets of the subspace city, Kim Jong-gam begins to wonder what kind of assets might be hidden among the tanks, vehicles, and supplies of this survival goldmine. But there was a problem. Unlike the center where Pax could send items straight to him, this massive new territory required Kim to find and collect everything manually as he drove. As he drives, he begins to realize the scale is so immense that mapping the whole area will be a massive task. Job. If he had known, he might have stored the supplies directly. But now he had to plan a strategy where Young-soo gathered ammo and weapons while Kim attacked through his portal. While Kim fights through his portals, however, a new concern arises. He can't afford to let these supplies run out, so no more wasting bullets or grenades. But then, Pax. The base has been fully merged into the Logitech system, fundamentally changing everything for him. Because the military base was now part of his subspace, Kim could control it like his original center, granting him unlimited access to weapons, vehicles, and equipment. The news completely changed. Things still shocked. Kim asked if it truly meant endless rifles, ammo, and grenades. Pax confirmed it, leaving Kim struggling to believe how much the game had changed. When he asked how long the synchronization would take, Pax revealed the task was massive, with only 0.81% complete. Since there was no fixed timeline, Kim decided to prioritize the most essential supplies first. He quickly listed the essentials: rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. With 10 minutes of synchronization, he would secure an endless supply of everything needed to keep his base secure. He ordered the system to lock everything down, to ensure no unauthorized person could access his new territory, even the soldier he just rescued. Standing by the portal, Kim realized he now held the keys to food, vehicles, and weapons, but he feared the world outside would be even more chaotic. His fears were justified, as wyverns were outside tearing everything apart and slaughtering everyone in sight. The chaos shows no sign of stopping, so Kim and Young-soo prepare for combat. Young-soo dons his old boss uniform, while Kim readies his M416 and checks a massive crate of endless ammo, a sight that brings a nostalgic smile to Young-soo's face. Thousands of rounds. With endless ammo at their disposal, Kim challenges Young-soo to see if he still has the touch. He's about to remind Kim who he used to be, reclaiming his glory as he fires with perfect precision. 30 minutes later, the battle has left his rifle burning hot. As the smoke begins to clear, the ground is littered with corpses. The sheer rush of combat has Young-soo exhilarated, but Kim senses something is wrong. He warns his partner that they aren't alone, recalling the massive black-scaled wyvern from before, the one that is lurking near the portal, waiting in silence. The tension is thick, and the threat feels like it's just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Young-soo scans the area, but seeing nothing makes him wonder if Kim is merely being paranoid. Kim Jong-gam, however, suspects the monsters are intelligent enough to lie in wait. He proposes a dangerous idea to test their theory. They decide to use RC cars with human-shaped dolls as bait to see if a moving target lures the beast. The plan works too well when a giant wyvern dives in, tearing a doll to shreds with its claws. Young-soo freezes, realizing their fears were justified. The monster's teeth are massive, looking almost as large as Young-soo himself. As it begins to focus, suddenly the predator, the wyvern, lifts its glowing eyes and locks onto the opening with predatory intent. Without warning, the wyvern lunges, attempting to force its way inside. With Kim's heart racing, he screams for Young-soo to fire, and together, they unleash everything they have against the beast. They keep up the relentless barrage for minutes. They hope the thick smoke means the beast is dead, But when it clears, those glowing eyes are still staring at them. The wyvern refuses to retreat. Young-soo stares in utter disbelief. Kim remembers Pighead describing a monster that could tank military-grade fire and force a whole retreat. Now he knows this is that same monster, but its scales seem to have a layer of protection. Realizing the beast is bolstered by an unknown defense, Kim grabs several grenades and, grinning, "Let's see if your hide can handle." With a grimace, he tosses them directly into the wyvern's mouth, triggering a massive blast that chokes the portal in even more thick smoke. Driven by desperation, they keep tossing grenade after grenade, even as their shoulders are screaming from the non-stop throwing. Young-soo groans from the exhaustion, his muscles aching alongside Kim Jong-gam's tired shoulder. They're trapped by the portal, facing a monster that refuses to budge. The wyvern slams its massive claws against the opening, but the subspace portal holds firm. Then, as if bored, the wyvern suddenly turns and flies away. Young-soo watches it go, wondering why it left, but Kim Jong-gam suspects. It simply grew tired of waiting for a mistake. With the threat temporarily gone, the two men gather their gear and prepare to move out. Even as they hit the road, the fear remains. If grenades couldn't even scratch the monster, Kim Jong-gam wonders what kind of weapon could actually kill such a beast. He realizes standard explosives are useless against targets this large, and instead considers pulling out a rocket launcher or perhaps even a missile from his subspace. But the sheer scale of the power he might release. Kim Jong-gam contemplates the tactical dilemma. A tank might be too large for a monster to miss, whereas he needs a weapon that is small, dense, and deadly. Currently, he is stuck with nothing but basic firearms and grenades until he checks his current inventory of magic stones. He is stunned to find he has 314 of them, a massive amount compared to the low yields from lower-level monsters, like goblins. Seeing this wealth, Kim decides to invest in upgrading his abilities. He invests 100 stones into his subspace, instantly expanding its reach and power. The range jumps to 50 meters, and his capacity to move items increases to 4 per second, making his skill far more lethal. With 189 stones remaining, he turns his attention to an untested feature, the pocket dimension lab that unlocked during his last upgrade. He decides it's time to finally use it. Now he feeds 50 more magic stones into the mechanism, causing the lab to finally activate. The newly functional system claims he can now combine or separate any object within the space. Kim's eyes light up as he realizes the lab's potential for crafting the perfect subspace. For a moment, Young-soo pauses but insists on continuing the drive since they are nearing Gangnam and no monsters are in sight. Despite his hesitation, Kim asks if it's safe, and Young-soo offers a solution. Young-soo has noticed the portal follows the Mercedes as long as he stays behind the wheel. Curious, Kim steps inside, and sure enough, the portal moves with them. Though uneasy and impressed, Kim enters the massive white empty void of the pocket dimension to test its limits. The system known as PAX reveals the rules. Kim can fuse different items together or break them apart into pieces. His mind races with possibilities, wondering if he could fuse a rifle to its magazine for infinite ammo or even prep a grenade to explode the instant it's released. Kim spends 15 magic stones to create a new item. The result fascinates him, but a single grenade won't suffice against a wyvern. As he begins building a secret weapon, Young-soo hits a massive roadblock of piled-up cars. Young-soo wonders who would bother with such a massive barricade, but Kim stops him before he can detour. Stepping out of his subspace, Kim asks how far they are from Gangnam. Young-soo explains that monsters aren't the issue, as the road is completely blocked. Kim claims he has a weapon for this, and before Young-soo can respond, 20-kilo metal plates shoot forward like bullets, smashing into the barricade. Stunned by the destruction, Young-soo wonders what Kim actually made. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a group of survivors watches the carnage, armed only with makeshift weapons. The survivors watch in shock as the wall of cars is obliterated. The smoke clears as a jeep rushes through the chaos, moving with a purpose that it stops right in front of their building. They mistake the vehicle for a military convoy, but the window rolls down to reveal Kim Jong-gam. He looks up with a hopeful smile, searching for his sister Jui. The memory of home feels a world away. In a sudden flashback, a young Kim's middle sister delivers a flying kick that nearly knocks him out. While the chaos unfolds, Jui, his oldest sister and a dedicated nurse, remains focused entirely on her studies. Kim and his other sister watch her with confusion, sensing something is wrong. Kim and his sister whisper that Jui isn't acting. Like herself, ever since she became obsessed with studying years ago, her sudden seriousness has left the whole family feeling on edge. Even their mother grows worried, sensing the strange shift in Jui's personality. But Jui is stunned that her own family thinks she lacks ambition. Fed up, she reveals her true passion by holding up a medical textbook. She vows to become a doctor, promising to help people even if the world ends tomorrow. Her family stares in shock, and Kim's sister whispers that Jui's intensity is getting out of hand, leading them to worry she might need medical help. The house erupts into chaos with shouting and jokes. The family expects this obsession to be a phase, but her grades soar until she finally gets into the top nursing school she applied to. Kim and the rest of the family can hardly believe the determined woman she has become. She truly pulled it off. Back in the present, Jui freezes at the sight of Kim. The weight of the past, her family, and her dreams hits her all at once, and tears stream down her face as emotion finally takes over. Kim's eyes well up too, through her sobs. Jui asks how he found her, and if he's hurt, to which he quickly reassures her that he's okay. But relief washes over the group as Young-soo smiles, watching the siblings finally embrace and forget the horrors of the world for a brief moment. Kim Jong-gam introduces Young-soo as his lifeline, while Jui warmly welcomes her brother back, grateful that he survived through such fierce protection. Even in this nightmare, a small playful smile returns to her face as she reaches into her pocket to offer Kim a chocolate bar, a small comfort for a man who has clearly gone without. But Kim's expression turns grave as he mentions a wounded patient he's brought, who isn't waiting outside but is currently tucked away within the safety of Kim's subspace. Jui stares in utter shock, realizing that Kim has awakened a power of his own. Kim nods, explaining his ability to open a hidden dimension, though he offers a nervous laugh about how much of a spectacle showing this in public would cause, realizing they need privacy. They turn away from the watching crowd to find a more secluded place. Inside the hospital, the scene is heartbreaking as starving survivors clutch wooden sticks for protection. While Jui stares at the massive city-like dimension Kim has opened, unable to believe it's real. After Young-soo shuts the door for privacy, the group enters a private room. Kim opens the entrance to his subspace, leaving Jui standing in complete shock. She stares at the impossible city-like expanse in total disbelief. Determined to help, Kim leads her toward an injured soldier. Jui immediately begins a desperate examination, while Kim asks if the man will survive. With a grim expression, Jui asks how long he has been suffering, and Kim can only shrug. It is clear the poor man has been beaten and tortured. Jui solemnly delivers the crushing news that he may not have much time left, leaving Kim and Young-soo in a stunned silence. Because they were clinging to hope, Kim asks if it's really that bad? Then Jui's expression shifts into a sudden smile as her hands start. A smile breaks across her face as her hands begin. Grinning, she reveals she has awakened as a healer and presses her glowing hands against the soldier's chest to begin the miracle. Jui warns that her healing is still too weak to fully restore him, though it's enough to keep him alive. 5 minutes later, the task is complete. The soldier's wounds close, and his breathing steadies as Jui's magic does its work. The immediate danger has passed, but he remains in critical condition. Even so, he is severely malnourished and requires rest and food to fully recover. Kim notes that despite the apocalypse, Jui is still living by her promise to help the sick. Startled, she laughs at the sudden sentiment. Kim reminds her of her own words. Even if the world ends tomorrow, she will treat the sick today. This causes a flash of embarrassment for Jui, who jokingly threatens him with discipline as they slip into their usual bickering. After the joking dies down, the mood shifts and Jui demands an explanation for everything. Kim begins to lay out the entire story, starting from the very beginning, describing how he was trapped in the storehouse and lost contact with her and their other sister when the networks failed. He continues to. Kim explains how he accidentally unlocked his subspace ability and ended up merging with the Pax AI. He finishes by recounting his meeting with Young-soo and the trials they faced on the journey to reach her. Jui eats ravenously, barely able to answer Kim when he asks if she's even paying attention. She just nods with a mouth full of food, providing a weak summary that proves she isn't. Kim groans but ultimately laughs at her, realizing the meal was prepared by Young-soo's wife. She greets Jui warmly, making the survivor feel right at home. Young-soo's wife offers even more food and mentions she has already prepared a room for Kim on the first floor, stocked with supplies for his rest. Kim tries to thank her for the kindness, but she simply smiles, saying it's the least she can do for the man who has saved them all. But Jui is still curious about how the family entered the subspace, forcing Kim to repeat his story. After catching her up, he reveals his ultimate plan, to find his second sister in Area Zero. The mention of Area Zero immediately drains the joy from the room, turning Jui's expression grave as she whispers a heartfelt apology. Jui explains she can't leave with Kim because she must stay in such a dangerous place. She insists her presence is needed for the patients, refusing to abandon them even though other nurses are available, cutting herself off. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, a shadowy man watches the hospital from a window, having heard the massive crash of a jeep breaking through the barricade. He wonders if the intruders are special forces, but a companion suggests they might just be Jui's brother, proposing that since they control the food supply, they could use the newcomers' hunger against them. The man smirks, dismissive of such a simple tactic, until a massive muscular figure emerges from the shadows, his veiny body and blank stare making him look like a monster. The thugs are busy playing nice and rebuilding their defenses, oblivious to the storm brewing elsewhere. The massive guard nods, claiming he has already doubled the height of the wall to prevent any more breaks. Meanwhile, back at the survivors' camp, she explains that the department head, Jean, possesses a terrifying awakened ability to control minds and poison others. Kim's expression darkens as the danger becomes real. Ju-ai reveals that Jean has already seized control of most nearby awakened users. By hoarding the food and mana stone supplies, he has left everyone in the building to starve. To fight back, Jui has been secretly stealing stones to strengthen her own power, hoping to eventually cure the mind-controlled victims. She insists on staying behind to help the people, while Kim should be out saving their parents. But Kim's response is immediate. He flatly refuses her plan. Jui, frustrated by his dismissal, warns that people will die without food or water, but Kim cuts her off before she can finish. Jui looks at him, completely confused by his sudden interruption. Crossing her arms, she falls silent as Kim coolly points out the truth. Jean's real weapon isn't just poison, it's the control over their hunger. Kim Jong-gam smiles slyly, telling Jui to witness the true power of his ability. Jui begins to tease him about his middle school phase, but the words die in her throat as her jaw drops in shock. Jin Sung-hak, the faction leader controlling the local resources, remains unimpressed when he receives news of the food delivery. The messenger claims the amount is massive, yet the leader remains calm. He assumes the newcomers were foolish enough to not hide their supplies and will soon come crawling back for more rations. He believes that once the food runs out, the survivors will be forced to rely on him, just like everyone else. Even so, he sees an opportunity in their kindness until the messenger delivers news that completely shakes him. The duo has brought in more food than the entire hospital has collected. Such a feat makes no sense. It's impossible. The hospital's entire stock required a full scouting team and a truck to collect, leaving Jin Sung-hak to wonder about these newcomers. Their power could be anything from duplicating items to altering their size, but one thing was certain: the hospital needed them on their side. Jin Sung-hak mixes up his usual drug and orders his man to get Jin Yong's brother on the poison. If that doesn't work, he'll simply have the boy killed. Even the driver is becoming a problem. Late that night, Kim Jong-gam moves through the hospital residence, handing out food while watching for a sign of the target. Threats, knowing most awakened abilities are useless in a real fight, like resealing cans or doing laundry. Very few abilities matter in combat, except for one man, Sung Hang-go. Hang-go was a terrifying presence, traveling all the way from Iljoyero to Gangnam because his mother was in the hospital. All people knew was his power. He was freakishly strong, and his massive size made him stand out from everyone else. Song Hagri, the giant man who once fell under mind control, is finally facing Kim Jong-gam alone near the hospital walls. The timing is perfect. Hagri has no idea why this younger man has summoned him, but Kim Jong-gam isn't here to talk. Standing by the outer wall, Kim Jong-gam gives the giant a choice: drink the medicine or die painfully. He warns the brute that running will be useless, yet Hagri has no intention of fleeing. The choice of this isolated spot is explained by Kim Jong-gam's intent, but the giant's response is a hidden third option. He knows he will be caught, so he chooses to fight. Kim Jong-gam traps Song Hagri within his subspace, catching the giant completely off guard. Furious at the defiance, Hagri lunges forward to crush him, but his hands hit nothing but air. As Hagri vanishes, leaving only a strange portal to the logistics center behind. Confused, Hagri stares at the empty space where his target once stood. Kim Jong-gam watches from afar, wondering if a 90 km/h bowling ball is overkill for this fight. Kim Jong-gam sends a projectile flying, striking the giant CMGU in the right leg and ruining his movement. When the giant demands to know the source of this power, Jong-gam responds by dropping a massive of barbell plates, pinned down. CMGU is ordered to stay still, even with his mobility stripped. Those plates were heavy enough to break bones or kill, but the brute refused to sit still. CMGU lunges at one of the weights, catching Jong-gam off guard by sheer strength. He begins lifting it, threatening to ruin the entire plan. But while the giant focuses on the heavy load, he trips the metal trap Jong-gam set. The hero apologizes for the tight fit in this makeshift cell and promises to release him once the battle ends. For now, the giant is forced to endure the weight back inside. Jui quickly let her brother in. Terrified by the crash, she feared he had encountered the monster, but Kim Jong-gam casually confirmed the danger was contained and pointed outside to show her the results. The immediate danger has passed, leaving the group to wait for Seol's return. Right then, The East's best driver finally showed up, but the sight of him sent the siblings into a shock. Sol was stumbling, clutching his head and groaning through a brutal, agonizing headache. The symptoms look exactly like poisoning. Kim Jong-gam notices a tiny puncture on Sol's finger, realizing someone must have pricked him while pretending to offer thanks. To keep everyone safe, they must isolate him in the subspace. Kim Jong-gam feels a heavy sense of guilt for failing to protect his friend from such a sneak attack. With the cause of the venom unknown, the situation could turn fatal if they don't find Jin Sung-hak's aid immediately. They rush to establish a quarantine in Sector 1, but just as they attempt to use the portal, the system blocks an unknown energy from entering the subspace, proving its domain is completely isolated from the outside world. Confused, Sol looked to Kim Jong-gam for answers. Suddenly, a miracle occurs as the pounding in Sol's head vanishes the moment a finger touches the portal. Kim Jong-gam opens a portal under the giant's feet and into the subspace by force. Once inside, the toxic effects are instantly purged, and when the giant is pulled back out, He Won-go looks healthier and when He Won-go emerges, he looks completely revitalized, the poison entirely purged from his system. Kim Jong-gam realizes his subspace doesn't just block physical strikes, it can also shut out mental and chemical threats once recovered. He Won-go's first instinct is to find his sick mother, to hug her, apologize, and tell her to rest while he handles some business and promise to return. Soon, when asked if he can be left alone, He Won-go nods, knowing his strength makes him nearly immune to normal attacks. Yet, the shame of what he did under Jin Sung-hak's control lingers, filling him with struggling with shame. Meanwhile, Jin Sung-hak is shaken to his core by the news that one of his men has gone silent, fearing the unknown. But Jin Sung-hak's day only gets worse when the one person he wanted to see walks into his office. Sung Jiam-glu. Song Hagri's muscles tensed, barely holding back the urge to wore a smug smile while begging for mercy. Despite his crimes, the villain only grinned before Song Hagri ended him with a single brutal strike. While he dealt with the aftermath, the others planned to use the subspace portal to cure the survivors' poisoning. It would be an exhausting task, but just as they braced for a grueling night, something unexpected happened. Throughout the hospital, survivors suddenly felt as if a massive burden had been lifted. One by one, the poisoned are cured and return to their senses, leaving the group in total confusion until Song Hyeongu arrived to explain everything. Covered in blood, it was clear he had finished his business in a violent way. He bowed to Kim Jong-gam, thanking him for saving the hospital and for removing the source of their misery. He even offered a brief apology for being a little too aggressive with the bowling balls. Luckily, Hyun-gu walked away with only a few bruises after being caught in the crossfire of Kim Jong-gam's overwhelming power. The danger lurking in the dark. Even family politics felt small compared to the monsters didn't compare to the sheer strength displayed by the protagonist. When Hyun-gu asked if Kim Jong-gam planned to stay at the hospital, the hero was taken aback. Kim Jong-gam admitted he couldn't stay, as his search for his family remained his primary goal. As morning arrived, the survivors found hope in the massive stockpile of food and supplies Kim Jong-gam left behind. They prepared to leave the hospital for Iljeru, a city that was said to be unreachable. Former enemies shook hands as allies, with Hyun-gu promising to repay the kindness someday. Hyun-gu had described the nightmare of Iljeru, specifically the massive skyscraper-sized walls that rose from the ground. Walking corpses were everywhere, yet Kim Jong-gam remained confident that his sister, Jui, would survive even in that undead hellscape. While on the move, Ju Kian finally agreed to join the mission. Responding with a lazy tone that earned a sharp rebuke from Jui, she shared that the soldier they saved was finally awake. Finally awake. The survivor thanks Kim Jong-gam and introduces himself as Han Yong-ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Though his health is restored by Hyun-gu's care, the colonel looks around with confusion. He recognizes the military command center, but the surrounding logistics center makes no sense in this wasteland. They are resting in the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center, while the world outside is actually located in Gangnam. Inside the subspace ability held by Kim Jong-gam. Inside the young man's unique ability, the colonel asks to be dropped at the road, and while Jong-gam promises, they mean no harm, the colonel admits he cannot reveal his mission to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Recognizing the weight of such a national mission, Hyun-gu decides to call PAX to help, offering the colonel a sandwich and banana milk so he can refuel before continuing his journey. Initially refuses, but then Kim Jong-gam brings out a steaming hot pizza. After the colonel finally gives in to the food, he begins to reveal classified details. It started when creatures from another world suddenly appeared, all over the planet at once. They weren't just simple monsters. Everything from insects to massive mountain-sized landforms suddenly appeared, attacking everything in sight. Nothing was spared. In response, the government formed a special force of awakened individuals. Their powers were effective, though conventional weapons failed against the invaders. Han Yang-ho's unit was deployed to stabilize the Guaqian and Anyang regions, and they managed to maintain stability until that beast arrived. He watched as his men were slaughtered and eaten by the giant beast. Even heavy artillery was useless against it. Could still reach Guaqian and Anyang, yet command never answered. Eventually, Colonel Han chose to retreat to save his remaining men. They fled toward the National Communication Command, but the monsters would not stop their pursuit. More soldiers fell along the road, even after they tried to recruit awakened people to bolster their numbers after days of hard travel. Completely abandoned, inside the command center, they found suspicious papers hinting at rebellion was underway. Amidst the chaos, a coup was brewing. Even as the Wyvern pinned Han Yang-ho and his men down, everything took a turn for the worse. The terror was deadly, as the new awakened recruits betrayed the soldiers and seized control. These rogues were eventually eaten by the monsters, leaving Han Yang-ho to suspect that even the military's I-Corps was part of the conspiracy. Amidst the apocalypse, a coup felt strangely ordinary. While Kim Jong-gam's group makes their way toward Yeoljuro, a weary Han Yang-ho prepares himself for the journey ahead. He is promised a safe drop-off once they cross the Han River Bridge. As the colonel eats, Kim Jong-gam urges the driver to pick up the pace, though not too much. Watching the road, the colonel wonders how the young man managed to escape the wyvern's clutches at the base. The peace is shattered when a massive ogre begins hammering at the portal barrier, causing Han Yang-ho to freeze in shock. But while the colonel is paralyzed, Kim Jong-gam and his companion act as if nothing has changed. Suddenly, a stack of heavy barbell plates shoots through the portal, slamming into the ogre and sending it flying like a ragdoll. The colonel can only stare in disbelief as the monster's blood splashes across the road. Meanwhile, the veterans don't even blink. As Kim Jong-gam's ability pulls a military vehicle from thin air, the colonel is left struggling to process the sheer scale of the power on display. The two step out of the subspace to tell him to eat and rest, leaving the portal open so he can keep a watchful eye on the road. Watching Kim Jong-gam fire disc pillars with such incredible speed and summon vehicles out of thin air, it's clear just are now barely a nuisance. Threat these monsters once posed, since his method is simply to launch stacks of heavy discs at them. Each hit is a one-shot kill. Mesmerized by the efficient slaughter, Han Yang-ho leans in closer to watch. Even the ogre's magic stones are being sucked straight into the subspace. At first, it's hard to believe, but the portals are firing heavy objects at insane speeds, wiping out enemies like a machine gun. And collecting magic stones has become an automatic process. Kim Jong-gam's subspace ability has become ridiculously overpowered. Eventually, they reach Bampo Bridge only to find it completely destroyed. Apologizing to the colonel for the delay, Jong-gam explains they need a new route. The officer decided to rest inside the subspace while they searched for a new route. Reaching the bridge from Gangnam in just an hour is a miracle. Jong-gam's ability helped a lot, but most of the credit goes to the goofy young Soo behind the wheel. Yet his driving is incredible. Watching him weave through the ruins is enough to make anyone dizzy. The first time the colonel rode with him, he nearly threw up, quickly realizing that the only way to avoid motion sickness was staying inside the subspace. The colonel has grown to respect Kim Jong-gam and young Soo after their journey across the ruins. They finally reach a bridge that looks old and shaky, but Kim Jong-gam suddenly hesitates, spotting suspicious figures lurking ahead. Looking closer, he sees the massive, legendary walls of Il-Jiru looming in the distance. The structure is so immense that no vehicle could ever pass through it. Determined to find a way in, he decides the only option is to get closer and investigate. He pauses, scanning the perimeter. After dropping Han Yang-ho off at his stop, the group continues their journey toward Yongsan. Kim Jong-gam wishes the colonel luck on his urgent mission before they split up. Now his mind turns back to finding a way into Il-Jiru, where his little sister might be trapped behind walls even taller and tougher than imagined. He wonders if he can eventually grow strong enough to absorb the entire wall into his subspace. Kim Jong-gam knows he is far from the level he needs to reach to upgrade his subspace. He must grind for hours, collecting hundreds of magic stones every single hour. Han Yang-ho suggests that other awakened individuals join the government to receive supplies and mana stones, hoping they might find stability in a structured environment. However, Kim Jong-gam politely turns him down, declaring that finding his family is the only priority that matters. For him, magic stones are easily gathered by hunting monsters. He can provide for himself. Han Yang-ho is disappointed by the refusal, but understands the resolve of the man. He suggests that a trip to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters might offer a different opportunity, specifically the use of helicopters. Han Yang-ho is likely right. Meanwhile, chaos grips headquarters as reports pour in of major territories falling. With entire divisions wiped out, it seems only I-Corp retains any real fighting strength. They have very little power left. In such a mess, it is hard to know if any true government is still functioning. As the military struggles for clarity, a sudden interruption breaks the director's gloomy thoughts. The messenger arrives with Colonel Han, the commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, having survived the destruction of his entire unit. He delivers his report in person, but the real blow comes in the form of documents proving that I-Corp is planning a rebellion. In person, recounted his harrowing escape back to headquarters and delivered a perfect salute. The heavy evidence confirms that I-Corp is actively planning a rebellion. The director can only watch in shock as betrayal grows right under his nose. After thanking the men who assisted the colonel, the director turns to Kim Jong-gam's request. The request is for a helicopter in exchange for supplies. Because such transport is so valuable, the director agrees to the deal, but only on one condition. Kim Jong-gam must officially join the military as an awakened operative. The government is desperate for control, believing Kim Jong-gam's power could change everything. To force him into service, the military had no choice but to keep the helicopter, so Kim Jong-gam accepted the director's decision and wished him luck getting under to his vehicle. After saying goodbye, Kim Jong-gam headed back, and the director was left confused and annoyed, realizing his attempt to manipulate him had failed miserably. He had badly misread Kim Jong-gam's resolve and believed there was a way in, but realizing his mistake, he returned with a second offer, one more mission. In exchange for the transport, Kim Jong-gam took the deal. Soon, a massive battalion rolled out, with military vehicles lining up in a long convoy. At the front, Kim Jong-gam sat calmly sipping juice, appearing more bored than nervous before the coming battle. The director briefed him on the objective. Seoul Station, once a hub for reserve awakened people, still holds survivors who need extraction. But the path is blocked by a road teeming with skeletons. The skeletons weren't deadly on their own, but they were a persistent pain to deal with. Unless you hit the core in the bottom right rib, they just kept coming back. Kim Jong-gam's job was simple: clear the path and rescue the survivors. The soldiers were stunned. A task they had feared for weeks was being handled by a young man with a strange power. When they reached Seoul Station, the awakened survivors cheered as the military loaded them into armored vehicles. The rescue was moving fast, and thanks to Kim Jong-gam, the undead couldn't stop the retreat. With the civilians safe, the director told Kim Jong-gam and Young Soo to move out. For ordinary soldiers, fighting these monsters was an exhausting chore, but Kim Jong-gam cut through them easily. Even as he cut through the common undead, Kim Jong-gam knew a rare monster was still lurking among the bones. They believed the creature was indestructible, like always. Kim Jong-gam opened a portal and fired a barbell disc, but the target they struck was no ordinary skeleton standing in their path. It was a skeleton knight. The skeleton knight stood before the convoy, staring them down, and suddenly it began speaking in a strange tongue. No one could understand the words, but the creature was clearly trying to communicate. Driving its sword into the ground, it reached for a magic stone and grabbed the glowing object in one hand. It crushed the stone into dust to facilitate speaking human language. The knight introduced himself as Sir Gawain, one of the Skeleton King's 12 knights, addressing the humans as mere otherworlders. He mocked their metal projectiles and questioned why Kim Jong-gam was behaving like a mage by trespassing in skeleton territory. The knight insisted on proper negotiations, but Kim Jong-gam had no interest in talking. Kim answered by hurling another barbell disc, which Gawain sliced in half with shocking speed, warning that such attacks couldn't even scratch his armor. Kim Jong-gam ignores the knight's lecture and launches 4 more barbell stacks to settle this his own way. The knight effortlessly knocks aside the first one and slips past the second, preparing to strike again. With terrifying precision, the knight slices the remaining steel out of the air, stopping them cold. These flawless moves bring the skeleton knight dangerously close to the convoy. While Young Soo panics, Kim Jong-gam watches closely, noting how the monster avoids direct hits despite its power. He realizes he needs a sure hit, so he spends 50 magic stones to unlock a new ability, tracking delivery. He fires a heavy steel disc straight at the knight's chest, but the monster mocks the predictable attack. He's a fool. Then the knight is blindsided as the disc suddenly curves in midair, honing in on its target. Before Gawain could finish his boast, a new threat arrives. A bowling ball flies from nowhere, smashing the knight's head and dropping him. The skeleton knight recovers with renewed caution, but a second impact cracks his skull, forcing him to feel a sensation he hasn't felt in ages: fear. That paralyzing fear gives Kim Jong-gam the opening he needs. Inside the car, Kim Jong-gam begins rattling off commands like a gamer entering. Cheat codes. Targeting specific points on the skull, each command sends a bowling ball to a set, into a demolition. The knight into a punching bag as fractures spread across his bones. Deciding to end the fight, Kim Jong-gam tells the convoy to retreat.
while the knight is still dazed.
But the window of opportunity is closing. Just as they prepare to leave, Gwain's curses turn into desperate pleas as bits of bone fly everywhere under the relentless pounding. The combined strike shatters the skeleton knight at last, but even as he breaks, Gwain maintains his pride. He praises Kim Jong-gam as an impressive mage and warns him that this is not over, for skeleton knights do not die. Even in death, he claims they still serve the Night King. As his bones fall apart, 3 items dropped. A single red reinforcement shard emerge. Kim Jong-gam quickly pulls the loot into his portal, leaving the soldiers speechless. They just watched a young man taking down a monster that tank shells couldn't even scratch, utilizing nothing but only flying discs and bowling balls. The survivors burst into cheers, their fear breaking alongside the unkillable knight. Meanwhile, at HQ, the director hears the report in disbelief. He had clearly told Kim Jong-gam to avoid the knight, but the young man ignored the order to win in spectacular fashion. The director swallows his pride and begs for Kim Jong-gam's help, but the protagonist politely refuses. His family still comes first. For now, the army sees Kim Jong-gam as a vital ally, so the director focuses on providing the helicopter he earned. But the victory felt far too close. Beating a skeleton knight that everyone thought was impossible to kill was no small feat. If even one more enemy on Gwain's level had appeared, the mission would have failed. Now, the grim reality sets in. If one knight is this dangerous, there must be 11 more out there. The realization is chilling. High above the chaos, the military looks toward the mysterious walls, wondering if anyone can survive within them. The director hopes Kim Jong-gam's family is safe inside, but the protagonist is more concerned about his terrifying sister Jui than the monsters. A new danger looms as the top of the walls begins to grow inward, like a roof that the roof is closing in to beat the clock. Kim Jong-gam finally reaches the helipad. He looks at a beat-up helicopter and it looked like it had barely survived a war, and Jong-gam wondered if this scrap heap was truly his reward. But for escaping the walls, that was enough. Then the director pointed the way elsewhere. Across the rooftop, a gleaming treasure awaited. Kim Jong-gam and Young-soo froze at the sight, while the director smiled with pride. Young-soo looked like a natural in his flight jacket, though Jong-gam remained shocked by the sudden turn of events. The driver, Young-soo, cut the director off, thanking him for the Black Hawk helicopter. He was already eager to take the controls, prompting the director to wonder if the man was actually a pilot. Young-soo quickly admitted he had never flown anything, but a strange feeling of certainty washed over him as read a system message. Registering the helicopter with 50 magic stones would grant him instant flight mastery. With the promise of expert skill at his fingertips, he eagerly shared the news with the others. Young-soo's driver ability allowed him to control vehicles with ease, but he previously thought it only worked on familiar models. Instead of traditional leveling, his skill grows by registering each new vehicle. This discovery, that he was building a bigger lineup one vehicle at a time, made everything click. Then the director pulled a suitcase from the Black Hawk and set a fortune of 200 magic stones in front of Kim Jong-gam. The stones were intended used as a surprise, but now he offered them so Young-soo could register the helicopter immediately. The two men thanked him sincerely, and without wasting any time, the process began. Young-soo grabbed 50 stones and started the registration. The moment it finished, a flood of piloting knowledge rushed into his head. His smile twisted into something wild, leaving even Kim Jong-gam with chills. Grinning, Young-soo declared he had the beast figured out and told Kim Jong-gam to get in. Uneasy, Kim Jong-gam cautiously asked if they could fly a little slower, but Young-soo just laughed. Young-soo isn't one for slow driving, and he dives into the pilot's seat like a man possessed, frantically flipping switches while telling Kim Jong-gam to brace himself for a wild ride. As they speed forward, Jong-gam turns his attention to the mission ahead. He opens his inventory to check his current magic stone count. The system works quickly, converting his large stones into hundreds of smaller ones, bringing his total to a staggering 1,393. Even he was stunned by the sudden wealth. He spends 1,000 of them to force a subspace upgrade to level 3, a process that will take several minutes. While waiting for the upgrade to finish, he inspects an enhancement stone. The one he holds is a fire type, a realization that sparks a sudden, brilliant idea in Jong-gam's mind. The potential for power is limitless. The real challenge was deciding which weapon to risk with the upgrade, since the outcome was a complete unknown. He weighs his two main weapons, the iron pillars and the bowling ball. Since the skeleton warriors shred the pillars, he chooses the ball. After the upgrade, it becomes a fire bowling ball with. After registering the new item, Pax announced it was time to leave. Young-deom tried to steady his nerves, but Young-soo had already fired up the helicopter. As the Black Hawk rose, Jong-gam's anxiety only mounted. From the ground, the director saluted, hoping Jonggam would finish his mission and return home safely after finding his family. Jonggam offered a quick thumbs up, but his attention was suddenly snatched away by a system alert. His subspace upgrade was complete, unlocking new items, advanced upgrades, and a way to increase the shipping limit using magic stones. He looked down at his new skill, and his jaw dropped. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, leaving the director feeling uneasy at his expression. Kim Jonggam had already been more than generous with his mana stones and the Black Hawk helicopter. The director worried his sudden silence meant something was wrong, but Jonggam was actually staring in awe at a brand new skill. His subspace had evolved into a subspace laboratory, granting him transport and healing capabilities. For Jonggam, this changed everything. The power to register anything from the military or Logitech center, but no longer limited to pre-registered cargo. The system imposed one limit: new items still had to qualify as military or Logitech cargo. Wondering if the helicopter counted, he attempted to register the massive vehicle. It would cost 107 magic stones, and with a simple acceptance, the deal was done. Meanwhile, the director was walking toward the base when a familiar roar echoed through the air. He turned to see Kim Jonggam and Young-soo flying overhead. The director's heart sank, fearing the helicopter might be damaged, but a large portal suddenly tore open through the air. A Black Hawk helicopter tumbled out, followed immediately by a second one from another portal. Kim Jonggam waves with a smug grin before flying off, leaving the director staring at the two brand new machines. He had originally provided only one of. As the director grows more worried by Kim's impossible feats, the scene shifts to the city. Kim Jonggam finally reaches the massive city, where the towering walls are slowly closing in like a heavy roof. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to a grim, dark castle. An evil presence fills the halls, centering on a giant throne where the Skeleton King sits. In a harsh, clicking voice, the king ponders a mystery. Earth's permit should only allow Tier 8 beings, meaning even a king must lower his rank to enter, so why would a powerful wizard risk that loss? Even stranger, that wizard invaded his domain and killed Gwaine. The king is speaking of Kim Jonggam. The Skeleton King arrived from another dimension to conquer this A-tier world, assuming any other intruder is an outsider. Seize the planet for himself. Beside his throne, a skull-shaped purple flame, the spirit of a knight named Lancelot, spoke of the danger Kim Jonggam poses. After learning Kim killed the knight Gwaine, the king decides there is no room for two rulers on this land. Lancelot warns that an intruder is approaching the castle, but the king remains indifferent to the pest. Meanwhile, back in the city, Kim Jonggam and his companions move through the streets. Suddenly, a bat-like monster drops from the shadows, but Kim wipes it out in a single hit with his flaming bowling ball. As they descend, Young-soo warns that landing won't be easy because a skeleton knight is already engaged in combat below, wielding a lethal lance instead of a sword. The knight launches a brutal magical attack at a human woman who suddenly comes into view. To Kim Jong-gam's shock, she gathers magic into her fist and delivers a punch so powerful it sends the knight flying. As the skeleton knight crashes from above, Young-soo worries about facing both combatants, but Kim realizes that one of them is his older sister. Stunned, Young-soo asks which one, to which Kim replies, "It's the one who just launched that knight away." As the fog lifts, Sol is fully revealed, standing with a confidence and power that makes her look absolutely unstoppable. Sol's strikes are perfect, yet the skeleton refuses to die despite the relentless beating. 2. Ever since she saw martial arts on TV as a child, she was hooked and became a relentless fighter, using her brother Kim Jong-gam as a practice dummy for her skills. Her hunger for competition only grew, leading her to dominate anyone who dared to challenge her. Even losing taught her something new, fueling a drive to find someone worthy to beat. Instead of being discouraged, Sol fell in love with the feeling of losing, giving her a new target to chase. A powerhouse in the junior divisions, but her obsession with strength came at a heavy price. Her relentless drive pushed her physical limits. Keep improving, until her relentless drive finally turned unhealthy. In the end, the cost of her strength was tearing the cruciate ligaments in both legs. Her ambition led to a cycle of injury, recovery, and setbacks. Yet Sol overcame them all to become one of Korea's top 10 fighters. Watching the fight from above, Young-soo is mesmerized. Kim Jong-gam tells him to remain calm as they descend, but Young-soo mutters that Sol looks more like a monster than a person. As the skeleton knight closes in, he demands to know why he can't land a single blow. Sol's response is cutting. "You're just too slow." She laughs, dismissing his confusion by stating it's nothing more than pure martial arts. Blinded by her skill, the knight praises her potential to become a legendary warrior. But Sol isn't interested in his compliments, she just mutters. The knight continues his speech about ranks and skeletons, even offering to ask the Skeleton King to spare her in the city. But he never gets the chance, as a flaming bowling ball suddenly slams into him, obliterating his skeletal form. Sol stares in confusion at the weapon at her feet, wondering how this strange object could achieve what her martial arts could not. As she ponders, valuable mana and enhancement stones emerge from the remains of the knight. The loot is instantly sucked into a portal, a device shaped like a piece of corn hovering nearby. Then a helicopter descends from the sky. Kim Jong-gam steps out with a grin, jokingly greeting Sol for her usual habit of beating people up. Sol freezes in total shock, staring at Kim with her mouth wide open. Later, a massive feast is laid out as Kim and Jui sit in silent amazement, watching as Sol tears through the incredible mountain of food. Finally, Jui asks if Sol's strength comes from some power, but Sol reveals her power is purely natural. The barrier only protects her from outside attacks, she says, acting as if her immense power is nothing special. Jui warns her to slow down before she gets sick. Kim laughs, noting she's eaten like this since they were kids. He reassures Sol that Young-Soo's family is safe in the subspace and tells her to visit them. But as Sol asks if they are leaving now, Kim stands up, urgency in his eyes. The ceiling is closing fast, and he doesn't know what's coming next. Seeing his sisters safe is a relief, but Kim knows he has one more mission, to find their older brother. Even Sol admits his ability feels like cheating, but there is no time for stories now. The lighthearted teasing between them finally settles into a moment of genuine family warmth. Kim Jong-gam knows he must gather enough mana stones to ensure the fortress can protect the whole city. He needs them before the portal closes entirely, but his heart drops as the ceiling slams shut, plunging everything into total darkness. He immediately jumps onto his Black Hawk and flies upward, unleashing 5 blazing fireballs at the fortress wall with all the strength he can muster. But even after that devastating, the fortress remains completely unharmed without even a single scratch. A chill runs down Kim's spine. If this did nothing, should he try to move the entire city into his subspace? The idea is tempting but far too risky. Dragging something that massive into his dimension could cause unknown chaos. He has already exhausted his last mana stones just to expand his portal enough to fit the Black Hawk. Now he is completely out of resources, left to wonder what his mission will do to the people he is trying to save. Dragging an entire city into his subspace would be madness, and Sol agrees, noting that the Skeleton Knight's final words were a chilling warning. She claims his death was merely being delayed, a fate she cannot fathom. Therefore, Kim realizes there is no alternative but to confront the Skeleton King directly, though finding him in this massive city seems impossible. The knight mentioned the king, but since Kim smashed him to pieces, that vital clue is lost forever. Before Kim can process this, the Demon King inside Young-Soo awakens, demanding to hunt the Skeleton King's castle. Kim realizes too late that Young-Soo has already succumbed to his demon form, cackling manically as he prepares to do something insane. He spins the helicopter in a wild circle, diving through the city skyline to scour every corner. Meanwhile, within the dark corridors of the Skeleton King's castle, the knight Lancelot informs his master that Kim's fireball obliterated their ally. The Skeleton King roars in fury at the news, his harvest threatened by this sudden intruder. Lancelot warns that no need to search for the threat, the enemy is already on his way. But Lancelot reassures him, the intruder is already here. Watching the helicopter approach, the ruler of the undead castle watches the intruder. He watches, wondering if it is merely some wizard's trick. But the sight is too real, and the king notes that even an undead being like himself would find Kim's presence unsettling. The Skeleton King dismisses the mystery, focusing only on the threat. Whoever is coming will die for ruining his plans. Within the massive chamber, bat monsters cling to the walls, waiting to ambush anyone who dares enter the massive doors. Opens, Kim stumbles into the room, looking half dead. Kim Jong-gam stumbles into the chamber, muttering about how he's never riding a helicopter again after that nauseating flight. Then Sol, the top martial artist, catches sight of something behind him, and a massive fanged bat monster dives straight toward his neck.
A lethal strike.
Sol intercepts the threat with a brutal punch, causing the monster to explode and snapping Kim out of his dizzy haze. He tries to thank her, but she tells him to stop acting so stiffly. Suddenly, her expression shifts into something far more serious. Her eyes scan the darkness, searching for the source of a growing tension. She looks toward the shadows and hardens her stance, whispering that there is more than just one creature here. Suddenly, countless red eyes ignite in the darkness. Realizing the true scale of the trap, Sol is still by his side, and she lives for these kinds of fights. A predatory grin spreads across her face as the monsters close in. Now, this is better, she says, her excitement building. One monster would have been far too boring, With a sudden burst of speed, Sol rockets into the hallway, leaving Kim behind as she leaps high into the air to crash down on her foes. Sol smashes a bat monster's skull under her boot, moving with a fluid and savage grace. Her ferocity is so intense that the remaining monsters begin to shake, losing their nerve. Each strike she delivers is clean, fast, and heavy with devastating force. Tears through them, smashing them apart, like she's having fun. Even when a monster sneaks, she barely reacts, simply grabbing the creature before it can even finish. She slams the beast into the floor so hard it shatters, leaving the ground soaked in blood. Sol's wild laughter echoes through the room as the carnage escalates. Kim is worried too. Despite her joy, Sol keeps taking dangerous hits. He backs into his portal with an idea, using his subspace to construct a powerful electric trap to fry them. When the device activates, the current pulls them in and fries them one by one. Sol shoots Kim an annoyed look, wondering if this is really his way of fighting. It's boring. Kim calmly says he's only helping, but Sol tells him to stay out of it. They continue to argue even as the battle rages around them. Outside the chamber, Lancelot reports that Kim Jong-gam is struggling, but he isn't alone. The report is troubling. A second fighter has joined Kim Jong-gam, and she is just as powerful as Lancelot himself. This makes the battle messier than the Skeleton King anticipated, forcing him to weigh the risks of calling for reinforcements. Even at the same 8th tier, Kim Jong-gam and Sol together pose a threat too great for a single combatant to manage. Realizing he cannot win alone, the Skeleton King begins an ancient summoning spell. As Lancelot's projection fades, 3 reinforced stones begin to swirl around the skull as the mana builds. Meanwhile, deep within Kim Jong-gam's subspace, the ritual is countered by preparation. Electric gear and copper coils are laid out for a new weapon. Kim Jong-gam crafts a specialized electric repellent bat for Sol, a weapon that hums with lethal power. As they exit the subspace, Sol jokes that Kim's crafting skill is a total scam, though she warns him not to interfere in her upcoming fight. But as she steps out, a sudden itch on her neck causes her to pause. Kim wonders if the bite was actually something far more sinister. She mentions a system notice claiming her impure energy was purged, leaving Kim terrified that she might be turning into a vampire. Seeing his worry, Sol just laughs and tells him he'll have to kill her if she does become one, sharing a brief moment of levity before the tension returns. Elsewhere, the Skeleton King turns toward Kim, sneering with heavy sarcasm. The Skeleton King sneers that the arcane name must be ashamed of Kim's reckless mess, claiming he has no right to interfere in these lands. With a furious roar, the king vows to kill him, driving Kim and Sol into a state of confused disbelief. Kim and Sol trade confused, looks as the king's nonsensical insults trigger a deadly rage. He orders Lancelot to kill them both. At once, Lancelot finally emerges, a terrifying presence clad in massive silver armor with 4 glowing eyes and a giant sword built to cut. Sol just grins at the sight, clearly bored with weak monsters and eager for a real fight. She gives Kim one final warning, telling him not to get in the way before charging headlong into the fray. Lancelot reacts instantly, lunging to throw his massive blade at her, but Sol barely dodges before his crushing follow-up strike shatters the very air and sends a shockwave through the room that even Kim can feel from a distance. Sol glances at Kim, jokingly admitting the bat wasn't the problem. Lancelot is just absurdly strong. Even without her weapon, she refuses to back down against the knight who looks completely unbeatable. Watching from afar, the Skeleton King brags that this is his strongest knight, and Kim notices Sol's tension. Since the martial artist almost never admits when an opponent is powerful, she confirms his fears. Lancelot is truly dangerous. Desperate to assist, Kim offers Sol the magic stone if she can take him down, promising to supply her with endless weapons in return. Sol rejects the deal with a smirk, declaring that whoever lands the final blow claims the prize, and Lancelot won't stop her. Kim unleashes 5 blazing shots from his ignite bowling balls, but Lancelot simply draws his sword and cuts through them all in one swing. Molten liquid spills from the broken projectiles, but even the fire cannot slow his advance. Kim unleashes more from every angle, yet Lancelot slices through them all like they are nothing. While the knight focuses on the projectiles, Sol seizes an opening and charges forward. She rushes in and lands a punch with full power, but the blow lands without causing a single scratch. She follows up with a flurry of strikes to his face and chest, yet nothing works. Desperate, Kim fires another ignite bowling ball directly at Lancelot's head, sending him flying, but the knight stands up completely unharmed, staring back with those terrifying glowing eyes. A sickening sense of dread washes over Kim, and the feeling reminds him exactly of the overwhelming power of the Black Wyvern. Trusting that deadly instinct, Kim opens his subspace to pull Sol inside. Furious, she demands to know why he interfered, but Kim explains that even the Skeleton King might have been split by that hit. Lancelot didn't even flinch. Facing the impossible, Sol reluctantly admits she can't beat him alone. Lancelot slams his sword into Kim Jong-gam's barrier, moving with such terrifying speed that even Sol is shaken.
This knight feels truly dangerous.
If they keep fighting like this, they'll both die, yet the barrier holds against the constant heavy strikes. Then Kim notices Lancelot is standing dangerously close to the barrier, and he thinks that if he fires, volley of fireballs, only to watch in horror as the knight effortlessly slices through them all. However, the situation is getting worse. This isn't just strength, it's something impossible. Kim watches in disbelief as Lancelot cuts down every projectile, but mere shadows. From a distance, the Skeleton King watches the scene and looks bored with a smug smile. He mocks Kim for hiding behind a barrier and declares Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior, immune to all of Kim's abilities and completely unbeatable. The unstoppable knight, sitting upon his throne, the Skeleton King recalls the massive resources he spent to reach Earth. He only summoned Lancelot to survive Kim and Sol, but their weakness annoys him. He regrets the risk if this is all they have to offer. Then he notices something strange. Kim has stopped using magic altogether. Instead, the man keeps pulling odd items out of his subspace one after another. As the realization hits, the Skeleton King's eyes light up with a new plan. Meanwhile, Kim is completely out of ideas. Desperate, he hurls ignite bowling balls at Lancelot, but the knight slices them apart effortlessly. Kim is officially stuck. Then, the Skeleton King suddenly laughs and commands Lancelot to stand down. These aren't mere wizards, he decides, but potential allies for his true ambitions. Lancelot immediately obeys and retreats. The Skeleton King rises from his throne and approaches Kim's portal, initially mistaking the pair for wizards, but he quickly realizes they are just ordinary humans. However, it is Kim's strange power that truly captivates him. Power. Kim remains entirely oblivious to his madness. The Skeleton King reveals he has been using reinforced stones forged through human sacrifice inside Camelot Castle. Obtained from the knights Kim has already slain. His original plan was to slaughter the entire nearby city to build an unstoppable army, but he sees a much more efficient path forward. He proposes a partnership, offering to rule the universe alongside Kim by using Kim's endless replication power to multiply those stones. As the king laughs at his grand vision for cosmic dominion, Kim remains silent. The silence breaks when Kim suddenly bursts into a mixture of laughter and tears, leaving the Skeleton King utterly confused. Telling the king he has just solved all his problems, Kim issues a sudden, final command: Pax, put Camelot in subspace. In an instant, the entire castle disappears right before the Skeleton King's eyes, shrinking away into Kim Jong-gam's subspace. The Skeleton King and his knights are left stranded outside, staring at the empty space where their fortress once stood. Stunned and furious, the king can only stare, unable to comprehend the sudden loss of his dominion. Meanwhile, the massive fortress appears in Kim Jong-gam's hand, now no larger than a toy. Sol looks at the shrunken castle and casually remarks that it looks pretty small now. The Skeleton King explodes with rage, screaming at the intruders for destroying his life's work. In a desperate fury, he gathers a dark purple orb of dead souls to wipe them out. Ghost-like spirits rush toward Kim Jong-gam's portal, desperately trying to break through. But the onslaught fails, leaving Kim Jong-gam and Sol completely safe from the spectral assault. As the chaos settles, Kim Jong-gam remembers the name of the fallen knight, Lancelot. Lancelot suddenly appears in front of Kim Jong-gam, but the dark aura that once defined him is gone. Bathed in a warm golden light, Lancelot accepts Kim Jong-gam as his new lord and immediately obeys.
The order to kill the king.
With one swift, devastating slash, Lancelot cuts the Skeleton King in half, leaving the monster no chance to defend or even react. A final heavy strike to the back delivers judgment, and the Skeleton King collapses, his power shattered. As his remains scatter across the ground, the Skeleton King fades away. In his wake, a golden mana crystal shines brightly, signaling a massive reward for Kim Jong-gam. Since Lancelot has transferred the Night King's dimensional account, it now belongs to Kim. Upon checking the new feature, he discovers a staggering 3,086 mana stones waiting inside. A single victory has granted him thousands of stones at once. Even with a fortune waiting, Kim wonders how he'll ever use so many stones. Meanwhile, Sol places a hand on his shoulder, demanding a massive cut of the loot, demanding 1,000 mana stones as payment. The life she saved in the Skeleton King's castle, Kim isn't buying her gangster-like demands, especially since he provided the weapon that let her fight Lancelot for a while. Sol counters that since they saved each other, 500 stones is a fair compromise. Kim smirks and suggests she should start paying rent for her free stay in his subspace. Sol calls him stingy, But after a brief clash of wills, Kim finally yields. The debt is settled, but the mood shifts when Sol asks about the future. Their conversation is cut short as Lancelot stepping out into the light. The giant knight approaches, leaving Sol to wonder what Kim intends to do with such a powerful companion. As he reaches his master, Lancelot bows deeply. The Skeleton King is dead, and the knight's mission is complete. Now, he simply waits for his next command from Kim Jong-gam. But what follows is a sight no one could have expected. The formidable Lancelot stands perfectly still, acting as a living seat for Young-soo's daughter who sits atop his helmet. Kim, Jui, and Sol watch in absolute shock at the bizarre scene. Even Young-soo and his wife stand frozen nearby. While the mother is delighted to see her usually shy daughter playing so freely, Young-soo looks utterly crushed by the surrealism. It is the first time the child has opened up so quickly to a stranger. Lancelot continues to play with the girl, calmly stating that serving his lord's companions is part of his duty. He even admits he loves children, treating her like
One of his own.
From a distance, Jui watches the scene with a warm smile, admiring the knight's gentle nature. Kim Jong-gam remains skeptical, muttering that calling a skeleton knight a person still feels strange. After all, no one knows what truly lies beneath that armor. Young-soo tries to play the hero, but his daughter finds Lancelot far more interesting than her boring father. Even his wife can't help but tease him, choosing the real knight over a fake one.
That clearly stings.
Amidst the laughter, Kim Jong-gam is momentarily distracted by a bizarre thought about Lancelot and Young-soo's wife. Young-soo carries his daughter to bed, looking completely happy for he could ever need. As the area clears out, Sol turns her attention to Kim Jong-gam. With a sly grin, Kim Jong-gam prepares to focus on the business at hand. He calls out Camelot Castle, and a tiny version of the fortress appears in his hand as a one-of-a-kind great item called the Palace of the Cursed Knight. This broken item expands with mana stones, offering terrifying abilities like summoning ghosts and creating elite knights. Investing 300 stones, Kim Jong-gam watches as the castle expands to fit his ambitions. Lancelot notes that the castle will eventually be used mostly for summoning while the knights reside in the subspace, leaving Sol in shock. He even mocks the size of the fortress, claiming it's nothing compared to Kim's massive subspace, even when compared to the Skeleton King's former home. Sol wonders about the astronomical cost, as the Skeleton King apparently used tens of thousands of mana stones to build it. Kim is left pondering a strange phenomenon. Even after storing such a massive structure, he hasn't felt the usual weight in his subspace. Attempting to clear his head, Kim asks Sol why she isn't resting, but she's been waiting for this moment to ask Lancelot a personal favor. Kim watches, surprised, as Sol demands that Lancelot teach her swordsmanship. Lancelot is eager to accept, but he insists on a trade. He will teach her his sword, but she must teach him her martial arts in return. Sol smirks, teasingly accepting the deal while boasting about her superior skills. She mocks the knight, challenging him to see if he can survive her brutal training. Sol isn't just interested in fighting, she's obsessed, still grinning. She suggests a sparring match before any real training, pushing him hard by the end. Lancelot has truly become a part of the group, almost like family. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Kim Jong-gam and Young-soo are watching the outside world. They both stop in their tracks when they spot military officers scouting the area with walkie-talkies, and Young-soo looks confused, wondering if others are leaving in the morning. Kim Jong-gam suspects something is off, but before he can speak, a helicopter roars. Overhead, they look up as it heads straight for the subspace's entrance. Young-soo notes the aircraft looks familiar, and as the blades slow, the general steps out looking absolutely thrilled to finally greet Kim Jong-gam. The general explains that traveling by helicopter is far too dangerous. Rebels have seized a military base and now control the air defense systems. If Kim and Young-soo were to fly out, they'd be shot down immediately. The threat is growing, and even a scouting team sent in a similar helicopter was destroyed mid-air. This means the fate of those people remains a mystery. The general's voice turns grim as he warns of the danger ahead. If Kim had chosen the skies, he likely would have died. Instead, he is forced to face a much more complicated path towards saving his family. Kim realizes the danger is real, and thanks the general for the warning, he's already thinking of a more lethal way forward. He knows that even if he finds his family, the growing military control over cities poses a massive threat. Kim decides to head to Donggu City, a military stronghold, to wipe out the enemy camp once and for all. With no hesitation, Kim summons a dark shadow from his subspace, prepared for a massacre. The shadow begins to answer the earlier question. A massive knight looms behind Kim, red-eyed and armed with a heavy shield and a gargantuan sword. The general freezes in sheer horror at the sight. This knight is 10 times stronger than the last. With a monster of this caliber obeying him, the general can barely process the reality. Kim Jong-gam explains his brother's new home is in Donggu City, making the nearby military camp an unavoidable obstacle. So he has no choice but to move forward. Meanwhile, at a ruined base elsewhere, goblin soldiers in military uniforms patrol with heavy weapons. A human hand visible in a cage reveals the grim truth. The goblins are holding survivors captive. Suddenly, a goblin narrows its eyes, but it sees nothing of Lancelot's ghostly head, which is sneaking through the base to scout their operations. Lancelot pulls back to avoid detection, moving through the shadows to gather more intel. Overhears. The goblin language is incomprehensible to him. However, he can clearly see their hierarchical rank structure, which dictates their power and control over the others. Having gathered enough vital information, the ghostly scout heads back to report. The system identifies the ability used for this scout as Phantom Summon, a technique allowing Kim to call upon the ghosts of Camelot at a high cost. It gives these knights the ability to phase through walls and fly, making them incorporeal to any physical attack. They can even switch between ghost and knight form freely, a trait that makes this ability perfect for scouting behind enemy lines. A few hours prior, the group had carefully studied their map to prepare for the mission. The plan was simple. Lancelot would scout the enemy camp to identify their numbers and anti-air weapons before they could move. However, they had to get close enough first, before the night could begin. 2.5 hours later, Lancelot returned to the Allied base with a report that left Kim completely stunned. The enemy soldiers had turned into goblins and over 200 civilians were being held as sacrifices. Lancelot also shared 3. Lancelot's report is chilling. The enemy has 9 anti-air guns, a commander in the eastern wing, and reinforcements on the way from Bangkok Dong. The group stands speechless as the scale of the threat settles in. Even security has been tightened, signaling that something monumental is coming. Kim Jong-gam can't grasp why anyone would choose to join the rebels, let alone lock up innocent civilians. Lancelot reveals the terrifying reason. They are using the captives to gain repulsive force. In this world, beings are sorted by a hierarchy, where higher-ranked entities are naturally protected from lower ones. It is an imperfect rule, but one that reminds Kim Jong-gam of the Skeletal Knight's deadly strike. The knight confirms Jui's fears. The enemy is using human sacrifices to climb that hierarchy. Lancelot's expression darkens, noting that such a shortcut suggests these beings have already made a deal with a higher power. Soul's anger boils over, demanding they storm the base and wipe out these monsters for their crimes. Kim Jong-gam remains pragmatic, knowing a direct assault is far from simple. The colonel agrees the danger is extreme. Lancelot's intel is vital, but the enemy is far stronger than anticipated. A direct strike could trigger a war with the First Legion, so they must act fast and gather enough troops to finish the job. Kim Jong-gam realizes they need overwhelming firepower to handle this target before the enemy moves on to Bangkok Dong, where his brother lives. He knows Lancelot, a powerful 7th hierarchy knight, could theoretically wipe out the base alone, but Lancelot suggests summoning another knight to bypass the anti-air cannons, but the cost in enhancement stones is prohibitive. Kim considers swapping Lancelot for a different knight, but he refuses to replace a comrade just to save resources. While grumbling about wishing he could duplicate stones inside his subspace, a memory surfaces. Lancelot remembers that they actually recovered an enhancement stone after the battle with the Skeleton King. Kim realizes his mistake and apologizes to the group after being met with judging looks. With the resources finally secured, Kim looks to his knight to decide which powerful ally they should summon.
Which knight they should summon?
Lancelot admits that while all 12 Knights of Camelot are exceptional, one particular warrior is the perfect specialist for this mission. Back at the goblin base, the prisoners are in terrible. Sweater, she's terrified as a goblin questions her strength and offers a twisted way out. She hesitates. The monster calls it a test, demanding something valuable in exchange for her life. From his sinister expression, she knows exactly what he wants. Suddenly, the goblin's head is severed instantly, leaving the girl paralyzed as Lancelot breaks. The girl steps out, still trying to understand what she just saw then. A flaming projectile streaks across the sky. A goblin looks up, unable to identify the incoming threat. It's a flaming ball that smashes into an anti-air cannon. Another goblin watches in confusion as the blast spreads in the distance and a flaming projectile is gripped. Bowling ball. The newly summoned knight, Bedivere, is already launching projectiles at the enemy while selecting his next target. Kim is confused by the one-armed man, wondering how a knight with only one arm could possibly be an archer. Lancelot explains that while Bedivere was once a renowned archer, a jealous commander cost him his arm during his service to the Duke. However, Bedivere adapted and mastered the use of throwing weapons, using a leather strap, a skill that earned him his rank among Camelot's 12 knights. Lancelot assures a skeptical Kim Jong-gam that he knows exactly what the knight is capable of. After scouting the base, Lancelot believes only the two of them are needed to finish this. Back in the Bedivere continues his long-range bombardment, one flaming ball cutting through the air to obliterate another anti-air cannon. Across the vast, spread-out base, a goblin senses the distant blast and watches in horror as another soldier is sent flying by a sudden strike. Panicking, he cries out for help, but his officer can't answer before silence falls. The sharp ring of a blade cuts the air, revealing Lancelot walking toward him. Trembling with fear, the goblin realizes the knight is entering a restricted area where no outsiders should be. Lancelot ignores the protests, advancing with a commanding presence, while Kim's system begins to flash with rapid alerts, announcing he has gained 4 magic stones, bringing his total to 2,686. The numbers jump again by 12, reaching 2,698, leaving Kim staring at the screen in shock. Thanks to his dimensional inventory, the stones are being collected automatically, yet the speed is dizzying. More alerts flood in 5, then 8, then another 5. Pushing the total to a staggering 2,788. As Saul and Kim wait for the signal to move, Kim can't stop wondering how this is possible. Look up. Bedivere's flaming projectiles collide mid-air, erupting in a massive blast that leaves the entire group staring in shock. The colonel watches in awe, noting that Lancelot's strategy combined with Bedivere's incredible skill makes special forces entirely unnecessary. Still stunned, Kim Jong-gam realizes the terrifying potential he'll hold once all 12 knights are under his command. But as the smoke clears from the sky, the battlefield shifts focus to the knight behind the destruction. Bedivere frowns at his map, realizing something is wrong. Despite his successful strikes, a strange red circle and an arrow point towards something unexpected. Elsewhere, Bedivere is struggling to retrace the route. He still cannot find his way. Frustrated by the lack of written directions, he abandons the map and decides to trust his gut instead. Back at the base, Lancelot violently slams a fist into a goblin's face, sending it flying, then stomps on the creature, making it scream. With a foot pressing the monster down, he warns it that holding back is exhausting, demanding the truth about the human sacrifices and the strength of the First Legion. The goblin laughs, shocked that Lancelot already knows so much, but the humor fades when the creature finally reveals the name of the one destined to change the world. Tone.
Jidu, an 8th-class bastard far beyond a goblin scale. Lancelot remains calm, stating he has never heard the name, then asks what this man wants with the
Goblin. But it's too late as the creature starts to admit his connection to Dumbly until Lancelot cuts him off with a violent kick that sends the goblin spinning away. Desperate to escape, the goblin lunges out a window into the open air, only to crash near a group of goblin soldiers on patrol. Landing is clumsy, and the commander clutches his injured foot. His soldiers immediately rush to his side. While the commander limps away, Lancelot drops from the building behind him, calmly stating there's no point in running. The soldiers surround their leader, swearing to him. One goblin raises a rifle to confront the knight, as Lancelot dryly notes how easily they throw their lives away, noting their foolishness is typical for their kind. Insulted, a goblin aims his rifle and boasts that their main force contains 8th rank fighters, and that he would have reached that rank himself if he had eaten just 10 more. Disgusted, Lancelot asks if they all turn into monsters so easily. The goblin smirks, bragging about how he has adapted to the new world. But Lancelot dashes in, driving his sword through the creature's neck before it can finish its boast. He coldly decides that such monsters don't deserve to live. The escaping commander watches in shock as blood sprays into the air. Lancelot pulls back his blood-covered sword and turns toward his next target. With danger closing in, the commander turns to run, but he suddenly freezes. He stares up, paralyzed. A helicopter approaches, flying through skies no longer protected by anti-air guns. Inside, Kim and Young prepare to land, but Kim warns it's too risky and suggests using the subspace instead. Amidst the chaos, the goblin commander realizes the government is attacking. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounds him. Fueled by that shadow, he brutally kills one of his own soldiers. Lancelot watches the vile display with disgust, while Kim descends from the helicopter to reach him. However, Kim's expression shifts to horror as he sees the commander's next move. The sight is truly revolting. The commander reaches down and grabs the fallen goblin's magic stones, and Lancelot curses the beast, noting it only reached 8th rank by greedily consuming those stones. As it mutates, his transformation is complete. When he turns, his eyes are blazing with an unnatural crimson rage.
Rage. Kim wonders if the commander threw away his humanity for power, but Lancelot dismisses the trick. Driven mad by fury, the
roars and charges headlong. Kim asks Lancelot his rank, but the 7th-ranked knight assures him that Bedivere can handle this. Easily from the rooftop, Bedivere readies a flaming projectile, glad he found the right place to fight. the mutated goblin's blood bursts everywhere. As Kim's system flashes, he has gained 322 magic stones, bringing his total to 3,542. The victory brings 3,542. As government reinforcements arrive, the head of operations reports that the knights are accelerating the rescue efforts. Feeling a rare moment of relief, Kim watches a soldier ask for the commander, only to point toward the mess where the goblin's body is lying. Lancelot apologizes, stating the only useful lead is the name of a high-ranking being, Tonicia. It is a name he has never heard before. With everything still shrouded in mystery, the head of operations suggests searching the building's files for answers. Lancelot points toward the shattered windows of the 4th floor, where the commander had been staying, noting the the 4th floor is overflowing with documents. Kim Jong-nam quickly interrupts, asking if his unique PAX system, his dimensional inventory, can store all the military papers in the building. The system agrees, calculating the cost of 120 magic stones to secure over 5,000 files. Kim Jong-nam doesn't hesitate to authorize it, desperate to find his family as. Confused by the error, Kim picks up the document to investigate. Lancelot explains that the document Kim holds is a registration form for dimensional beings, a key to raising one's rank. Looking at the papers, Kim sees a damaged version and a clean one. Lancelot warns that failing to register the proper way is how soldiers become monsters, like goblins. Since Earth is in its infancy, Lancelot notes that Kim is the only one who qualifies, given his victory over an 8th-ranked being and his dimensional account. To complete the process, one needs a dimensional account and a massive amount of magic stones. Lancelot urges Kim to register, assuring him that using the official form will prevent any monstrous transformation, provided that
The registration is properly handled, because this dimensional process adapts to each world. The document
changes itself to match the local language. This allows Kim to read the fine print, and after seeing the cost is only 1,000 magic stones, he signs it. The system confirms the registration is complete, leaving the path to true power wide open. With 2,422 magic stones secured, the registration form glows and crumbles into dust. Kim can only wonder where the system expects him to turn in the paperwork. Meanwhile, outside, a messenger on a motorcycle arrives to apologize for the delay, only to be met with the gruesome remains of the goblins. From high above, Bedivere watches the scene, curious if such a rider could be considered a horse. High up of a building, Bedivere observes. Back in the document room, the PAX scan has yielded over 40,000 pages of military records. Kim tells the colonel he is still worried about his family. He cannot stay to review these files. He must find them. He promises to return to help the government once his search is complete, and the colonel
wishes him luck as they depart. Kim tells Lancelot they must avoid being mistaken for government forces, but with the local area under rebel control, it is too risky for young Su to drive. As he goes downstairs, he admits it'll be slow and dangerous. But Kim Jong-nam quickly uses his subspace ability to secure a motorcycle, spending 22 magic stones from his remaining stash. It's just a motorcycle. The monsters raise their rifles, unsure if the passing vehicle is an authorized traveler or an intruder. Before the goblins can act, a heavy projectile slams into one of them with lethal force. The sudden strike leaves a body behind, instantly turning a routine patrol into a nightmare. Lancelot emerges from the shadows, turning the surviving goblins' final moments into a swift execution. With the path cleared, the team speeds away on 2 motorcycles, leaving the carnage behind. A lone goblin watches the motorcycles streak past, never having seen anything like them before. The chase ends abruptly when they reach their destination and stop. They arrive. Every sign indicates this is the home of Kim Jong-nam's brother. Kim Jong-nam knocks on apartment 1405 and calls for his brother, asking if anyone is inside, but the silence is the only answer he receives. The unit is wrecked, but wedding photos of his brother and new wife still hang on the wall, alongside bullet marks in the TV. Kim Jong-nam calls for his brother and sister-in-law once more, but there's no response. Because Lancelot worries for him, the knight asks to lead the way. They head inside, where the chaos suggests they didn't just leave, they fled in a desperate hurry. The note says they are heading to Uing-bu, but safety is no guarantee where soldiers are abducting people at random. While Kim reads, Bedivere and Lancelot finish clearing the apartment. Once the letter is finished, Kim feels a flicker of relief. Thinking his brother's family escaped before the Legion arrived, he hands the note to Bedivere, tasking the knight with showing it to his sisters in the subspace. Yet a chilling thought remains. If the Legion already owns this territory, his brother's trail might lead straight into a trap. Kim Jong-nam tells Lancelot they need to leave immediately, insisting that he will take the wheel this time. Lancelot agrees, but worries that Kim might have a phobia of driving, offering to take over the wheel, but before they can move, and is the turret begins blasting at the two of them. The machine opens fire, spraying bullets until it finally runs dry. For a terrifying moment, it looks like both men have been wiped out. Then the smoke clears, and Kim appears again, wincing at the impact of the bullets. Joking about his driving phobia, he commands Pax to store the Black Hawk helicopter in his subspace warehouse. The system demands 141 mana stones for the storage, leaving the goblin pilot stunned and demanding to know who they are.
The brutal turret fire.
After questioning if they are rank 8, the helicopter suddenly disappears into the void. The pilot panics as he falls from the sky, while Kim tells Lancelot they cannot waste a single second. The goblin's screams end abruptly with a splat. Kim reflects on the rebels they've cleared, but the discovery of a Black Hawk helicopter was a shock. All he can do is hope his brother's family is safe. Meanwhile, a group of goblins discusses how the high priest promised rewards based on how many offerings they gather, a task that has already taken several days. One goblin questions if they should keep pushing, noting that only one building remains standing. He mentions that a lieutenant's squad already captured 300 offerings, but taking that final building down won't be easy unless they are rank 8. The goblin lieutenant snaps at the coward, saying they should have called for backup or found an easier way. He berates them for their slow progress and orders the underling to work harder, then turns to a massive goblin to smash the building. The huge goblin only responds with an angry growl. The mutant goblin suddenly stops, paralyzed by the sight of something terrifying racing toward it. The figures are coming closer. Confused by the approaching chaos, the goblin lieutenant can only listen to Kim Jong-gam roar at the filthy creatures to get out of his home. Lancelot draws his sword to slice through the monsters before they can even react, while Bedivere simultaneously launches a flaming projectile at the mutant goblin to crush its head in a single blow. With the monsters decimated, the building they were protecting is finally cleared, revealing a sign for the Yongyeon tool shop, the place belonging to Kim Jong-gam's family. Inside the shop, terrified survivors peek through the walls, wondering if the danger has truly passed, and they call out to their father, asking why he is hesitating. Watching from a chair, the father tells them not to worry, explaining that Kim Jong-gam has arrived on a motorcycle flanked by skeletons, leaving them all in total confusion. While waiting for the chaos to subside, the father is lost in a flood of memories of his youth. He remembers his mother's wisdom, that people are the source of both good and bad, and how the love of those around him helped him rise after every failure. He recalls his dream of building a massive home for his family, a goal that drove him to master civil construction, despite the immense struggle. He watches the memory of his children growing into adults, from his married son to his sister Jui, who became a nurse. Their bright future was shattered when the monsters appeared, turning their world upside down. He survived the initial onslaught by fighting with nothing but hammers and tools, enduring a brutal struggle for food and water. Amidst the chaos of raiding neighbors and wandering monsters, the family had to hide in silence. During that desperate time, the shelter was reached by his son's in-laws, followed quickly by his son and daughter-in-law. Seeing his son covered in blood and tears, Kim's father could only embrace him and cry quietly. Luck finally turned when his daughter-in-law awakened the power to create water, solving a vital problem. However, the horror deepened as soldiers mutated into goblins, kidnapping civilians and further isolating the family. In the midst of this madness, he prayed desperately for his children's safety. Then a system screen appeared, and he awakened a power of his own, Architect. With this new skill, he immediately began reinforcing the tool shop, aided by his daughter-in-law's water. Inside the fortified shelter, the situation is dire. Soldiers have camped outside since yesterday, bringing a monster with them. They have come with a singular purpose, to destroy the refuge. But he has already prepared for this moment. He urges his eldest son to gather the family and head for the emergency tunnel. Though the path ahead is uncertain, he insists it is better than staying here to die. His wife's eyes fill with worry as she asks if he plans to stay behind. He offers a calm smile, promising to follow once they are safe, but an odd sound from the outside stops him mid-sentence. With no time left, he commands them to move faster before the goblins arrive. He peers through a hole in the wall, only to suddenly see the survivors fall silent, whispering in confusion as Kim Jong-gam freezes, staring outside with a stunned expression. He reassures them, it's just him, arriving on a motorcycle with Lancelot and Bedivere following closely behind. Walking up to the spiked barricaded tool shop, Kim Jong-gam points to the structure. He admits that all his strength doesn't matter if his family isn't safe. Suddenly, the door handle turns, catching him completely by surprise. As the door swings open, Kim Jong-gam stands paralyzed by disbelief, seeing his father standing there, asking if it's really him. At last, the reunion is interrupted as his family stares in alarm at the knights behind him. Kim Jong-gam quickly reassures them that these scary-looking men are actually allies, and then he opens a subspace portal,
revealing his two sisters safe and enjoying a massive meal inside. The sight alone brings them to tears of relief. His sisters notice the emotion and start sobbing as the reunited family sits down to share a proper meal for the first time in ages for their parents. It is an especially touching moment. Inspired by the feast, the mother decides to prepare a dessert, carefully placing slices of green grape over whipped cream on top of a cheesecake. She tastes the food and is shocked. While she believed in her own cooking, this mackerel is on another level. She turns to Juyeon's wife to ask if she is a professional chef. The wife smiles and accepts the praise. The mother declares that if the meal is this good, she cannot lose, so she completes her creation with a cheesecake. When it is done, she proudly offers it as thanks, calling it her green grape tiramisu with
Whipped cream. Juyeon's
wife is blown away by the taste. She and the rest of the family all marvel at the incredible flavor after trying it. Meanwhile, deep within the subspace, a rhythmic pounding echoes. Meanwhile, in the subspace, Lancelot finds himself facing an unlikely opponent, the family's father-in-law, who is busy repairing the knight's armor. The old man dismisses Lancelot's identity, instead challenging the knight to a traditional game called Jengi. Lancelot is completely lost until the old man scoffs at his lack of knowledge. While he lectures him, the old man reveals a powerful D-rank reinforcement stone. He explains it was scavenged from the remains of a monster battle between a rhino and a griffin. The old man hands the stone to Kim Jong-gam, believing the young man will need its explosive power. Kim accepts the gift with gratitude, and Kim Jong-gam promises to support his sister-in-law's family, offering anything they might need to make this subspace feel like home. It's a far cry from the soldier he once was. Jingyin laughs, teasing him about the cries he shed as a child whenever Seoul would hit him. It's a rare moment of levity amidst the chaos. After thanking him, Jingyun moves to check on his in-laws, noticing the jagged scar on Kim's brother's face. As Kim turns to face a new presence, it's his father, who expresses his relief that the family is safe and finds sanctuary within Kim's unique power. But then his father's tone shifts as he begins to say that good and bad things only happen when Kim finishes them for him, reminded by the importance of people. That reality remains heavy on his mind, especially remembering the time he helped survivors navigate a tunnel filled with. In a world torn apart by wyverns, Seoul's people still struggle against a harsh reality. The Colonel's confusion deepens when he learns Kim has headed for Pai Yu. Realization hits him like a physical blow. The First Corps is stationed there. In a heavy pause, panic sets in as he realizes Kim plans to face that entire military force alone. Meanwhile, as sunset paints the sky, Kim rides out toward the horizon. Deep within the subspace, counting loudly, up to 19, Seoul trains with relentless intensity, treating the punching bag like a lethal enemy. Twisting her body smoothly, she pours every ounce of strength into a kick that slams into the bag without stopping. She follows with a brutal punch that rips the fabric. The punching bag tears apart, sending pieces flying through the air. That makes 19 bags already destroyed by Seoul's relentless fury. She yells for Pax to bring another, complaining about his speed. Nearby, Juyeon watches with a joystick in hand while Pax grumbles about Kim's settings. As the brothers play, Seoul snaps that Kim refuses to let her leave the subspace and risk her life. Because of this, she has been beating non-stop on the bags she demanded for training. As they continue playing, Juyeon brings up her conversation about awakened powers. While they play, Juyeon brings up the topic of awakened powers. He reaches out to touch it, but his fingers find something unsettling. The scar is gone, vanishing as if it were never there. Jiwon insists the injury was serious, claiming the scar was definitely there yesterday. Before the memory of a terrifying man named Jin Song-hak resurfaces, Gwen recalls how the doctor used his power to brainwash the hospital staff, leaving her living in constant fear of his mental control. A moment of tension is broken when Jin Song-hak's wife appears, announcing that dinner is ready. The family gathers as the black rice is served, and she tells them to. However, a question lingers as the mother notices an empty chair where the grandfather sits alone with his back turned. Back in the subspace, Lancelot's brilliant strategy keeps the board game family members completely hooked. They are so mesmerized by his skill that they can barely focus on anything else. But that peace is shattered as the scene shifts to the battlefield. Tanks roll toward their target and open fire, launching a devastating assault. A massive explosion erupts, but a bright blue light bursts from the wreckage. Kim Jong-gam's subspace absorbs the blast, allowing him to immediately fire back with powerful missiles. While the tanks are annihilated, Lancelot's previous warnings about the first begin to resonate. With the threat of hostages removed, Kim Jong-gam no longer needs to hold back. He uses his subspace lab and a special enhancement stone to upgrade his Black Hawk and deployment system, pushing his strength closer to its true potential. Every stone counts, but the math doesn't add up. and Kim Jong-gam frowns at the system's low count. The realization hits him like a physical blow. A massive chunk of his resources is being siphoned off by Tonichia of the Mexica dimension and the traitorous Bong-su. Suddenly, Lancelot appears before him, bowing low to address his lord, reporting that he and Bedivere have successfully wiped out the goblin fields. After confirming he is unhurt, Lancelot provides the final confirmation Kim feared. Tonichia is indeed communicating with the rebels. Kim Jong-gam demands answers about the theft of his magic stones and the nature of the Mexica dimension. Lancelot explains that Mexica is likely the name of Tonichia's civilization, much like Earth is ours. The knight warns that Bong-su has been sacrificing people to other worlds, a betrayal far more dangerous than any enemy. Meanwhile, in a distant land, a mutant goblin stares in confusion at a system screen. Elsewhere, a mutant goblin stares in confusion at a system screen. The creature can't comprehend how magic stones are being deposited so quickly, or where the massive explosions are coming from. Standing by a sacrificial altar, the goblin wonders why no soldiers reported the sudden, violent firepower. Before he can finish, a missile from Kim Jong-gam punches straight through him.
The impact is instant.
The goblin is sent flying backward by the explosion, just as a new figure arrives to address the priest. After scaling the altar with Lancelot, Kim Jong-gam finally faces the creature he came to find. But the victory is short-lived. As Bong-su twists in pain, the red smoke from the camp begins to coat his wounds, healing him instantly. Lancelot realizes the danger immediately, noting that this dark red smoke is saturating the entire camp. The goblin stands fully restored, his eyes gleaming with a newfound twisted excitement. Kim Jong-gam stares in disbelief, realizing he is facing more than just a mindless beast. The mutant goblin explains that his soldiers were forged by greed, forced to consume magic stones before their bodies were ready. Because he possesses a dimensional account, the monster concludes, Kim Jong-gam must be an 8th level hierarchy. The goblin mocks their strength, claiming that Lancelot can't even scratch him, and he offers a deal: leave the area or face the consequences. To the arrogant monster, this fight is nothing but a
Minor inconvenience. That's simply a
waste of his precious time. While Lancelot scoffed at the threat, Kim Jong-gam focused on the strange red smoke rising nearby. He suspected it was connected to the sacrifices, but before he could solve the mystery, a low hum vibrated through the air, and dark red smoke began gathering high above them. The entire sky turned a blood-red hue, looking like the very end of the world. As Kim Jong-gam stared upward, something made his eyes go wide. A giant glowing red eye descends from the heavens, a terrifying sphere of light that freezes Kim Jong-gam in his tracks. He can only stare upward, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the nightmare unfolding above him. Chills run down his spine as he realizes this isn't just a monster, it's a high-ranking being. Bong-su simply smirks at his terror. The priest explains that while such beings are usually restricted by classification limits, Tonichia is different because he can descend in person. Bong-su brags about his power to summon such a creature before mocking Kim as a fool, offering him one chance to serve since his abilities are too useful to waste. But the plea for life is cut short when Lancelot rushes forward, ready to defend his master's honor. Bong-su smirks as his severed head begins to float back toward his body, proving his regeneration is truly unstoppable. As Tonichia watches from above, the goblin mocks the futility of their struggle, claiming he'll just keep coming back no matter how many times he's killed. He sneers at Lancelot's ignorance, trying one last time to recruit him. But the knight's loyalty is unshakable, and Lancelot declares that anyone threatening his master's safety will be cut down, no matter how many times it takes. Infuriated by the knight's defiance, the goblin sharpens his claws and sneers at the man he calls empty-headed. Bong-su charges with reckless abandon, daring Lancelot to strike him. In response, the knight abandons his sword and tightens his fists. If cutting can't kill this monster, Lancelot decides he'll beat it into oblivion. In a sudden flash, Lancelot drives a brutal punch into Bong-su's face, causing blood to burst from his mouth. But the monster simply grins, mocking the knight by claiming his immortality makes such strikes useless. Lancelot grabs the goblin by the hair, preparing to force a different kind of pain upon him. Fear finally replaces Bong-su's smug look as he stammers for mercy, but Lancelot refuses to listen. The knight begins a savage assault, hammering Bong-su with strikes so violent they spray blood in. Silence. Kim Jong-gam knows that without stopping Tonichia, this cycle of regeneration will continue forever. Looking up at the descending giant eye, Kim realizes the true threat is far more dangerous than a single regenerating monster. Kim Jong-gam flashes back to his battle with mind control, remembering how he used his subspace to dominate his enemies. As Lancelot continues to batter Bong-su into a pulp, Kim realizes there is only one way to stop the regeneration: isolation. Into the subspace, Lancelot hurls the monster toward the portal, and the system immediately flags the attempt to breach the barrier. With a quick command, Kim accepts the intruder and forces the monster into his dimension. Inside the subspace, Zhu Yan, a resident of the pocket world, continues her tasks. She briefly wonders if her brother has returned, but before she can finish the thought, a system alert screams a warning about unknown energy attempting to breach the perimeter. Zhu Yan watches in horror as a mangled skeletal goblin comes flying straight toward her from the sky. It hurtles through the air like a missile. But before it can crush her, a sudden movement catches the creature mid-air. Soul is already irritated by the subspace, and she glares at the goblin with pure annoyance. She spots something through the portal and with a terrifying grin begins dragging the monster along. Panic grips Kim Jong-gam as he frantically orders the system to close the portal and remove the creature's registration. The expulsion is violent, hurling Bong-su out of the subspace with enough force to knock out a tooth. Watching the carnage, Soul looks on with a mixture of amusement and deep-seated hate. Even as the portal shuts, she leaves a chilling warning about what the goblin's future holds.
Bong-su lies motionless on the ground, while Kim Jong-gam remains visibly shaken by the encounter.
The terror isn't caused by the goblin, but by the sheer intensity of the martial artist's aura. Even Tunisia was nothing compared to her. Suddenly a new system message flashes. Ownership of a dimensional account has been transferred. The mana stones merge instantly, bringing Kim Jong-gam's total to a staggering 14,823. He stares in shock at the massive windfall. As the tax notice vanishes, he realizes the dark connection to Tunisia has been severed and that ominous red-black smoke has finally vanished. Under a clear moonlight, Kim Jong-gam tells Lancelot that Tunisia is gone. Lancelot realizes the link must have been broken, and they guess the high-ranking being
May never
try to return. Exhausted by the sheer pressure of the fight, Kim Jong-gam finally lets go and collapses. He is jolted from his fatigue by shouting soldiers. The colonel arrives with a massive force of awakened fighters and asks him a question. The colonel arrives just in time, having braved the long climb up the stairs to reach the battlefield. The legend himself. The colonel stares at the broken body of Bong-su, wondering what kind of power could leave a monster in such a state. As the battle ends, the colonel holsters his weapon and takes in the scene, while Kim Jong-gam notices the heavy weapon on the soldier's back. Suddenly, a radio call breaks the silence. Captain Dio Keong reports a gruesome discovery from the first area. The rebels have been found as mummified corpses. The report is grim and confirmed. Every single one of them is dead, and the first area is now secure. After ordering his troops to focus on rescuing civilians and clearing the area, the colonel sighs in disbelief. He can't wrap his head around how Kim Jong-gam solved everything so completely. Kim Jong-gam ended the crisis, but the mystery of how the rebels were mummified remains unsolved. The colonel's formal apology catches Kim Jong-gam off guard, as the officer admits he should have reached out much sooner. Back then, the military thought they were offering something valuable, but they were wrong. They failed to realize that Jong-gam's power and reach far exceeded any standard recruit. As Jong-gam begins to stand, the colonel remains bowed in shame, lamenting the military's uselessness in the face of the crisis. Even with his pride wounded, the officer stays bowed and asks if Jong-gam is still willing to help. The request is deeply embarrassing. Countless citizens are still suffering, with families torn apart by the apocalypse. Many are badly hurt or living in terror because they still haven't awakened to their powers. The colonel reaches out, pleading for help to fix the damage caused by the government's failures, but Jong-gam makes it clear this isn't a deal. The colonel smiles, recognizing Kim Jong-gam's kindness in offering help without asking for anything back. Only then do they shake hands, sealing the deal. The colonel promises that military support will always be there whenever he needs it. Then, the colonel broadcasts a massive official order. Kim Jong-gam is being granted the rank of honorary colonel for his heroism. He commands all military personnel to respect and cooperate with the new officer immediately. Still stunned by the sudden promotion, Kim Jong-gam mutters that this really didn't need to go this far. After saluting him, the colonel tells him to get some rest. Blushing at the formal treatment, Kim Jong-gam protests that he isn't even a soldier, but the colonel simply praises his amazing job. As the colonel departs, Kim Jong-gam tells Lancelot to rest as well, only to realize he hasn't even thought about Bedivere. But the system delivers a frustrating reality. The subspace skill has limited range. Realizing the skill has its limits, Kim recalls that Soul was close enough to trigger the effect before. He decides to move, spending 10,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace with Lancelot by his side. Meanwhile, soldiers begin distributing food and water to the survivors, and Kim wonders what Bedivere is up to. The scene shifts to the quiet interior of a nearby building, where the focus turns to Bedivere. As he crouches over a pile of paperwork, Bedivere mutters something to himself. He claims he found something Kim will definitely like, admitting that changing routes was a smart move. Despite the find, he wonders why a random building would be overflowing with so many documents. The discovery is more significant than it looks. Bedivere has found a cache of multi-dimensional being registration requests. Kim opens a portal to the subspace, finding Sol waiting inside. After a brief scuffle with Zhu Yan, Kim realizes he can use the papers to allow Sol to fight safely. He explains that he was only protecting her, but the registration is the key to her freedom. He hopes this speech might save his life. However, Sol points out a major flaw. She still needs a dimensional account first. Before Kim can respond, a fist slams into his chin, sending him spinning, and Sol is already lunging toward him. Kim catches himself just in time, relieved that Sol's terrifying punch didn't actually hurt. Meanwhile, the system announces a massive upgrade to the subspace. A new life support system is unlocked, boosting healing within the realm. As Sol continues her chase, the knights look on. Juai laughs, telling the knights that Sol is just showing affection. She notes that Kim is now level 8, making him nearly immune to her strikes. But as Lancelot nods in agreement, Jui notices something terrifying. Lancelot and Bedivere are trembling. While Sol locks Kim in a chokehold, Jui suddenly screams that something is terribly wrong with the knights. Lancelot's hand hits the ground as he and Bedivere are hit by a sudden wave of agonizing pain. Kim and Sol rush to their side, only to find the knights incapacitated by an inexplicable suffering. They are burning alive from the inside. Lancelot can barely speak, admitting the intense itching has recently become unbearable, leading Jui to fear they have been poisoned. Sol recalls feeling a similar sensation after the Skull King's bite. Poisoned. Sol recalls a similar feeling after the Skull King's bite, causing Kim to search his memory for a logical explanation, eventually recalling the system messages he received. The new support skill that was just activated to assist them. The realization freezes Kim, making him wonder if the subspace's healing function is actually restoring the knights.
The knights.
While he ponders if leaving them outside was a mistake, Lancelot mentions feeling better whenever he is within Camelot. A new skill appears, Blood Ritual, inside Camelot. The red ceiling begins to glow intensely. A stone falls from the ceiling, hits the floor, prompting the two knights to kneel before their master. Kim picks up a newly formed white stone with resistance, noting it sits alongside an older blue stone that grants electric penetration and shock effects. Holding both stones, he realizes the potential of this ritual. He notices that the ritual doesn't affect the owner as his own symptoms have vanished. Lancelot, still kneeling, expresses his shame over such weakness. But Kim sees a miraculous synergy. The subspace heals, while Camelot's ritual drains vitality, creating a perfect balance. Clenching the stones, Kim feels a surge of realization. His power endlessly. He can strengthen his abilities and master his subspace, but the thought of the giant red eye in the sky reminds him he isn't ready yet.
Determined to evolve, Kim exits the subspace to explore its newly leveled up features.
Talking, the colonel questions a horrifying truth. Rebels were posing as the national army to lure people in as sacrifices. They even offered magic stones to anyone who brought them more victims. It was a near coup, and the colonel only now realizes how serious the situation truly was. He decides to send the rest of the troops back, while keeping the key units close, prompting the other officer to salute and depart. As daylight breaks, a sudden system screen flashes before the colonel's eyes, demanding his immediate attention. It's a message from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. It reports that Earth's recent activity has been significant, yielding over 13,000 new internal projection blessings. A massive influx of blessings. The messages continue to flood in, explaining that visitors from Earth and the other dimensions are to choose one representative per region to compete for massive profits under new bidding rules. The system warns that victory for another dimension means new portals will open for exploration, while Earth's victory brings special rewards. Full details will be revealed in 24 hours, but for now, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce is calling for Earth's participation. Kim Jong-gam realizes this is nothing less than a prelude to a full-scale invasion. Juai and the others wonder if it's a prank, but Kim knows the Chamber of Commerce is the same entity that elevated him to an 8th level being. Their mother is furious, demanding to know who they think they are bidding on Earth as if it were their own property. Kim Jong-gam can only smile helplessly, admitting he doesn't have all the answers yet. It is clear that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce treats the world like a business deal, turning this bidding contest into a global game. Then, a unique system message appears only for Kim Jong-gam, noting his high profits. If he accepts the role of regional representative, he will gain intelligence on the competition, but if he refuses, the position goes to the runner-up. The news leaves Jui and their family in shock. especially since no one else received such a summons. UI realizes that accepting this role means Kim Jong-gam will lead Seoul's participants against unknown forces. The threat is terrifying. It looks like they will be fighting alien beings from other dimensions. The room falls into a heavy silence as the weight of this revelation settles on everyone. The system offers him a choice to lead up to 100 participants, leaving Kim Jong-gam to wonder if he can truly carry such a burden. His hesitation vanishes as his gaze hardens, and he makes his decision. To protect his family from the coming war, Kim Jong-gam has already secured them safely within his subspace, but to face the alien threat, he still needs a massive force of 80 more people. The colonel sees this as a stroke of luck, feeling much safer now that Kim Jong-gam is leading the charge. In an attempt to help, the colonel pulls a notebook from his uniform pocket. It's a vital list of awakened individuals and their specific abilities, provided by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Kim Jong-gam takes the list but notes that he specifically needs expert snipers for the fight ahead. The colonel hesitates, unsure if Kim Jong-gam is prepared to use non-awakened soldiers in such a deadly conflict. The stakes of this competition become terrifyingly clear as Kim Jong-gam pulls up data on the enemy dimension. He explains they worship a goddess named Eames, specializing in divine weapons and construction. Helmets bear the goddess's image as a holy blessing. In their eyes, the goddess shines with mercy, while they view the people of Earth as nothing more than crude, primitive barbarians who deserve to be crushed by the holy mace of their goddess. After showing the footage, the colonel opens the participant list. The Eames Dimensions roster is no joke. With 4 high-ranking knights listed, Kim Jong-gam warns the colonel that they will face holy knights clad in bright armor and wielding glowing weapons. This realization leads the colonel to ask, how are they supposed to fight something like that? As the competition countdown begins, a barrier separates the two sides during the prep phase. Inside this bubble, the rules are brutal. The Eames side will bring a gate core that hatches in 12 hours. Hatch in 12 hours. If the opposition can destroy that core before the timer runs out, victory seems simple, yet the enemy won't be idle. They are coming for that core with everything they have. Since both sides can see each other's rosters, the Eames warriors will certainly target Earth's weaknesses. They can see Earth's roster too. Since most of Earth's fighters are only 9th rank, the opposition will likely favor speed and power. The colonel realizes they desperately need defense to stop 8th rank enemies, and he understands why Kim Jong-gam asked for specialized snipers. The colonel worries that standard military gear won't pierce alien armor, but Kim Jong-gam simply smiles. He had already spent the night preparing his ability. Driven by a hunger to grow stronger, he spent hours meticulously studying his new system upgrades. The new features allowed him to send multiple items at once and even run simulations on potential upgrades. These weren't new powers, but powerful tools to refine and enhance the subspace he already possessed. He focused on the new subspace lab, grabbing a mug as he began sketching out his first design. Kim Jong-gam's research focuses on creating a weapon capable of killing 8th rank enemies, and after the gun shatters from the pressure of enhanced bullets, he realizes he must reinforce the entire rifle with stones to handle the force. He finally perfects a prototype, though it can only survive 3 powerful shots before failing. The plan is simple: stockpile these limited rifles to hold the line and strike the core. With the colonel's approval, a week-long countdown begins as specialist snipers undergo intense training for the upcoming match. Preparation is everything. With magic stones powering up the team, Seoul expands her barrier, a feat that leaves observers stunned. Her healing has reached level 2, covering entire areas and offering a glimmer of hope as the team grows stronger. But just as the countdown nears 0, a portal opens at the National Assembly building, spewing out warriors from the Eames dimension. Looking through binoculars, Kim Jong-gam spots the glowing orb, the gate core, and realizes one terrifying thing: something is wrong. The Eames troops aren't just arriving, they are already building a fortress to secure their hold. With the match just an hour away, building a fortress makes no sense. Kim Jong-gam lowers his binoculars and spots a group of 5 knights standing before the barrier. Their leader begins a chilling address, noting that most of Earth's fighters are only rank 9. The knight claims their goddess, Eames, has promised mercy and salvation, bringing her divine grace to Earth. But his face twists with hate as he reveals their true intent, ripping out tongues to silence dissent and forcing the survivors into eternal labor. Kim Jong-gam thinks the Holy Knights have a bit too much drama, but the system confirms their threat is real even as a notice announces the start of the bidding competition. Below, the Eames Knight leader prepares to give the command as the knights charge forward screaming the name of their goddess. The colonel saw the incoming threat and immediately ordered everyone to fire. Soldiers wielding reinforced rifles opened fire, unleashing a storm of electrified bullets that punched straight through the Eames Knights' armor, leaving them shocked and confused. As soldiers scrambled to raise their shields and keep pushing against the onslaught, their leader desperately commanded them to hold the defense. acting like he had it all figured out. A knight confidently predicted the enemy would soon run out of ammo, but above them, supply lines were already prepared, and soldiers swapped out weapons every time a rifle broke after just 3 shots. The growing pile of broken gear. Rifles grew into a massive pile. Seeing this, Kim Jong-gam put away the radio, noting things were going even better than expected as he prepared for the attack team to move soon. Kim Jong-gam, Sol, and Lancelot roared toward the gate core on 2 fast motorcycles to start speeding with purpose. They are moving so quickly that they slip past the enemy knights before anyone can react or stop them. While some enemy knights dismiss the threat to the indestructible core, others focus on holding the line against the overwhelming enemy numbers. But the tide is about to turn as Bedivere starts. Aiming with terrifying precision, he wants by raining flaming bowling balls down on the Eames reinforcements. As one knight watches the strange projectiles approach, they explode, blasting the Eames knights in every direction. When Kim Jong-gam hears the blast, he slams his brakes. He knows immediately that Bedivere is perfectly handling his. With that, the chaos begins. Kim Jong-gam turns his attention back to the battlefield, where a final target looms ahead. He can't believe the Ames warriors erected something this massive so quickly. Unsure of its strength, he fires several missiles directly at the towering figure. The impact triggers a massive explosion, but as the smoke clears, the statue remains untouched, not even scratched by the blast. Kim Jong-gam stares in disbelief. The missiles fail to do anything but make the goddess glow, prompting a strange laugh from the hero. The system prompts him to store the massive statue of the goddess Eames in his subspace, while Ames soldiers declare that humanity is nothing more than 2-legged cattle for their goddess to consume. An elder tells the survivors they should bow at Eames's holy feet, even as the soldiers beg him to retreat from the danger. However, the elder is too focused on his holy mission to notice. Ignoring the argument between the knight and the elder, Kim Jong-gam spots a massive warehouse filled with construction materials, and a predatory grin begins to spread across his face. While the elder indignantly asks why he is being treated like a criminal by being told to stay inside, Kim Jong-gam is far beyond listening to the sermon. He has spotted something far more useful for the battle ahead, and his eyes lock onto the target with predatory focus. With a plan forming and a sense of excitement bordering on drooling, he orders the entire warehouse to be stored in his subspace. With a single thought, Kim Jong-gam pulls the entire Eames construction warehouse into his subspace, leaving the elder sensing that something is terribly wrong. The disappearing supplies reveal Kim's cleverness as he approaches Jung in the subspace. Kim asks Jung if he's ready to pilot a helicopter again, and the pilot, eager for action, asks exactly what's required. Kim's goal is simple: get as high as possible, and Jung is ready to fly. Suddenly, Lancelot and Sol sense an incoming threat and snap into a defensive stance. A moment later, spears begin falling. Spears come rushing down from above, and Sol desperately tries to deploy a new barrier to intercept them. Stop the onslaught, but the material is far too strong. The barrier shatters under the impact, and the spears tear through, aimed perfectly at Sol, who freezes in terror. Sol realizes these aren't normal weapons, as even her enhanced abilities couldn't stop their piercing force. Lancelot suspects a technique from another dimension that acts like a. They realize Kim Jong-gam's group has stolen their warehouse, sparking fury among the Eames warriors. The knight's fury leads to a relentless spear onslaught, but Lancelot identifies the true danger. The materials have been granted a blessing, which is why very materials used for the weapons. Lancelot parries a projectile, sending it flying towards Sol, and high above, Yoongyum watches the chaos unfold from a helicopter. Kim Jong-gam stares intently at the massive goddess statue, realizing it must be the source of the enemy's growing power. As the helicopter nears the goddess, Kim prepares to bestow a massive blessing of his own. From way up in the air, he calls the devastating move Godstaff. The impact shatters the goddess statue into rubble, leaving Sol and Lancelot staring in disbelief as the dust settles to reveal something buried beneath the wreck. The system suddenly announces victory for Earth in the Seoul region. The victory brings massive rewards for all participants, including dimensional accounts and thousands of magic stones. Extra items from the Eames dimension are also promised for transfer and assignment. After Kim Jong-gam registers his family as 8th rank, the official documents in everyone's hands begin to dissolve. Suddenly, a single sheet of paper floats down, drifts down from the sky, and lands right at Kim's feet. He reaches down to it up, confused by the contents. The system confirms his victory. Seoul's representatives now hold the exclusive commercial rights to the Tertius region once owned by the Eames dimension. As the group finishes reading the news, a new red portal appears, leaving Kim's father and Seoul's team in confusion. Kim admits he didn't trigger this, guessing it's tied to the new trade rights listed on the document. Seeking answers, reaches out toward the strange gate. Instead of entry,
A harsh system message blocks him. Not a registered company, please verify authority. Shocked, Kim realizes he can't even use the rights he just won until he registers as a legal company. To make matters worse, the system offers a tempting but confusing deal. Sell the rights to the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 magic stones. Faced with this strange predicament, Kim Jong-gam refuses the offer, seeing the Chamber of Commerce as nothing more than thieves. Even with the odds stacked against him, he won, so why are they acting like they're doing him a favor? His anger boils over as he realizes the Chamber has rigged the entire contest against them. He crushes the contract, vowing not to let them profit unless they increase the stones. Without him, much more would. When his father notices his distress, Kim tries to hide the truth, dismissing the prize as a useless portal. Nearby, Jui asks if more paperwork is the only thing left to deal with while she tends to the wounded. Kim apologizes for the timing, but his father insists that completing the forms is the only way to grow even stronger. With the battle behind them, Sol heads off to test her new spear, leaving the exhausted survivors to rest. Kim nods to her, while Young-yeom settles in for some games, and his father prepares to rest after building the base. However, his father's eyes suddenly light up when he notices the massive stockpile of construction materials high-grade, supplies like bricks, drywall, and steel beams that have appeared out of nowhere. Kim realizes he forgot to mention the storage, but the real shock comes when casually reveals that these construction materials are actually infinite. He knows that news will leave his father speechless as he steps through the portal. A new question weighs on him. How did the other regions fare in the competition? As night falls, the results finally arrive, confirming the event is over and showing that South Korea secured 4 wins and only 1 loss. The global results are devastating. Earth's growth potential has plummeted from BB to CCC after a crushing wave of losses. Because of this failure, the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce has plummeted Earth's growth potential from BB to CCC. As bad as Kim Jong-gam imagined, leaves the situation looking bleak. The colonel notes that while South Korea has a chance, the real problem lies in Incheon. Everything changes when a soldier delivers an urgent report from the 17th Division, forcing the colonel to ask why Incheon fell so quickly. The report is grim. Incheon was defeated by the lizardmen from the Saber Dimension who emerged from a portal in Chinatown. These lizardmen fought like a disciplined army, attacking from both land and air to wipe out the entire defense. This victory allowed them to consolidate their power after the competition, while even more reinforcements began pouring through their portal, rapidly increasing their numbers. With scouts securing their routes, it's clear they are preparing for a massive mobilization. Everything points to one terrifying goal. Seoul is their next target, a realization that leaves Kim Jong-gam in total shock. Young-yeom finds the sudden aggression odd, noting that Kim's whereabouts are unknown and there is no bounty on his head, leaving Seoul to remain silent in thought. Lancelot scans the map and warns that the lizardmen are already close to the capital. Faced with this imminent invasion, Kim turns back to the system. A new message flashes across the vision of everyone present, announcing that the names of Earth's winning regional representatives will now be displayed above their heads. Like some absurd public badge, Kim Jong-gam looks up reflexively to check for his own label, but he sees nothing, leaving him to wonder if he is even recognized as the representative. Lancelot immediately argues that if Kim isn't the representative, then the entire competition is a farce. While Kim struggles to understand the lack of a name, Seoul reads the next update, and a new terrifying notice appears. 7th rank beings are now permitted to move through Earth's portals. Seoul clenches her fists in frustration, knowing she's only 8th rank and will be left behind while the stronger threats walk freely into their world, stuck in subspace. The system continues with a death sentence. Any dimension that wins commercial rights can now open portals directly to Earth to hunt down and kill its representative. A wave of fury sweeps through the group at this blatant provocation. The rules have turned this into a territorial conquest, making regional representatives the primary targets. And Kim Jong-gam seems to be missing his identification, but Lancelot begins to suspect that the truth is hiding right in plain sight. Stepping outside the building, the knight looks up to find a massive, floating title. The words Seoul Representative loom over the entire building for all to see. Lancelot calls him over, and Kim Jong-gam stands speechless at the sight of his own conspicuous label. It wasn't missing, it was just so high that no one had noticed, but now, it makes him a beacon for the lizardmen. A cold realization settles in, he is the target. With the new rules perfectly timed to invite an assault on Seoul, it feels like someone is orchestrating this entire chaos. Lancelot is certain the enemies planned this. They didn't just stumble into this conflict, they've been preparing for war while the world was still distracted by the bidding wars. Seoul's suggestion to hide inside the subspace is quickly dismissed.
Lancelot warns that while they might not be able to defeat Kim Jong-gam, they could easily take hostages to force him out. Sol suggests hiding within the subspace, but Lancelot immediately shuts that possibility down. Defeating the Master might be impossible, but the enemy could use hostages to force him out, or worse, pivot to crush other regions first. Sooner or later, they will have to face the inevitable. The group realizes they need to move faster than the enemy to set their defenses. More than anything, they need to prepare before the first strike hits. With the target clearly identified, Kim Jong-gam decides to use his position as a decoy to lure the lizardmen into a disadvantageous battlefield. With an open view and Ames dimension materials, building the fortifications will be a simple task. Using sacred lances as barricades is the strategy, and Sol already knows how to use them. Thinking of Bedivere's precision with projectiles, Kim realizes these lances could be deadly. As Sol grips her weapon, Bedivere scans the horizon for any movement. Meanwhile, Kim's father works at a frantic pace to build the defense tower. However, with the lizardmen known to be swift on land and in the air, stopping their ground advances, Kim realizes the fortifications face two major threats, with the first being that reptiles are naturally excellent swimmers. Thick, unnatural vegetation has grown to mask the approach of the invaders, and the lizardmen are already using these gaps to sneak through. As they covet the materials used for the tower, the invaders prepare for a raid, meaning Kim cannot afford to step onto the battlefield just yet. Leading the charge is Lachis, the lizardmen general, who plans to take armor instead of spears this time. With Yatu ready as well, Bedivere and Sol sense danger. A strange sound echoes through the air, catching the attention of the defenders. Sol feels it too, a chilling sensation that something is wrong. She looks toward the horizon and is instantly shocked. Lizardmen with spears, mounted on giant lizards, are charging directly toward them. The lizardmen charge straight at the tower, their war cries echoing through the air. The people of Eames. Kim is stunned by how quickly they reach the walls. Soldiers open fire to slow the mounts, and high-speed projectiles are launched by packs to disrupt the charge. A lizard man warns his comrades to be careful of the incoming barrage. The invaders are using strange materials from the Ames dimension, and a general effortlessly knocks aside the attacks while shouting to Lachis that the enemy is throwing Ames materials, but he tells his men that those tools won't stop an awakened warrior, so they must not fall back. They endure the barrage and shout, "Fall back! Fall back!" Even General Yatu roars his bloodlust, charging forward with his jaws wide open. But a bright flash, never stop. As he charges, a bright flash shoots toward him, followed by a spear slamming into the ground. The monster Yatu just rips the spear out and mocks the attack, continuing his relentless charge. Watching this, Kim Jong-gam is alarmed by the failure. While Lancelot draws his sword and gets ready, he quickly judges the situation. There are two 7th-rank enemies, but the big one relies on just raw force. As his eyes shift to the barricades, Lancelot realizes the true danger is coming from there, and he warns Kim that the fight will be rough, though the earlier attacks did work on
The larger lizard man. If the brute reaches the defense tower, they'll lose, so Kim must pin him down.
Lancelot commits to facing the second enemy, knowing the defense hinges on that single, desperate hold. After a brief exchange of wishes for safety, the knight rushes toward the other side, without hesitation. General Lachis, the lizardman general, senses the approach and snaps up his spear to block a lightning-fast strike. It is Lancelot, moving with incredible speed, but the general is ready for him. Even against the knight's sudden momentum, Lachis manages to parry the blow. When a soldier asks if he is hurt, the general dismisses the concern and orders the assault to continue, turning his full attention back to Lancelot. It looks like they have business to settle. Lachis studies the knight, noting the pure nerve required to charge alone into enemy lines with a strike aimed straight for the neck. A bold, directly for his neck. The lizard man smirks, delighted to have found a warrior worth his time, and asks for a name. After exchanging names, the two combatants prepare for a clash that will determine their fate. Lancelot accepts immediately, telling the general that if he doesn't value his own life, neither will he. Lachis laughs, praising the knight's spirit as they prepare for a lethal encounter. Lancelot pauses, questioning if the general truly intends to fight, so the stakes are set. However, Lancelot pauses, asking if the general truly intends to fight a fair duel while riding his mount. Lachis agrees that riding would be unfair, and Lancelot declares that a true duel to the death will decide who is truly stronger. Lachis' temper flares at the knight's bravado, turning the air thick with tension. Reptilian warriors are knocked from their mounts. Even with the heavy gunfire, the lizardmen's charge shows no signs of slowing down as they drive towards the tower, and a sudden leap from a monster mount threatens the human line, as sharp fangs tear into a soldier's shoulder and throw him to the ground as teammates rush to aid the wounded amidst the chaos. Another lizard man attempts to break through, prompting a soldier
To demand cover fire and warn that more enemies
are approaching at high speeds, but before anyone can react, Someone hurls a spear with lethal precision that strikes the mount, attempting to break the line. The impact's so violent that the rider loses control and crashes down. Soul smashes a monster's head into the ground with ruthless efficiency. She turns to the soldiers, promising to handle anything that dares approach the building. All they need to do is keep firing. Suddenly, a reckless lizard man charges straight at Soul without slowing down. Slowing down, she plants her feet and puts all her power into a single punch. The hit is so violent, it sends him flying like a tossed doll. Instantly, Soul yells at the soldiers to keep up the pressure. They listen at once, and their bullets drop the charging mount before it can hit. In the rear, healing begins as the wounded soldier groans, praying for him to
Hold on a little longer. Meanwhile,
lizardmen on flying mounts spot a gap in the defensive line and rush through it. A spear strikes one of them mid-air, sending the pair crashing down before another can even respond. That second impact slams one mount into another with enough force to cause a massive crash. Despite the carnage, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming, with bodies piling up against the walls as the rest of the horde charges on. Bedivere watches the chaos unfold from afar, fearing the overwhelming numbers might break his line before help arrives. Nearby, Yatu, a ferocious lizard man warrior, pushes forward through the carnage, his body battered but his spirit undeterred. He grins through the blood, challenging Kim Jong-gam to find a strike that actually hurts, to satisfy his bloodlust. Kim responds with powerful energy beams, but Yatu effortlessly blocks them as if they were mere trifles. As the barrage continues, Kim realizes he has him pinned, but he must decide, wait for Lancelot's return or risk everything by acting now. A sharp slicing sound tears through the battlefield, signaling a struggle nearby. The sound belongs to Lachesis' sacred spear, a weapon so powerful that even a near miss causes the ground to explode. Lancelot is forced into pure survival mode, desperately dodging the strikes, while Lachesis mocks his frantic movements. Lancelot feels the sting of the taunt, yet he cannot deny the truth. Even a true warrior, Lancelot realizes the taunt is valid. The weapon's power is overwhelming and dangerously unpredictable. Upon closer inspection, he concludes the spear's strength exceeds anything from the Eames dimension, possessing traits that make it even more lethal. Lancelot questions if the spear was forged in Eames, but Lachesis reveals it originated in Saburo's dimension. It was forged in Saburo's dimension, and Lachesis adds that the people of Eames provided a special upgrade. Lancelot mocks the lizardmen's skill, attempting to bait the general with a clever question. But Lachesis isn't falling for it, and the general charges with murderous intent. Lancelot slips past the initial thrust, but the lizardman strikes with surprising speed. The air turns heavy. Lancelot manages to block the mid-strike, but the sheer force of the sacred weapon is overwhelming. The massive impact blasts Lancelot backward, and Lachesis immediately presses the advantage to ensure there is no recovery. Desperate to hold his ground, Lancelot braces himself. Kneeling with his sword ready, the knight faces his end. Lachesis knocks the blade aside with ease, delivering a final fatal decree to the warrior. Lancelot can do nothing but watch the deadly blow approach. And right before the strike can end everything, something completely unexpected occurs. Suddenly, Lachesis' spear begins to shake violently, resisting his command as if it refuses to strike Lancelot. In a sudden jarring motion, the weapon rips itself from his grip and flies away. Kim Jong-gam has done it. He used his subspace to snatch the sacred weapon from the battlefield. The system instantly notifies him that 238 magic stones were spent to store the spear as construction material. Though Kim is stunned that his plan worked to save Lancelot, he quickly realizes he must find a way to use this stolen power. Determined, he focuses on his next move. Meanwhile, back at the duel, Lancelot remains kneeling as Lachesis glares toward Kim in total confusion. Furious at the perceived insult to his honor, Lachesis turns his rage on Lancelot, calling him a disgrace for such a cowardly interruption. Lancelot warns Lachesis that his words are careless, only fueling the lizard man's irritation. Lachesis mocks him for his perceived lack of honor, but Lancelot remains calm, realizing that the general's rage actually stems from the fear of losing his weapon. Lancelot declares that he is still a warrior, regardless of the threat, and prepares to face his end, stabbing his sword into the earth to accept whatever fate awaits him. Raising his fists for a brutal hand-to-hand struggle, Lancelot vows that Lachesis will die. The lizard man smirks, unimpressed by the man who was nearly slain just moments ago. Accepting the challenge, Lachesis steps forward. Lancelot holds his ground, and now the two warriors prepare to fight to the death with nothing but their bare hands. Meanwhile, while Lizardman's soldiers continue their relentless push toward the tower, Kim inspects the stolen sacred spear through his system. Soul tears through any Lizardman who gets near the tower, and as she fights, he notices something strange about the item. The focus shifts back to the battlefield, where Yatu remains pinned within Kim's barrage. With a smug grin, Yatu asks why Kim suddenly stopped attacking. He assumes his sheer toughness has exhausted the man. He convinces himself that Kim is simply exhausted and has realized his futile attempt to bring him down, that only 2 legends in the 7th hierarchy have ever stopped his advance, and he has never met anyone like them. So Yatu tells Kim's death is certain, or so the warrior believes. Yatu grins, claiming that death is an honorable end for a warrior, and that Kim should be proud to die by his hand. He promises to finish this battle quickly. But Yatu's bravado is shattered when something suddenly slams into his hands. His eyes go wide when he realizes Lochus's sacred spear is pierced right through his hand. Confused, he wonders why that weapon? He could be struck so suddenly before he can even process the shock. A barrage of rapid blows pierces his body, leaving him unable to react. Yatu collapses to his knees as his strength rapidly drains away, falling dead under the relentless assault of the sacred spears. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, soldiers fire non-stop, their electric rounds tearing through the lizardmen and their mounts. Sol scans the battlefield, spotting one last lizardman making a desperate final charge. With the immediate threat cleared, Sol realizes she's completely lost track of the wyvern riders that Bedivere was left to handle. She quickly heads up to the defense tower, where she finds Bedivere sitting amidst a pile of dead lizardmen. When he notices her, he turns around and calmly notes that she's late, asking for their next move now.
The
Lizardmen are gone. Meanwhile, Laches and Lancelot are still locked in their duel. Lachus lashes out with his tail, but Lancelot slips past with ease and keeps his distance. Lancelot moves back in with speed, landing a hard punch to Lachus's face before twisting his body to drive another heavy blow into the general's stomach. Shaken and reeling from the assault, Lachus can do nothing but endure Lancelot's relentless hammering. Lachus tries to fight back, but Lancelot's speed is overwhelming. He reacts even faster, slamming a knee directly into the general's face, driving him to the ground. Before he can recover, Lancelot follows up with a brutal uppercut that cracks right into his chin, lifting Lachus into the air before a final devastating strike sends him flying. Realizing it is over, the broken general can only lie there as Lancelot approaches him. Standing over the fallen foe, the knight asks if Lachus has any last words. The lizard man calls him a true warrior, and after a brief nod of respect from Lancelot, the knight gathers every ounce of strength for one final crushing blow. The impact is so vicious that blood sprays across the battlefield. Lancelot's fist remains stained red. Information from headquarters is urgent, and the colonel immediately feels a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Kim realizes the lizardmen's portal remains open, and that danger. They could return in even greater numbers, making it time to strike back. Later, Kim sits in a helicopter, reviewing his system window. He spends 1,000 magic stones to unlock a massive upgrade, the ability to send up to 8 items into his subspace at once. Before landing, he knows they urgently need more intel, specifically the lizardmen's portal location, their numbers, and their defensive lines to prepare for a counterattack. Launch a decisive counterattack. However, as he steps off the helicopter, a soldier suddenly commands the troops to salute Colonel Kim. Embarrassed by the formal display, Kim scratches his head, as these salutes always make him uncomfortable.
Lieutenant Colonel Park Inbo, the operations officer of Inchin's 17th Division, steps forward to introduce himself. He has heard of Kim's miracle stopping an entire invasion without a single casualty.
Once inside, Park Inbo gets straight to the matter at hand.
They've
finally located the enemy gate, but a massive problem remains. The core's location is unknown because snipers can no longer track it. After the bidding contest, a strange, thick sludge began pouring from the portal, masking the core's position. Park Inbo presents photos showing the truth. A thick, mud-like substance has blanketed the entire area. These images confirm the grim reality. While the sludge isn't toxic to the skin, it creates a lethal disadvantage. It acts as a swamp that slows movement so much that crossing it is nearly impossible for normal people. The lizardmen, however, move through it freely. Kim Jong-gam studies the photos with an unshakable calm. He claims this won't stop him, for he has allies who can move through such terrain to gather intel deep inside the enemy territory. With a thought, he summons his knight. Lancelot examines the photos and immediately admits the situation is dire, catching Kim Jong-gam off guard. He explains that movement is manageable, but if the entire area is swallowed by the swamp, the team will have nowhere to hide and will be completely exposed. Being caught in the open is a death sentence, but Lancelot insists there is still a way through. After spending a massive amount of magic stones, the system confirms the arrival of a new warrior, appointed as one of the. Suddenly, a portal rips open right before them, and a mysterious figure steps through. Having answered Kim Jong-gam's call, the man introduces himself as Mordred, a knight serving under Lancelot, pledging his life to his new lord. But Mordred is no ordinary soldier who seeks the glory of on the front lines, preferring the shadows of infiltration and assassination. And theft, his intellect and deadly precision earned him a place among Camelot's elite. He is a master assassin, capable of striking without being noticed thanks to his stealth ability, which masks his appearance. Because of this, external forces can still sense him. Mordred has turned his natural gifts into deadly precision, a survival instinct that proves his immense capability. By using a materialization stone to appoint him, Kim has granted the assassin the ability to avoid physical interference. For a brief moment, this power makes an already elite killer even more dangerous. Now, Kim explains the critical mission to Mordred, who responds, calling him "my lord." Pointing to the map, Kim gives a direct command to find the core of the Lizardman's gate within the Sabros dimension. Mordred accepts the mission, and though Kim respects his experience, Lancelot offers a grim warning. He knows the Lizardman officers are far too dangerous, and if Mordred falls, the entire plan falls apart. Even if the information is lost, he must return alive. Mordred gives his word once more before turning to begin the mission. Kim watches with a smile, trusting the resolve of the mission. Though the colonel questions sending that night alone, Kim assures him that Camelot's finest are unbeatable and tells the colonel to wait for news. After dismissing the colonel, Kim advises Lancelot to rest, but the knight refuses, noting that being undead means he never feels fatigue. Just as Kim is about to protest, something about Lancelot catches his eye. He stops, noticing the knight's armor seems unusually pristine. Lancelot thanks him for the concern, but Kim remains puzzled as he observes the armor and sword looking much less damaged than before. Lancelot reveals that within Camelot gear repairs itself. It's a revelation that shocks Kim, as Lancelot explains that equipment restores itself continuously as long as it isn't destroyed, and the material. Lancelot mentions a new enhancement stone has appeared in Camelot, offering the power of wound regeneration, which sounds incredibly useful to Kim Jong-gam. They decide to discuss its use after Mordred returns, but the knight suddenly tenses up and urges Kim to enter his subspace immediately. His hand moves to his sword, sensing a hidden threat. Lancelot warns that someone is hiding nearby, watching them, leaving Kim startled by the sudden danger. Kim wonders if it's a lizard man, but Lancelot can only sense a mysterious presence. The knight quickly tells Kim to hide. As he catches a sound, Lancelot instantly locates the spy who has been watching them. With a flash, the knight vanishes to handle the intruder, telling Kim he will return soon. The spy is left alone and confused, wondering where the others have gone, but Lancelot is already behind him with a blade at his neck, declaring his absolute loyalty only to Lord Kim and his allies. But a mere declaration of loyalty won't save this intruder. Lancelot's killing intent intensifies, warning that his next words will determine whether he lives or dies. He demands to know why. Kim rushes toward the sound of a desperate cry, only to find a grim scene. Lancelot has the man by the throat, lifting him off the ground as he screams in agony. The knight calmly identifies the man as a spy and tells Kim to wait for answers. He tightens his grip, leaving no room for stalling. Were the lizard men the ones who sent him? The man struggles to breathe, his throat being crushed, unable to force a single word through the pain. His eyes lock onto Kim, and he gasps. His name. Lancelot's rage flares at such a blatant disrespect to his lord, declaring the man will suffer. Before death, a confused Kim quickly interjects, explaining that the man being choked is actually his friend. But Lancelot ignores the plea, holding him up as the man's face turns purple, and the knight asks a chilling question. Meanwhile, deep inside the enemy base, every surface is coated in a thick, sludge-like mess. Scattered among the dead lizardmen, Mordred realizes a crucial detail about their culture. They are a warrior race that views death in battle as an honor, meaning the stench of blood holds no weight against them. To survive this infiltration, Mordred must hide his scent by pouring the gore over himself. Moving carefully through the tunnels, he begins his silent descent into the heart of the base. He soon notices the scale of the architecture is massive, with corridors far larger than necessary. As he pushes deeper, the sheer inefficiency of the layout becomes apparent. Since the lizardmen vary in size, Mordred suspects these oversized halls were constructed for one exceptionally massive individual. If a giant this important exists, he might be the key to everything. Mordred is nearly caught, leaving him paralyzed with fear. With no other option, he activates an immaterialization enhancement stone to escape. He realizes how close he came to death. Without this stone, he would be dead. He cannot fail this mission. Lancelot was clear. Find the core and get out fast. As the mission deepens, Mordred realizes the lizardmen here are far more organized and deadly than before. Then he spots something entirely new. A strange purple one-eyed creature. Mordred realizes he has finally found the target, discusses something with an elderly man, an arcane mage, who is busy reading a book. The elder insults the creature's magic research, while a second voice scolds the man for his attitude. He asks if Solzhen has forgotten his agreement. The elder dismisses the fallen subordinates, but the voice reminds him that long ago, Solzhen was a man who only agreed to guard the core, not welcome guests. Closing his book, the elder claims he can seal the core without damage, but he urges them to focus on the lives already lost. The great arcane mage, Solzhen, is now nothing more than an exile, clinging to these creatures just to survive. As something dark moves toward him, Solzhen desperately tries to steer the conversation away. A tail-like appendage wraps around the elder's neck, and the creature warns him to remember his place, or face certain death. Terrified, Solzhen quickly submits to the giant's cruelty, all while Mordred remains hidden, watching the scene unfold. From his vantage point, Mordred realizes this is no ordinary lizard man and begins to question why an arcane mage would be guarding their portal core. He's still unsure if that appendage around Solzhen's neck is a tail or a tentacle, but he can tell by the voice alone that this creature rules the lizard men. Even Mordred didn't notice the giant chameleon blending perfectly into the surroundings until he realized he still hadn't seen the full extent of the massive beast. Mordred suspects the massive halls exist only to accommodate such a monster, but he doesn't realize he's being watched by something even more invisible. Suddenly, a giant chameleon's tongue lashes out, wrapping tightly around his arm before he can even react. He is dragged violently into enemy territory. The chaos immediately alerts the lizardman leader, who turns to the mage to demand an explanation. Solzhen, already sensing the danger, confirms an intruder is lurking in the shadows. The bald elder quickly summons arcane scrolls, preparing to unleash a flurry of magic missiles at the intruder.
Mordred reacts instantly, using his materialization power to dodge the incoming strike.
As the battle rages, a sudden memory hits Kim Jong-gam, pulling him back to his childhood. He remembers a classmate mocking his tattered uniform and his family's poverty, a cruelty that ignited a long-forgotten rage. Later, the boy played with a new handheld game, bought only the day before. Even with his wealth, the boy remained isolated, unable to earn the genuine respect or attention he so desperately craved. Looking back, Kim realizes the kid was just too young, and perhaps didn't know how to form real connections, yet the memory of that boy's arrogance still lingers. What began as a small childhood moment ended up turning into something much larger. The memory of being bullied was far worse than he recalled. A group of kids had cornered the boy, mocking his wealth while losing it shouldn't matter. He tried to protest, but his words were cut short before he could finish as a fist struck his face and dropped him to the ground. They continued the beating while he lay helpless, sneering that nobody had asked for his opinion, but then someone noticed a figure approaching. It was Kim, charging, swinging his backpack like a weapon and slamming it into a bully's face to break the cycle. As the group stood stunned, Kim made his motives clear. He wasn't acting like a hero, but he was done with the boy's constant mockery of his family's struggles. He wouldn't be. Could push around or simply trying to look cool. Thinking they were friends, the bullies asked if Kim wanted to join in. He regretted acting tough because the situation flipped, leaving him as the target of the beating. Meanwhile, the boy, realizing that his own arrogance had triggered this entire disaster, Sol arrives at the perfect moment, her presence alone making Kim Jong-gam think she is actually quite cool. However, he quickly remembers that Sol already has a reputation for being incredibly tough. While Kim smiles in relief, Sol makes it clear that this behavior is unacceptable and declares that he will be joining her for morning training from now on. Kim protests that he isn't even in a sports club, so he has no excuse since Sol has already spoken to the coach. After the club members pat Kim on the head, he turns to see the rich kid still standing there and tells him to hurry up and leave. The boy bursts into tears, overwhelmed by a sense of pure gratitude from that day on. The two grew inseparable throughout their high school years. They spent their youth in and out of class, cheating on tests and laughing through the highs and lows of school life. Even after moving to different schools, their connection only deepened, carrying them through university as they became more than just classmates. They grew into true best friends who shaped each other's lives. Years later, they shared hobbies like gaming, and Kim Jong-gam remembers when his friend first took up kendo because watching them train looked so impressive. That moment marked the beginning of a new journey for him, one that leads directly to this shocking revelation. In the present, Minho drops a bombshell that leaves Kim Jong-gam speechless. Minho has awakened swordsman abilities, turning the tables on the man who has become Sol's representative. Minho admits it was hard to recognize him, especially with that terrifying skeleton companion keeping him at a distance. He kept his distance. Minho only steps out once the skeleton leaves, understanding Lancelot was just doing his job. But the intense atmosphere makes him ask Kim to call off his skeletal friend, forcing Lancelot to bow. He felt he had no choice but to endure the shame. Up for the Night feels utterly pathetic for wronging Kim's dear friend. Overwhelmed by guilt, Lancelot declares he no longer deserves the title of knight. Minho is stunned by the display, prompting Kim to change the subject. He mentions how glad he is that Minho is safe, and Minho looks away, clearly troubled. After a pause, Minho says his mother is probably okay, but the uncertainty makes Kim uneasy. Minho doesn't actually know if his family is truly safe. Meanwhile, in territory swallowed by the apocalypse, the situation remains dire. Among the filth, Minho's mother rests with meager supplies when a sudden sound jolts her awake. She freezes in terror as Lancelot, the captain of the Knights of Camelot, looms outside her window. Smashing through the glass, the loyal knight of Lord Kim enters the room with purpose. He confirms her identity and faces her frantic questions. But Lancelot gives a solemn promise. He will personally escort her safely to her son. The reunion was delayed by a bidding war that left Minho separated from his mother by a barrier. Even after the barrier vanished, the changing landscape of the world stood in their way. This phenomenon, known as terraforming, occurs when one dimension's environment spills into another. In this particular region, the environmental shift has become a treacherous obstacle. While the terrain is treacherous, it isn't necessarily lethal, giving Minho a glimmer of hope that his mother still survives. But Lancelot remains cautious, knowing that this terraformed landscape is nothing more than making it pure enemy territory. As he carries Minho's mother on his back, Lancelot feels a fierce resolve. He must overcome his past failures and prove his worth. As a true knight, his determination is interrupted by a growing noise, and as he looks up, he sees Mordred sprinting toward him with desperate urgency. As Mordred begs him to look back, Lancelot momentarily hesitates, struggling to process the desperation in his companion's voice. Process the warning before he finally turns to witness the nightmare. A massive pack of enemies is rushing straight at them, swearing vengeance against the survivors. The horde makes the quiet rescue of Minho's mother look impossible. The stealth mission has completely failed, and the chaos of the situation only serves to frustrate him. Lancelot snaps at Mordred, blaming him for the failed infiltration and the increasingly difficult rescue.
Captain,
Lancelot remains steady despite the pressure, inquiring how many of the approaching enemies are 7th tier. Mordred cannot give an exact number, but he warns that the incoming wave is definitely dangerous. Lancelot can feel the shift in the air, and he knows it's a serious problem. With winged attackers in the sky and unknown monsters approaching, escaping the area won't be possible for long. Realizing they are trapped, Lancelot orders Mordred to escape immediately and bring all the intel back to Kim Jong-gam. Lancelot places Minho's mother on Mordred's back, charging him with her safety. He grips Mordred's shoulder, promising to buy time and hoping he can finish the job without injury, while leaving one final instruction for Kim. Use the enhancement stone to summon Percival. There is no time for questions, so Lancelot orders Mordred to leave immediately, and Mordred takes Minho's mother and rushes towards safety, leaving Lancelot to face the approaching horde alone. Drawing his sword, Lancelot stands his ground against the rushing lizardmen, his resolve unshaken. He has already chosen his path, to fight as a true knight. He will face every enemy to protect Lord Kim. Back at the rendezvous point, Mordred approaches Kim and Minho, he announces the mission's success, and Minho breaks down seeing his mother, Kim's relief finally surfacing. As Kim watches them, he reflects on Lancelot's promise to return them all, then suddenly feels a chilling sense of dread. A system message suddenly appears. The ghost of Camelot, Lancelot, has disappeared. Outside, Mordred begins to recount the chaos that unfolded after they were separated. Hearing these details, Kim realizes the crushing truth. Lancelot sacrificed his life to ensure the mission's success. Because of that sacrifice, Mordred has successfully brought the vital information back. With Minho's mother safe, Kim Jong-gam clings to a desperate hope that using an enhancement stone and magic stone might bring Lancelot back. But even if he could, the weight of his guilt is overwhelming as he wonders if that sacrifice was truly necessary. He blames himself for letting the knight go, wishing he had told him that he didn't need to die to prove he was a knight. Mordred's report on Lancelot's final wish for Percival suddenly breaks Kim's spiraling thoughts, dragging his mind back to the knight's careful planning. Lancelot had thought of everything, right down to the smartest use. Everything with meticulous care. Snapping out of his grief, Kim orders Mordred to finish his report, his resolve hardening to ensure Lancelot's death is not in vain. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, Sozin, an exiled arcane sorcerer, uses magic to study Lancelot's broken helmet. The sight of the shattered gear makes him wonder if a rogue sorcerer is creating undead knights. His curiosity is interrupted by a giant lizard man who claims they caught someone else instead of the infiltrator. Sozin coldly dismisses the news, demanding proper thanks instead of hollow praise. He demands to know what the lizard man's plan is for the enhancement stone, the prize taken from Lancelot, as Lachis and Yatu are both dead, since no one else is left to use it. Sozin suggests that the stone should be invested in him, his eyes gleaming with greed. The lizardman questions what he'll get in return, but Sozin's attention has already shifted.
While Lancelot's helmet floats in the air, Sozin lifts a mysterious scroll.
He examines the artifact, noting that even those without magic can use these one-use tools to cast spells. He muses that even the weakest scroll is worth more than 3 stones. The lizard man grunts, clearly unconvinced, and whispers a disturbing rumor about how Sozin creates his scrolls by those magical scrolls. Calling the practice disgusting, the giant declares his preference for practical Aim's dimension gear over such abominations. Sozin simply retorts that the lizard man fails to grasp the true art of creating scrolls from those he deems uncivilized creatures. The massive lizard man mocks him, calling him a powerless, cast out, and nothing more than a savage sorcerer. He decides the enhancement stones will go to real equipment, while the prisoners can keep becoming scrolls. With a sigh at the lizard man's lack of imagination, Sozin is suddenly interrupted by a sound echoing from deep within the hideout. Both men turn toward
The entrance, watching as a mysterious figure starts.
Stepping into the light, Sozin and the lizard man exchange confused looks, unsure of the intruder, until a knight walks in with a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. He identifies himself as Percival, a knight of Camelot. Sozin demands the stranger's identity, but the knight simply introduces himself as Percival. Dismissing the name, the sorcerer fires a massive flame spell to end the conversation. The fireball slams into the target, but when the smoke clears, Percival is completely unharmed. He stands firm without moving an inch, having blocked the entire attack with his shield. Recognizing his new opponent is tougher than expected, Sozin prepares to test him further. He reaches out to control his magic, but the scrolls suddenly vanish into a portal. In that moment, Kim receives a system notice. All magic scrolls have been stored, leaving a fraction of his stones behind. With the inventory confirmed, Kim, now safely inside a helicopter with Juyan, who is currently in a helicopter with Juyan, confirms the storage is successful. He tells the team that the rest depends on them. As the message fades, Percival is seen carrying. Percival calls out, wondering if anyone else heard that noise. Before Sozin can even demand the identity of the thief, Mordred drops his camouflage directly behind the sorcerer and, with one lethal strike, slices through the man's neck. Mordred coldly claims the name of the man who just ended his life. This is the sorcerer Sozin, an exiled arcane mage that Mordred had specifically targeted during their planning. The sight of the fallen mage triggers a sudden piercing memory for Kim Jong-gam. Even the lowest tier of the arcane dimension was already 6th tier, making them insanely strong. Mordred notes that Sozin likely lost his power due to exile, so he might not be as dangerous as they initially thought. But since Sozin could no longer cast normally, he turned to a different method. He used magic scrolls enchanted paper that allows anyone, even the non-magical, to release spells. This made them incredibly valuable, providing a massive edge in battle. With such tools, Sozin could strike at will, leaving Kim Jong-gam searching for more answers. Mordred wondered if the other lizard men possessed these scrolls, and what spells were contained within them. He still didn't know. He only knew that when he was found in the hideout, Sozin had ambushed him with exploding red blasts of scroll magic. He only survived because an enhancement stone appeared in time. One question nagged at him. Why would a mage rely so heavily on scrolls? A dangerous threat indeed. Using their own magic, after the explosion, a lizardman soldier rushed in to check on the commander, a chameleon who warned that a disguised intruder was on the loose. As the soldier and the chameleon agreed to block the entrance to prevent an escape, Mordred struck, decapitating the soldier instantly. As the chameleon's camouflage faded, it froze in horror by realizing Mordred had been standing there the whole time. Mordred knew he needed more information to understand the enemy's secrets. So, Mordred slashes the chameleon's throat with a single lethal strike, leaving the creature to choke on its own blood in the distance. Sozin's voice cuts through the air, fuming that the lizardmen were too incompetent to catch a single intruder. Floating above, the mage grumbles about the difficulty of rewriting magic scrolls. At that moment, Sozin warns Mordred that his luck has finally run out. The knight would later realize that the mage's pursuit revealed just how dangerous both Sozin and the lizardmen truly are. Guilt-ridden over Lancelot's sacrifice, Mordred apologizes to Kim Jong-gam, but the leader tells him not to blame himself, for their intelligence was vital for the mission ahead. Kim insists that making the hard calls is his responsibility, so Mordred must let go of the guilt. Instead, they must focus on the only thing that matters, shutting down the lizardmen's gate. Because the magic scrolls are so difficult to produce, the threat of more might be low. The officer confirms the enemy is hiding in a cave to conceal the portal core, making it the perfect hideout. With Sozin acting as the shield for that portal, the Lizardmen's forces must be weak enough to require his presence. Therefore, Kim knows they must launch a full Guardian mission without any leaks. Taking out the mage would make the mission easy, but finding a way to neutralize him is the real challenge. The officer agrees, but Kim has a plan that relies on his newly unlocked. Kim's subspace had its limits. Even high-tier categories were difficult to modify, as the system would reject any items that didn't fit an existing label. However, after defeating the traitorous Bong Su, Kim evolved his subspace to level 4, granting him the power to create new categories. With this, he could target Sozin by cutting off his access to magical scrolls. With the plan in motion, an elite team led by Saul and the tank knight Percival entered the cave. When Saul jokingly asked if he was in charge, Kim confirmed his leadership, ready to prove the worth of his new strategy. But once the mission began, Percival realized Saul wasn't getting much action because Kim kept her inside the subspace. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Saul grew frustrated, demanding to fight, but Kim promised her turn would come and urged her to stay calm. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the lizardmen were already whispering about an intruder's presence. One messenger tried to flee to report it to Sozin, but a shadow loomed before him. It was Mordred, and true to his role as an assassin, he cut the messenger down with a single strike. Mordred had been part of the infiltration team too. And then, the reality of the chaos hits. Soul's severed head rolls across the cave floor while Mordred stands over her with his dagger. The massive lizardmen realize a tremor was felt, yet they didn't expect a man to suddenly appear and kill Sozin. The mage's death was so silent, it left the monsters questioning if a new intruder was near. Across the cavern, Percival rushed, the one-eyed monster with his giant axe, leaving the creature paralyzed by fear. Percival leapt high, bringing his heavy strike down. The massive lizardman's tail whips upward like a snake, blocking Percival's strike mid-air. With a violent sweep, it sends the knight flying backward. Mordred screams for him to destroy the gate, but the tail strikes him too, slamming him into the ground alongside his comrade. The beast is no mere lizard, it is a colossal serpent, and it refuses to let anyone reach the gate. Dismissing the fallen knights and the dead mage as useless, the creature decides to make its move. With a single motion, the giant serpent grabs its prey and flees deeper into the dark. Left in the dust, Mordred struggles to understand the creature's true objective as it carries the portal core away. He searches for answers, but the real threat is already shifting elsewhere. As it rushes through the tunnels, the giant serpent recalls the ancient rules. No representative is ever allowed to be 7th rank. This makes the current situation harder to read, as it suspects its leader is watching from afar. The creature realizes that with all forces drawn into the cave, Kim Jong-gam will be left exposed, standing in a helicopter with his representative mark glowing bright. The mark glows as the serpent finally finds its target. The predator has finally found its prey. Inside the helicopter, Kim Jong-gam suddenly feels something rushing toward him, only to see the massive serpent lunging forward, ready to swallow the entire helicopter in one bite. Kim Jong-gam remains calm, trusting his power as he immediately commands Pax to strike the beast. Pax launches an object at incredible speed, striking the serpent and forcing it to recoil before it can finish the strike. Pax's attack was incredibly... The serpent catches the Eames dimension beam with its tail and whips it away effortlessly. Realizing the power of Kim's subspace, the monster recognizes a true threat, forcing Kim to warn young Su to keep his distance. Not letting up, Kim orders Pax to launch a rapid succession of beams at the target. The serpent coils to shield itself, but its hide is too tough to even feel the impact. Kim watches in grim realization that this enemy won't go down easily, even with Pax's constant barrage. Suddenly, the serpent begins to move with terrifying precision, climbing a nearby building to reach the sky. It lines itself up with the helicopter, leaving Kim and young Su trapped in its sights. Then, the serpent spits a lethal spray of venom toward the helicopter. But young Su can only swerve slightly, leaving some venom to splash. Acidic venom coats the glass. As the glass begins to melt, young Su panics, realizing the venom could have hit him directly if the glass failed. Kim reacts instantly, opening his subspace and telling young Su to get inside. Immediately as the portal closes, the serpent begins to assume they are fleeing, but the system triggers a new deployment. A second Black Hawk emerges from the subspace, returns to the battle. This new helicopter has a perfect windshield, proving Kim can simply swap damaged gear for pristine versions through his ability. Kim realizes he can swap vehicles, but since the Eames beams aren't working, he starts searching for another way to strike. While the serpent remains coiled around a distant building, Kim decides not to waste time and orders Pax to fire an electric spear. It streaks through the air and strikes the serpent head-on, but the monster barely reacts. However, unlike the beams, the spear actually pierces its thick hide. The serpent stares in confusion at the weapon stuck in its body, wondering where it came from. It realizes with horror that it is a sacred spear belonging to its ally, Lachis. The realization leaves the beast stunned, for it cannot comprehend how another weapon could suddenly appear out of thin air. A second spear flies in and strikes beside the first, piercing the flesh again. The serpent is now even more distressed as ice magic erupts from the wound, sending frost spreading across its skin and finally sparking true alarm. The serpent realizes these attacks are fueled by Sozin's 1,000 scrolls, and it roars that such weak magic won't bring it down. Before lunging at the helicopter once more. With its jaws wide open inside, Kim notices the freezing air and quickly steps through the subspace to dodge the strike. Along with the helicopter, he pulls in. As he steps through, Kim pulls in Mordred and Percival, who were hiding, and Bedivere, who had been watching from a distance, dragging them all into the subspace. As Kim vanishes, the serpent stares at Soul's representative mark left behind and wonders if this is all part of Kim's power. Then, something emerges from the portal that
makes the serpent's eyes widen. Kim reappears alongside Saul and her father, each wielding a spell scroll, leading a coordinated army of survivors, ready to strike at once.
They launch a coordinated magical assault, triggering a blinding flash of light that leaves the serpent completely disoriented. As a crushing barrage of ice spears rains down, the frozen projectiles pierce its thick skin, relentless and unrelenting, until the monster finally crashes to the ground, its massive body failing under the weight of the damage and freezing. Seeing the beast fall, Kim Jong-gam commands everyone to back off and calls for Pax to deploy a new Black Hawk, instructing young Soo to prepare as they all emerge from the subspace together. Peering from the helicopter, Kim Jong-gam watches the serpent twisting in agony, still struggling to rise, declaring the beast immobilized for now. Kim Jong-gam opens a new portal and orders another devastating volley. Inside the subspace, every survivor grips a colored scroll, ready to unleash a final magical barrage. Realizing its impending doom, the serpent can only regret the choices that led to this moment. Its frozen body remains paralyzed. Then the sky erupts in blinding light as those scrolls are unleashed in a massive coordinated strike. The massive strike closes in. The combined magical destruction rushes toward the trapped creature, slamming into it with multiple elemental effects. When the dust finally settles, Kim Jong-gam steps forward through the wreckage. He calmly approaches the fallen beast to demand the truth behind this invasion. The serpent claims this was inevitable, though Kim's questions are met with cryptic refusals to explain. The creature warns that Earth's dimension is closer than he knows, and eventually Kim will transition from defender to hunter. The serpent delivers a chilling final warning, claiming the universe is designed for this inevitable conflict. As she dies, a notification from the system flashes before Kim Jong-gam. It's a windfall. The serpent is dead, but Mordred notes her words about a predetermined invasion still hang heavy in the air. He warns that despite their victory, the core of the dimensional gate remains at risk. Kim asks if he knows the location of the core, only for Mordred to reveal the beast swallowed it while they were hiding. Hearing that, Kim realizes that, even after this grueling battle, they must now dig through the serpent's massive corpse to find the gate core. Mordred agrees, but reassures Kim Jong-gam that he has nothing to worry about. Back in their hometown, the group is already accustomed to tearing through massive carcasses, and Kim Jong-gam takes the lead. Mordred rallies the other knights for their final mission: destroy the gate core and wipe out this dimension once and for all. As they venture into the serpent's body, a massive influx of magical stones hits the system, pushing Kim Jong-gam's total to over 50,000. However, the local terraforming is already beginning to fade away. Suddenly, Mordred shouts that he has found something unexpected within the portal core. Kim Jong-gam turns to find Mordred holding 3 glowing red stones. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders the system to use the enhancement stones to upgrade his power. The stones and mana coalesce as Lancelot, rising in a crimson light, vows his absolute loyalty and his very life. Kim Jong-gam wonders if Lancelot's memories were erased during the upgrade. However, Lancelot is stronger than ever, and the system announces that the Sabros dimension has lost its rights to Incheon, meaning the region has been fully restored. To Earth, the transformed muddy wasteland starts to recover. Someone nearby says the credit belongs to the knight, making when Lancelot turns to face him, Kim Jong-gam offers his deepest gratitude for everything the knight has done. The knight goes silent. Lancelot apologizes, claiming he only did his duty, but Kim Jong-gam tells him that doing the right thing is enough. Task was never easy. Kim Jong-gam insists that thanks matter more than apologies, and when Lancelot finally thanks him, Kim Jong-gam realizes his friend's true self hasn't been reset. He is truly back. With the mud finally clearing from Incheon, the monster's hold on the city is broken.
As helicopters descend with much-needed supplies, an operations chief arrives to address Kim Jong-gam by his formal military rank, standing over the giant serpent's corpse. The chief wonders how a creature of that magnitude could even exist. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-gam checks on the officer, recalling the last time they met when the man fled from a swarm of insects. Later, inside the safety of the subspace, it is finally time to eat. Kim can't help but find the situation surreal. They're sitting down to a Chinese feast. Deadly monsters still roam the world outside. He can't help but wonder where. The feast was made possible because Minwo's mother wanted to thank the group for their rescue. She was stunned to learn that Kim's unique ability allows him to produce endless ingredients. After realizing the source, she called a friend who is an incredible cook. Using supplies from the PX, a famous chef from Chinatown prepared the meal. The chef cooks with joy, feeling blessed to finally serve people again in this ruined world.
A delicious Chinese meal is finally served.
Dish came to be, brought to life by a kind-hearted chef during this terrible apocalypse. Even with unlimited ingredients, the task fell to the chef, while others duplicated every plate. Sol with her. Sol devours her food with a massive appetite, shouting for more, to which Kim tells her to slow down. Even so, the women around them can't stop marveling at how incredible the food tastes. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-gam reflects on his victories, defeating the lizard men and reclaiming Incheon. He watches his companions eat and celebrate, but there was one more reason to celebrate. At that moment, Kim's sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Jui asks if she is okay, suggesting it might be a cold, especially since she hasn't eaten much. Glancing at her nearly untouched plate, Kim's sister and Jui doesn't let up, questioning her about dizziness and nausea. The sister-in-law admits she has been feeling those exact symptoms, stunned by Jui's sudden insight. Then Jui speaks.
The revelation shocks
everyone. The test is positive. She is pregnant. The news spreads through the family, bringing a wave of excitement as they dream of the child's future and all the joys it will bring. Even Kim Jong-gam is moved by the news, feeling the weight of adulthood shift within him as he imagines his first nephew or niece. But the celebration is cut short when a soldier approaches with urgent news. The heavy atmosphere returns instantly as a soldier brings word of an emergency from Central Operations Command. Kim Jong-gam takes the call immediately, his face hardening as he listens to the official report. Realizing the stability of Incheon is at risk, he asks the chief if he can return soon. But the answer he receives marks the end of their peaceful moment. As communication lines remain open with China and Japan, a terrifying reality emerges. Terraforming is occurring on a massive scale, and it is spreading bit by bit. Dangers. From the Beijing Gate, toxic gas is pouring out. From the Fukuoka Gate, poisonous water is bursting forth. While poisonous water bursts forth from the Fukuoka Gate, Kim Jong-gam quickly understands the danger facing neighboring nations. He asks which side is taking the worst hit, but the operations chief says neither problem is small. However, the most urgent threat is the toxic gas from Beijing. As the colonel speaks of a huge incident and giant dead creatures appearing, it becomes clear that this isn't a fight brute force can solve. He has stayed calm until now, though he admits he is ashamed to ask for help. Kim Jong-gam tells him there's no shame in action, for doing nothing would turn the entire Korean peninsula into hell. Kim Jong-gam plans to head straight to China via helicopter, but the colonel directs him to the 3rd Guard Brigade first. Determined to leave by tonight, he ends the call and turns his focus to a much more personal motivation. Thinking of his unborn nephew, Kim refuses to accept a world choked by poison and monsters, hardening his resolve to fix the Earth. To increase his power, he orders an upgrade to his subspace, spending 30,000 magical stones as the system processes the massive cost. By nightfall, the upgrade is complete and a new capability is unlocked, the ability to install fixed portals. Difference is that these stay fixed in place. Because they have no physical body, they offer no defense and cannot be used as a shield. However, Kim can allow anyone through, granting them a direct escape into the safety of his subspace. Unlike the old summons, this fixed portal allows for seamless transitions between worlds. Minwo is stunned by the power, noting that Kim is destined for greatness far beyond Korea. After promising to assist with his newfound swordsman abilities, Minwo thanks Kim for saving his mother. A quick thumbs up between Kim and Young-soo marks their departure as the helicopter lifts off. Later, at Incheon International Airport, a voice calls for James, but there is no reply. Silence meets the searcher, leaving the mysterious mechanic hidden away. A man approaches the aircraft to announce the China team has arrived, only for James to pop out from beneath the plane, questioning their speed. From the way, James is clearly the genius engineer the team relies on. James's modifications are still unfinished, leaving the plane unready for the long trek to China. Because the aircraft can't depart just yet, Kim Jong-gam and Young-soo are met by a military officer, the captain of the 3rd Guard Brigade, who thanks them for arriving so promptly. After introducing themselves, Kim Jong-gam and Young-soo hear that the captain had already arranged their flight to China. Excited by the prospect of a new aircraft, Young-soo follows the captain into a massive hangar where the heavy transporter for the mission is waiting. This C-130J is much faster than a Black Hawk, allowing it to complete the trip to Beijing. Young-soo's excitement grows as he asks if it's a special forces plane with cargo space. The captain confirms it is, but notes the work isn't done. They must wait while the aircraft is reinforced against the monsters expected during the journey. The mission requires defensive upgrades, not just enough to help the C-130J survive. Young-soo stares at the massive plane, while the captain warns that their engineer isn't exactly normal. Kim Jong-gam still doubts that a single man can handle such a massive task. The captain notices someone approaching and notes that if James is here, the work is complete. James, the engineer in charge of the aircraft, walked over and invited them to inspect the results. Holding a magic stone, James explains that the exterior looks unchanged on purpose. He installed the upgrades beneath the plane because monsters usually attack from below. Watching him use the stone, Kim realizes James has awakened a mechanic ability, likely enhancing his former expertise as an aircraft engineer. Kim Jong-gam marvels at the spikes, but he still wonders if those modifications will let the aircraft actually fly before heading to China. They need to test these upgrades first, and while they wait, Kim begins distributing food and supplies to the soldiers. When a portal opens right next to James, Kim watches him closely, noting his complete lack of reaction. In a world ravaged by monsters and extreme scarcity, most people would feast on any resource, but James refuses even a professional chef's gourmet meal. It's clear that food means nothing to him. The captain was right. James is truly unusual. Kim tells Pyox to take the dish away, and only then does he see James's face light up at the sight of the machines inside the subspace. The engineer rushes forward to get a closer look. Kim finds it amusing that while fine dining failed, the machines instantly captured the man's undivided attention. James's obsession with machinery is obvious, and it makes Kim Jong-gam consider recruiting him. He wonders what kind of gear the engineer dreams of building. Something as strange as a mechanical horse. Realizing he knows nothing of the man, Kim decides to exploit his subspace's resources to make an offer. James remains silent, but Kim Jong-gam tries to sell the vision: food, machines, and safety from monsters. But James isn't buying it. He refuses to trust a complete stranger. Kim Jong-gam is left speechless by the blunt truth. Admitting the offer was sudden, Kim Jong-gam suggests their abilities would be a perfect match. An awkward tension fills the air. As Kim Jong-gam prepares to leave, James asks if he only wants his mechanical skills. When Kim Jong-gam admits that's exactly what he needs, James presents a steep price. He will only join if they travel to America. Kim Jong-gam realizes this is a massive undertaking, yet the potential reward feels worth the effort. He asks why James is so desperate to go there. James admits he has no family in America, but he has a place he must return to, and he doesn't want to face the journey alone. Having someone as powerful as Kim Jong-gam would make. Kim promises James that America is a possibility after he finishes his current mission, and then he needs to head straight to Japan. James agrees to the plan, provided the journey doesn't take too long. To seal the deal, Kim tears a hole into his subspace, and James has no idea what. Suddenly, an entire aircraft is pulled from the void into the dimension. He floods the dimension with an aircraft, motorcycles, helicopters, and even more vehicles, telling the stunned engineer they are all his to rebuild. It isn't a bribe, just a gift, he says before waving goodbye. As Kim walks away, he wonders if the display was a little scary, or just funny. Meanwhile, in the subspace, James stares at the massive pile of vehicles and aircraft, wondering what he is even supposed to do with such overwhelming power. If James knew just how much power Kim Jong-gam truly held, he would have agreed on the spot. Meanwhile, the plane continued its journey toward China, but as they approached their destination, the view from above revealed a nightmare. Giant, endless swarms of cockroaches were scaling the buildings, far too numerous to count. Even the mantises were part of this carnage, were busy devouring huge crickets in the carnage. Seeing this, Kim realized even the lizardmen were noble compared to this insectoid nightmare.
Yang-so announced
That the landing was beginning. Even before the wheels touched the ground, insects had already infested the landing gear. Seeing the wreckage and the pests, Kim pulled the entire aircraft into his subspace in one smooth motion. He opened another portal, and Lancelot stepped out, radiating a much more powerful presence than before. A voice calls out to Kim Jong-gam, assuring him that the coast is clear. But Kim Jong-gam isn't finished yet. He pauses to change into specialized gear. Emerging in a radiation protection suit, he prepares for a deadly dual threat: the choking toxic gas and the swarms of giant insects. Kim's arrival is delayed by much sooner than expected. Anyang, the leader of the Moram family, greets the group with folded hands, expressing his relief at their arrival from Korea.
An Yang's companions are equally thankful, but even their gratitude can't hide the dire reality. The toxic air remains a lethal threat for everyone. The tension breaks slightly as a long-haired man carefully opens a door to check for lurking insects. Finding the area momentarily clear, he retreats inside, apologizing that their shelter is far from perfect though. Kim notices something strange. Several men are meditating, releasing a brilliant blue aura from their bodies. These warriors seem to be struggling, showing signs of severe dehydration and exhaustion. Watching the scene with Lancelot, Kim asks about their condition, to which the man explains that his people have been using their internal energy to fight back the poison. Curious, Kim asks how they manage such a feat. An Yang explains that this internal energy is a power passed down through bloodlines within the Murim family, rooted in ancient traditions. He notes that while some people awaken unique abilities, others come from the martial arts world of China where, however, a clear distinction remains between those with unique abilities and the members of martial arts clans. Martial artists use their internal energy to shape that force through their own unique styles, because these skills can be so incredible. The Chinese government quickly recognized them as a powerful force and sent them to kill the monsters. These martial artists are led by the long-haired Yun Yang, but An Yang notes that not all fighters belong to the martial arts world. As he sips his tea, An Yang reveals the government called them in to wipe out the monsters, but the trouble truly began with the bidding system in Beijing.
Beijing held two separate bids, and the dimension that won was named Beelzebub.
But An Yang explains that the biggest problem isn't just the enemy, but the toxic gas they leave behind. The poison kills ordinary awakeners instantly, and while martial artists can counter it, the sheer cost of cleansing the air leaves them too drained to fight. They are left too exhausted to actually fight. To make matters worse, the gate opened wider, causing the insect swarms to explode in number, leading to
the absolute mess they face now. An Yang notes that the continuous detoxification burns through massive amounts of internal energy, making the situation
deadlier for those who need clean air to use their powers. With the gas spreading rapidly, there is no time to waste. Surprised, Kim stops him. Kim stands up and tells the confused survivors that the situation isn't a problem at all before opening his subspace and stepping inside, leaving Yun Yang completely unaware of his intent. Inside his inventory, the system calculates the cost of massive amounts of air canisters. Kim instructs the system to stack these air bubbles into a massive, boulder-sized mass of pure oxygen. Suddenly, a powerful blast erupts beside the men, catching the group off guard. The sheer force of the burst shoves the toxic gas aside, leaving the area clean and breathable. Shaken by this miracle, the survivors wonder how such a feat is even possible. As the group breathes in deeply, Yun Yang watches them in stunned silence. The air feels incredibly fresh and energizing, and as the danger clears, a stunned Yun Yang asks Kim exactly what he has done. The men already looked far more alive, and Yun Yang asked, again, how this miracle happened. Looking at the subspace portal, he realized the fresh air was a product of Kim's power, and he began to understand just how desperate things had been when he reached out to Korea. While the insects multiplied, people without internal energy could barely move. He had begged for help, expecting Korea to refuse once the toxic gas and insects were explained. Instead, the message reached Kim, and the answer was immediate. He would gladly. Yun Yang had initially thought the Koreans were being arrogant by claiming one man could manage this. But after seeing Kim arrive so quickly and perform such a miracle, he realized he was the one who was wrong. Thought the Koreans were being arrogant by claiming one man could suffice, but seeing Kim's overwhelming power, Yun Yang realizes he was the arrogant one for underestimating him. With a shocked glance, he finally understands why Kim remained so calm. His ability really is something else entirely. Was unbelievable. Then Kim noticed Yun Yang leaning. She looked as if she wanted to. Yun Yang, the one who sought aid for China, offered a sincere apology and thanked Kim, promising never to forget his help. She desperately wanted to strike before the toxic gas reached Korea. Kim told her to lift her head, reassuring her that there were still ways to keep people alive. Yun Yang admitted the battle only grew more brutal with every passing moment. Since Kim's power allows for more efficient use of internal energy, they could use this time to recover. However, time was running out.
Yun Yang proposed
3 mornings from now. Kim agreed, knowing they needed to do this properly. To boost morale, Kim shared Chinese food from his subspace, and the men ate with ravenous joy. Even Yun Yang praised the meal. Once the food was gone, the strategist stood by a whiteboard, ready to plan the total annihilation of the insects. They discussed the local threats, varying insect sizes and some releasing lethal toxic gas. Most were rank 8 or 9, but the rare rank 7s were the real concern. The real problem was the overwhelming numbers of them, making tracking nearly impossible.
As the situation was explained, the team moved to the gate locations. While the briefing continued, Lancelot suddenly spotted something unsettling through the window. Even with the air kept fresh inside, the poison gas still choked the world outside. Suddenly, a massive insect leg appeared against the building, prompting Lancelot to call out for Kim. Kim jumped up, startled by the sudden noise, asked what it was, but Lancelot struggled to even describe the monstrosity. As it came closer, the truth was revealed. It was a giant centipede with a thick armored shell. Lancelot realized this was clearly a rank 7. The centipede's massive size and terrifying speed made its approach almost impossible to track. Kim notes the creature is even more terrifying now that it's larger and faster, but Anyang corrects him, saying the monster is... But Anyang's correction is even more chilling, as he reveals the creature is actually rank 8. Even with that official rank, its sheer power makes it more lethal than any other insect. Cracking her neck, the martial artist claims she's been bored and hopes this fight will finally be fun. She warns the others not to interfere as she stretches, explaining she simply needs to blow off some stress after her trip from Korea. Once ready, Sol sprints directly toward the giant centipede. Kim cheers her on, telling her to show it what they're capable of, while Anyang grows worried. Kim tries to calm him, knowing Sol is absurdly, almost suspiciously strong. Then a voice asks if Sol can even handle the toxic gas. The question makes Kim freeze as a terrifying realization hits him. They completely forgot. Outside, Sol channels her full power into a single lightning-charged punch. She's thrilled to finally be fighting monsters again. With one massive hit, she smashes the centipede's head and cracks its shell. Inside, Anyang worries that breathing the toxic gas will poison them regardless of skill. He notes that the creature's shell is too hard to break easily, and decides to step in and face the beast himself, while others tend to Sol. But a strange sound halts them mid-stride, drawing them to the balcony. There, Yoon-young is stunned. Looking closer, Yoon-young realizes Sol has already crushed the centipede's shell and ended its life. She finished it with a single, devastating punch, marveling at the massive amount of internal energy required to crack that shell. Meanwhile, the man wonders if her body is truly heaven-sent, gifted with such incredible... They wonder if her body was truly heaven-sent. But the triumph is short-lived. Blood suddenly pours from Sol's nose as the toxic gas finally takes its toll, sending her crashing to the ground. Anyang panics, ordering his disciple to treat Sol's internal injuries immediately. Once stabilized, the team gathers to assess the grim reality of the mounting. First, the toxic air makes movement nearly impossible, and the terrifying possibility of unknown rank 7 monsters hiding among the swarms. They have only 3 days to close the gate by destroying the core. This means they must move fast toward the mountain, though Anyang warns that the path to the gate will only grow more dangerous. While the plan sounds reckless, it remains their only viable option. As the group ponders the mission, Anyang suggests a spar to gauge Sol's skills, noting she seems to favor fighting with her fists rather than weapons. He believes she could benefit from the martial arts secrets of his disciple. Ryong, though grateful for their help, Sol hesitates to take up such intense training right when they need to go that far. Ryong insists that training is necessary for everyone to help close the gate, and for the mission's success. Sol, still recovering from her fight, accepts the challenge as Ryong politely asks for her help. She raises her fists and declares she'll make the first move. Take the initiative, launching herself forward with explosive speed, igniting a wild exchange that draws every eye in the room. However, Kim Jong-gam remains unfazed by the intensity, because to him the high-speed strikes just look like ordinary punches. Having lived with Sol her whole life, he is far from impressed. When Anyang suggests she would be even better with a sword, Kim is caught off guard. Anyang reveals that swordsmanship is his specialty and offers to teach Kim. Kim politely refuses, but instead asks if a friend, the sword-loving Manhwa, could benefit from the lessons. Kim suddenly notices a striking difference in how he moves. He realizes a fundamental gap exists between his own abilities and that of the Chinese martial artists. While Sol adapts quickly to the martial arts style, Kim quietly wonders about the true secret behind these enhanced abilities. He suspects that these fighters have pushed their endurance to the absolute limit, transforming themselves into something more powerful. In the subspace,
For killing insects.
Yu uses holograms to test a larger electric trap, but the results are underwhelming. The cost is simply too high, making Kim realize that crafting the perfect weapon will be harder than he ever imagined. Stuck at his current limits, Kim Jong-gam can't even solve the simple problem of protecting the helicopter. The threat of high-ranking insects near the gate only adds to the growing tension. While debating the merits of mass-produced pesticide, a familiar voice interrupts his thoughts. It is his sister-in-law, who confidently declares that she can manufacture the chemical for him. Amidst the joy of his family's return, he recalls the wisdom of his brother. Kim Jong-gam pays closer attention as his sister-in-law explains that her own awakening as an alchemist allows her to help him in the lab. Kim Jong-gam agrees to her help and asks for the specific type of pesticide she can provide. He needs a super strong insecticide that can kill them. Sometime later, the group makes their way toward the gate's core through the poison gas and insect swarm. As they move, Yoon-young reflects on the incredible speed of the last few days and how strong she feels. Her internal energy is surging like never before. Suddenly, a warning snaps her back to reality. A swarm of ants is blocking their path. Thanks to Kim Jong-gam, they are ready to fight, even if they still have no idea how to repay him. Yoon-young orders a defensive stance as the ants approach, before the warriors can use their internal energy. Someone throws a green liquid at the swarm. The ants drop instantly from the insecticide Kim Jong-gam's sister-in-law created for this exact mess. Yoon-young can only stare in shock at the liquid's potency, while the others focus on training their energy. As Kim Jong-gam rides through the chaos, he realizes that the insecticide is performing even better than anticipated. The liquid is effective, but Lancelot can only watch as Kim Jong-gam realizes the insecticide is actually a miracle of chemistry. It's a simple formula, but it is working perfectly. For 3 days, Kim Jong-gam's sister-in-law has been testing various potions in his lab, searching for a way to kill the swarm. But even her simplest version is working amazingly well on the bugs, proving that the mixture is both powerful and safe for the survivors. Seeing how useful it was, Kim Jong-gam gratefully acknowledges her, though he warns the rank 7 insects will be a different story. For now, the spray is perfect. After resting, An Yang looks up at the massive peak. The mountain has become a dungeon full of insects. He warns the group that things are about to get much harder, even as he thanks Kim Jong-gam for leading them this far. The climb has been a suicide mission so far. Every attempt to destroy the portal core failed as swarms of insects attacked. Because so much time has passed, no one knows what kind of monsters dwell there now, but Kim Jong-gam remains undaunted. He assures Yoon-young that he is ready, even revealing his secret weapons, the rank 7 knight, Lancelot, and other subspace assets, so there's no need. But Kim's confidence wavers when he realizes the true strength of the enemies they are about to face. A giant, terrifying grasshopper stands in front of them, and Kim immediately identifies it as a rank 7 threat, far more dangerous than the lizardmen. As it prepares to strike, he wonders if this creature follows any logic, or if it evolved through the same savage sacrifices that created the traitorous goblins, relying on raw power rather than intelligence. Kim Jong-gam wonders if primitive creatures evolve by eating mana cores instead of following an official process. This grasshopper must have devoured countless others to reach this level of power. Kim attempts to catch the grasshopper off guard by firing dimensional energy beams from Eam's subspace directly at its face. But the attack is useless. The beams don't even leave a scratch, leaving Kim stunned that his power failed against this beast. Warning her to be cautious, Kim watches as Sol steps forward. He urges her to take Lacus's spear as well. Nearby, Lancelot watches the surrounding forest, confused by the strange movement of the trees. As the trunks close in, Lancelot realizes they aren't trees, but the massive legs of a hidden giant. The massive grasshopper jumps forward and closes the gap in an instant. A deafening impact forces Kim Jong-gam to turn and see the arrival of an enormous spider has emerged, trapping the group between two titans. Shock settles over the team as Kim Jong-gam realizes if these insects spread, they might cover whole continents. Seeing no escape, Lancelot urgently tells everyone to climb onto the spider's back since the creature's legs can't reach its own back. So, it's their only chance to buy time. Kim Jong-gam immediately orders the group to follow his lead and begin the frantic climb to ascend the monster's back. As they regroup, Kim Jong-gam wonders if Lacus's spears might work on the spider, but Sol notes the grasshopper's shell was unbelievably hard, leaving only scratches that won't be enough to kill it. She warns that if anyone lets their guard down, the grasshopper will eat them without a second thought. Then, the creature suddenly launches at them with insane. The entire group freezes in shock as the giant
monster rushes straight
forward with clear killing intent. Kim yells for everyone to move, but they are already acting on instinct as the giant grasshopper slams into the spider, with Lancelot shielding Kim from the massive shockwave. As blood splashes across the ground, the others watch in confusion. The grasshopper is still standing, and now it begins eating the spider it just crushed. Watching this, Kim wonders why it attacked what looked like its own ally. But it's clear these creatures can tell an enemy from a friend, though they lack any concept of loyalty. They're driven by instinct alone, striking. First without thought,
Keeping with the plan, Kim points ahead, telling everyone to climb the grasshopper's back under the cover of the rising dust. As Kim climbs onto the creature's back, he prays the beast hasn't noticed them while it feasts on the spider. Suddenly, the grasshopper goes completely still, leaving the group in an eerie silence. No one knows why the monster stopped, but the sudden pause provides a moment of peace. This brief window gives them a rare chance to catch their breath. Sol asks for instructions, and Kim realizes they must wait to destroy the portal core to end the invasion without a direct fight. If the core is destroyed, these insects will be forced back to their own dimension. Just as the plan forms, the grasshopper begins to move again, turning the ride into a fight for survival. The monster leaps violently into the air, forcing everyone to cling on for dear life. The sheer force of the impact sends a shockwave through the beast's body, nearly knocking the team off balance before another brutal jump kicks in. During the chaos, Kim's mask is knocked loose. Every leap is so punishing that Kim can only struggle against the nausea. He begins to wonder if climbing this monster was a fatal mistake. The impact threatens to break their spines long before they ever reach the target. This is far worse than any ride before, and just as Kim struggles, a strange sound cuts through the air. It sounds like helicopter blades spinning nearby, and Kim turns to face the source. A wasp monster comes flying toward them, and as the wasp closes in, everyone holds their breath. Sol warns that fighting it right now will be extremely difficult. The wasp moves in close, showing off its sharp, long stinger. Kim Jong-gam realizes the danger as the wasp heads straight for his back. Even Lancelot rushes over to warn him of the lethal threat. The grasshopper seems to realize. Next for the wasp to target. Reacting instantly, the grasshopper swings a powerful leg to smash the intruder into the ground. Kim thinks the beast acted in self-defense, but the cycle of violence isn't over. The grasshopper charges to finish the wasp, but the insect fights back by biting off one of the creature's legs. Now, the giant monster down one limb. Kim can only hope it keeps fighting. The wasp remains on the ground, looking ready to strike, but the huge insect no longer moves. Kim is growing annoyed by how brainless these creatures act, possessing no clear logic. As Kim wonders if monsters like this can even be controlled, he suddenly remembers something. Kim Jong-gam reaches into his subspace, searching for someone with a specific knack for control. He finds Young-soo, who looks like he's playing a video game, and asks if his ability extends to insects. A moment later, Young-soo is ready, gripping tight onto ropes tied directly to the grasshopper's antennae. Kim Jong-gam warns that the wasp is weakened but still dangerous. Even if things go wrong, they can escape into the subspace, so Young-soo takes the risk. With a sudden pull, the grasshopper begins to respond to Young-soo's lead, turning toward the wasp to rip its head clean off in one brutal motion. Success brings a moment of thrill, but the respite is cut short as a new threat emerges. As Young-soo yanks the ropes once more, sending the giant insect charging directly after the new target. The grasshopper smashes the moth, and then it instantly kills a mantis as well. But the onslaught isn't over. A swarm of giant ants is already closing in. Even the dimensional beams from Eam's dimension couldn't pierce it. They realized the insect wasn't special, just an incredibly powerful predator. Lancelot notes that only a rank 7 creature could have caused such havoc, and Kim agrees that without Young-soo, they would have been doomed. Bedivere arrives, stating, "The area has been cleared of insects and he'll stand guard." But as he looks aside, he discovers something he's searched for. 2 open portals standing before them, guarded by grotesque, twisted balls of flesh. These are the guardians meant to protect the gate cores from being closed. Seeing the threat, Eun-young steps forward, having waited a long time for this, sword already drawn. He thanks Kim for giving him the chance to avenge his fallen comrades, but Kim tells him thanks aren't necessary. It is only right that Eun-young be the
one to destroy the cores.
Eun-young nods, facing the monsters once more, knowing nothing he does can truly honor the millions who died, but he can at least is to give them his strongest attack as a fierce orange aura begins to rise. Lifting his weapon high, he roars for the monsters to vanish and unleashes his ultimate skill. The descending footprint skill rains down from the heavens, aiming to shatter both gate cores. At the exact same time, impact crushes one guardian completely, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Eun-yang turns away while the blast still rumbles behind him. Watching this, Kim admits Eun-yang wasn't exaggerating. This truly is a terrifyingly strong move. Suddenly, only one of the portals begins to shut down. Confusion ripples through the group as they wonder why the second core remains active. Them is shutting down. As the dust clears, they realize some unknown creature's hand blocked the attack to protect the second core. Everyone looks over, but the entity is still partially submerged in the portal, leaving Kim to dread.
whatever nightmare is about to emerge.
Slowly, the creature steps into the light, revealing a horrific multi-eyed mutant that resembles a giant fly, completely unscathed by the attack. Didn't leave even a scratch. Then the creature speaks, claiming the Chamber of Commerce will likely punish it, but things are already bad enough. The mutant smells something delicious, prompting questions about whether it can even be called an insect anymore. Kim Jong-gam finds the creature disgusting and
Wonders if it's rank 7.
trying to catch it off guard, he opens his subspace. He orders his summons to fire electric spears at the fly, but they hit its eyes and do absolutely nothing. Kim Jong-gam is shocked because those same spears hurt the grasshopper, and that this creature's defense is terrifyingly high. Lancelot, his summoned knight, confirms it is at least rank 6, if not higher. A level far beyond anything they anticipated. Kim Jong-gam searches for an answer against something this strong, thinking back to how he has survived greater foes. There has to be a trick, but he realizes he must simply keep attacking. He tells everyone to stay back and promises to keep strike from the shadows until a weakness appears. He tears open the subspace once more, launching a volley of Locke's electric spears at the monster. The monster is too lazy to even bother killing everyone. It simply hovers right in front of Kim, looming over him while he searches for a way to survive this encounter. Kim notes that their only advantage is the fly's indifference, but Lancelot suggests a different path. They just have to break the gate core, and the entire portal should disappear. Kim knows the goal, but he's still fighting to bring this thing down. Lancelot promises to distract the creature, to create an opening for the strike. After even the powerful spears from the lake fail to even graze it, then an idea suddenly hits him. He needs to use something this insect actually wants. Reaching into his subspace, Kim pulls out a massive item, a giant electric repellent, a tool possessing penetration and shock effects. Before he can even react, the creature is instantly drawn to the scent, rushing straight toward him with terrifying speed. The monster finds the repellent fascinating and beautiful, causing Kim to shake in terror as Lancelot sees the opening and shouts for Mordred to strike the hand protecting the core, targeting the gate core. The monster is distracted. Using stealth, Mordred closes in on the giant arm and jumps directly toward the target. He drives his dagger straight for the core, landing the strike perfectly, splitting the gate core in two. Suddenly, the system announces a transfer of the dimensional account, granting Kim 48,881 mana stones and bringing his total to 74,616. This windfall means Beelzebub's dimension has lost all commercial rights, returning the Beijing region to Earth, while the fly stares at the repellent in a trance. It is suddenly dragged backward into the portal and sent back to its own dimension. As the darkness fades, the light begins to return, and a Chinese survivor wonders if the nightmare is finally over. The sun shines across the land that was just moments ago swallowed by toxic gas. Cheers erupt as the Chinese gate is finally cleared. Exhausted, Kim Jong-gam collapses to the ground. In relief, Lancelot approaches him to check on his well-being, but Kim admits he feels like he just escaped death after being cornered by that monstrous fly. The terror was so paralyzing that he couldn't even activate his subspace. It's chilling to realize that even monsters fear the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce, the very organization orchestrating this war. To protect him while he recovers, Lancelot asks Mordred to stay on guard. Meanwhile, Kim can only focus on one goal: finding more allies and becoming stronger. He knows he needs every advantage to survive this conflict. Later, he finds himself in a conversation with Yoon Young, who questions his motives for borrowing them. Yoon Young can barely believe the speed at which Kim's ability copies the manuals. With Pax's help, Kim combines the knowledge into one massive volume, and Yoon Young still can't find the words to thank him. He promises to return through a portal if they ever need help, before simply stating his next destination: Japan. However, while Kim's journey takes him abroad, back in Korea, a new shadow looms over the country. In the wake of the Beijing gate being shut down, a weary colonel meets with Kim, who Colonel asks if Kim got hurt. Kim says he's noticing her presence as they stand together. Colonel looks worse than he does. Noticing a woman nearby, Kim asks who she is, and their status as representatives is evident to everyone present. But before introductions can conclude, the system delivers a chilling update. A declaration of war has been issued between Fukuoka and Busan. The conflict is set to rage for 7 days, a storm that will surely change everything. Fukuoka has declared war on Busan, leaving the colonel to ask if Kim was prepared for Japan's collapse. Kim admits he did, but China was the priority. However, the colonel reveals that Japan's government has collapsed, replaced by an ultra-nationalist group called the Society for the Awakening of Restoration. They worship extra-dimensional beings and worship awakened power. Kim notes, it sounds like the first traitorous core users who became goblins. The colonel sets down a photo and Kim freezes as he looks at it. The image is grotesque. it looks like a fish. When Kim asks if they are even human, the colonel reveals they are fish-human hybrids. Human hybrids. Unlike the goblins, this new threat seized the entire country because no one stopped them. Things escalated even
Worse, yesterday, when Hideki, an assault captain,
had no idea what he was. This shark-like monster began slaughtering people without hesitation. Even Seoyeon's testimony confirms that Hideki showed up and immediately began his bloody rampage. Japan is looking for more than just random civilians to target. Kim Jong-un feels overwhelmed by how quickly the situation has escalated. Seoyeon says, "Nobody knows the true strength or numbers of these fishmen invaders. All they know is that the fishmen will reach Busan, and despite calls for help, the military's awakened fighters are nowhere to be found." Kim realizes this is a coordinated effort with another dimension. Back when the goblins attacked, the strongest enemies were only rank 8, but now the threat levels are shifting. Most of them appear to be rank 7 or even higher. Even higher, leaving the team with 0 intel and leaving Mordred to handle the scouting alone. In the face of such massive unknowns, the only logical path is to prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. The colonel, despite Kim's recent exhaustion from China, asks if he can help with this threat too. Kim agrees immediately, catching the colonel off guard with a firm commitment. Kim is determined to contribute everything he can to stop them. How many awakened fighters are currently available before pulling a massive pile of papers from his subspace and dropping them before the stunned colonel? These are martial arts manuals from China that could make any fighter much stronger. Still stunned by the gesture, the colonel asks if Kim truly plans to hand out something this valuable. Kim says yes, offering them not just to troops, but to anyone willing to fight for their survival, because working together is the only way to win. Kim Jong-gam asks Song Hagri how he has been doing since their last meeting.
the giant man admits he's doing fine, thanks to his incredibly tough defensive gift.
But Kim's tone shifts, asking for Song's help with a massive crisis looming in Busan, which will strike in just 6 days. Meanwhile, at the international airport, James meets Kim and admits he's eager for this mission. He admits he never fully grasped the scale of Kim's connection to machines. As Kim reflects on the settled tension with James, he begins to calculate their readiness. He knows he might need more power if he is to survive. Kim Jong-gam thinks of the special base he built for his knights. He checks the system and finds a massive stock of enhancement. Piles of enhancement stones. Can't remember the last time he used them, so he decides to spend them all to summon the rest of Camelot's knights. The system alerts him that all 12 are being summoned, and they begin appearing one by one, regrouping in a heavy silence. Looking at them, Kim feels a surge of excitement, a feeling that family again. After a long time, after all this waiting, the 12 knights of the Round Table are finally gathered and ready for battle. Later in Busan, a full meeting is held to prepare for the coming war. However, without intel on the enemy's strength, the meeting focuses only on damage control rather than strategy. When it ends, Kim and James immediately return to their duties. Kim begins building a fortified base to withstand attacks, while James focuses on upgrading a warship for naval combat. The pressure on the team is immense, but while James finds excitement in the technological advancements, Kim decides to seek help from the martial artists. The martial artists, Yoon Young and his strongest survivors have arrived from China to support Busan. They focus on training the troops, using the manuals, desperate to sharpen their skills for the coming war. Kim thanks them, but Yoon Young insists his debt to Kim can only be repaid through action. Then Yoon Young reveals he has a personal favor to ask. He pulls out a sword, which he has strengthened with an enhancement stone, and asks if Kim can duplicate it. The request leaves Kim stunned. Yoon Young hopes such weapons could save many lives on the battlefield. It is an incredibly rare and valuable weapon, and Kim can barely process the request. Deciding the weight of such a choice is too heavy, Kim accepts the sword and thanks Yoon Young for his trust. The system quickly displays the item's stats, revealing a rare wind-type sword designed for piercing and speed, and can barely find the strength to ask what the gift might be. Shortly after, Manhwa explains that reaching skill level 10 allowed him to gain a classification and a dimensional account. He admits he is frustrated at being left out of the insect battle simply because he lacks an official classification. This realization catches Kim off guard, making him wonder if skill levels are the key to advancement, just as he remembers most martial artists. Kim realizes that top-tier hunters likely reached rank 8 through sheer growth rather than official registration forms. Even for someone as powerful as Soul, the system's demands for mana stones are staggering. The numbers are terrifying. Just reaching rank 6 requires an astronomical 100,000 mana stones. When Kim asks Manhwa about his savings, the total is a mere 314. Kim promises to cover the deficit if Manhwa agrees to a special favor. Manhwa agrees, unaware that this favor means becoming a participant in the upcoming battle in Fukuoka. As preparations begin, the days slip away until the moment of confrontation finally arrives. The long-awaited day of the battle is here, and the enemy is emerging from the sea. The water remains eerily calm for a heartbeat. Then the ocean erupts as fishmen emerge, shouting that nearly 1,000 merfolk are coming to destroy them. They offer a hollow peace, hand over the representative, and they might all live. Kim watches the unfolding chaos. A magic barrier rises just as the fishmen signal their invasion, with a massive swarm rushing from the depths to strike. But a pink whip suddenly lashes out, sending the lead fishman flying through the air. Alongside 3 other knights, a new defender emerges to declare that no filth shall step near Lord Kim. The sudden, overwhelming pressure from the knights radiates outward, spreading pure terror among the invading fishfolk. Amidst the tension, a new threat emerges as Lord Machio steps forward to challenge the humans. Machio smiles, confident that he will expose the massive gap between the two sides. But before the slaughter could finish, Percival crushes the hammerhead fishmen in a single brutal counterattack, exposing the massive power gap between them. Seeing their commander fall, the remaining fishmen charge in anyway, shouting that Lord Hideki will lead them to victory. Anyang joins the front line with steady resolve. Anyang's aide hammers the enemy with a barrage of relentless punches. Nearby, Sol cuts through waves of soldiers with sharp, clean movements and a bright smile, but the tide turns when a second Lord Hideki arrives, boasting of the fishfolk's hidden strength. That arrogance is instantly shattered when a sudden Virga beam slams into his chest, blasting him back, stopping him cold. The fish soldiers stare in horror as their commander is thrown away like useless trash, leaving a heavy silence in the wake of the attack. The sea was supposed to be their safe zone, but Kim Jong-gam watches from a rooftop as the fishmen scatter in terror. He remains silent, wondering if this chaotic retreat is simply the calm before a much more dangerous storm. As the enemies flee, the high-tech warship built with incredible precision looms over the waves, against the vessel designed by James. The fishmen's plans mean nothing. Once aboard, Kim Jong-gam orders young Soo to set a course for Fukuoka. 2 hours later, the warship continues its relentless pursuit toward enemy territory. The sea remains eerily still, with nothing appearing since the earlier enemies escaped. 2 full hours pass in silence, and Kim Jong-gam wonders if they are being led into a trap, though the lack of activity feels too obvious. While contemplating the risk of being caught off guard, he's suddenly jolted by a strange, monstrous sound. He shouts a warning. He knew something was coming. Suddenly, a giant whale bursts from the ocean surface. Kim judges the creature's power to be on par with a locust, which means if it reaches Busan, the damage will be catastrophic. Kim Jong-gam immediately goes on full alert to stop this threat. He decides to end the threat here, regardless of the monster's true strength. Opening his subspace, he prepares to fire Eames dimension beams at the whale. Dimension beams at the whale. The beams. Watching the carnage, Kim realizes this whale isn't even close to the locust power level. As the creature sinks, the whale is defeated, leaving Kim Jong-gam wondering what other threats await. The system notifies him that the whale's dimensional account has been transferred to him, bringing his total to 54,827 magic stones. Kim Jong-gam stares at the message, wondering if this easy victory was merely bait for something far more dangerous. He prepares for anything, even as he wonders how much stronger the next rank of enemies might
be. 10 minutes later, young Soo announces they have reached Fukuoka, much faster than expected.
The sea crossing had been suspiciously easy, leaving Kim Jong-gam feeling uneasy about the lack of resistance. Though relieved to have arrived safely, he knows he cannot relax because they are now deep in enemy territory. Spotting a massive sign for the Fukuoka representative, he suspects traps are waiting. He opens his subspace, knowing exactly who is best suited for this mission, and orders Mordred to infiltrate the facility and gather intel. The knight accepts the command and vanishes. Meanwhile, Mordred slips silently into an enemy facility. In the shadows, Mordred stops to listen to an argument brewing between 2 monsters. An angry, well-dressed fishman screams about their failure to break Busan's defenses and kill the representative. A fleeing subordinate claims that Hideki was easily wiped out by a massive structure, to the fat fish's disbelief. Meanwhile, a mysterious man observes that they clearly underestimated Korea's immense strength. A large fish guard agrees, noting that Korea's high ranking in the bidding war was well earned, as the fish apologizes and promises to recoup their losses even if Fukuoka is lost. But the man called the chairman shuts him down, demanding to know who gave permission to fail. The chairman dismisses the failure in Busan as a mere setback, even as the tension peaks. Dismissing the excuse, the director decides on a new strategy. He will erase the regional representative's hologram himself, and order the president to throw the target into the basement. The president praises the plan,
promising to lock the representative up, right away, revealing the fat fish himself is the representative. He begs for mercy, terrified that the basement is reserved for true monsters. The president cruelly finishes his sentence, promising that once the Busan representative, Mordred watched this injustice from the shadows, but he quickly returned to the group to report the scene. Kim Jong-nam listened to the report in disbelief, struggling to make sense of the twisted logic unfolding. The hierarchy is bizarre. A director ordering a president to jail a representative makes no sense. Yet the political web of this dimension runs deeper than expected. Kim wondered if the director was an exiled mage, but he quickly shook off the thought. He needed to focus on the underground prison and his mission in Fukuoka, not the mysteries of Japan. Mordred cut through his hesitation, revealing that he had managed to steal a stash of keys. Kim stared at the collection, wondering why a single thief would need so many. Then they reached the gate, and the massive array of padlocks explained everything. When Kim asked if any monsters were trapped inside, Mordred gave a grim confirmation. Even the Fukuoka representative had been terrified of the creatures locked within this darkness. Though the very mention of such monsters was chilling, Kim warned his companion against recklessness. They stepped into the darkness of the underground prison, moving with caution. The facility felt like a hollow, abandoned hospital, eerily empty and silent. But Kim stops abruptly when Mordred signals him to halt. Within a cage, it is truly a human. Shocked to find a human prisoner, Kim asks if the man is alright, and if he has been tortured. Seeking answers, Kim decides to talk first, and Mordred rips the seal from the prisoner's mouth. The man's first instinct is to ask if they are members of the Divine Awakening sect. Kim maintains his distance, refusing to identify himself until the stranger does. If Kim isn't part of that cult, the prisoner reasons, then there is no reason to kill him. Seeing the man is no enemy, Kim orders Mordred to break his chains. As the prisoner thanks them for the rescue, Kim reminds him that humans must help each other to survive in this ruined world. The stranger reveals he was trapped before he could realize the cult had seized control of the government. He pulls off his blindfold, introducing himself as Saito Daichi, called the monster Mataji Kim. Kim stares in disbelief, asking if he is truly the legendary Mataji. Daichi confirms it, acknowledging the name's reputation as a massive rank 7 monster. However, he claims the truth is far more complex than the legends suggest. The stories told to the people are only half the truth. Kim wonders if that terrifying heat belongs to the man standing before him, but Daichi pulls up his shirt to reveal a jagged red mark. It's a sight that leaves Kim speechless. The monster Matagi is actually sealed inside him. Daichi explains how a master seal can trap a single target within a human host, though the toll it takes is immense. The weight of such power is truly heavy. As Daichi eats, he warns that the larger the creature, the more it ravages the host's body and mind. He had learned this the hard way with Matagi, a rank 7 monster so powerful it could crush anything in its path. While Daichi's unique power was the only way to contain Matagi, it was actually a trap designed by the government through a coordinated team effort. But the horror truly began once the sealing process was finished. Was hollow. The Divine Awakening cult had orchestrated the sealing to mask their true intent, using undercover agents to infiltrate the government. Once the seal was set, the cult descended on the Gathering Awakened to massacre anyone who refused to join them. Daichi had been among the resistance, which cost him his freedom and left him imprisoned by those he wouldn't follow. After Kim Jong-nam freed him, the broken man admitted he was lost, alone. He had no way to fight back. He confessed that his only revenge would be to undo the seal and unleash the monster on the cult. Knowing such an act would surely kill him, Matagi is an uncontrollable force, and setting it free would wipe out everything. Out in the city, a patrolling citizen hears a strange booming noise. The ground begins to shake. As a building bursts apart completely from within, wreckage smashes into nearby buildings, and as the dust clears, a terrifying gaze emerges from the ruins. Matagi has been unsealed, and the monster is already freezing witnesses with pure horror. Terror paralyzes the crowd, for they know that seeing this nightmare is
the end. Matagi
advances relentlessly, and with every step closer, the survivors feel the very air burning as the monster advances, choking the breath from their lungs and crushing everything in its path. Even the surroundings begin to melt from the intense heat pouring off the beast. Kim Jong-nam keeps Saito Daichi safe inside a subspace shelter, watching the monsters rampage from within. Suddenly, a system message confirms that Busan has officially won the territory battle as the Fukuoka representative is eliminated. With the enemy gone, Kim Jong-nam tells Daichi not to worry about the seal's backlash and promises to handle the rest. Inspired by Kim Jong-nam's unwavering resolve, Daichi realizes there is no time to stand by and watch. He feels a fire ignite in his soul, making him determined to do his part. Preparing to bear the mark once more, Daichi pulls off his shirt and braces for what's coming. Standing before the portal, he yells that the monster's short freedom is over. The monster's reign of terror is ending, and it is being forced back into its seal.
Matagi realizes its natural enemy has returned, panicking as it tries to flee from Daichi's grasp. The seal takes hold, forcing the chaos to recede. Desperate, Matagi grabs at a nearby building to fight the crushing pull, but the structure collapses instantly. The monster is finally dragged back into Saito Daichi's body, leaving behind another jagged scar. Exhausted by the massive strain, Daichi falls backward, but Kim Jong-gam catches him before he can hit the ground. Though his eyes are fading, Daichi feels a sense of peace. Japan, a land far from this battlefield.